Chapter 1381 Crossing Hands with Feng Zi. Feng Zi was the top ranker of the Mountain Gate examination, outdoing even Zhang Yu of the Zhang clan. Zhang Xian had met him once during the gathering of their elite division class prior to being abruptly taken away by Luo Xianqing. Previously, he had only known Feng Zi to be the direct disciple of a grand elder from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. But during the journey to obtain the Dongshu Gourd, he learned from Yuan Shao and the others that he was actually the real Yang Xian's direct disciple. In other words, the real counterpart to the fake persona he had come up with. And for the other party to have waited for him here for several days. It couldn't be that the other party had found out about him faking his identity and came over here to apprehend him? Did he mention the reason why he's looking for me? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. It would still be fine if it was just Feng Zi, but if Yang Xian were to find out as well, he would have no choice but to flee. As the most enigmatic and strongest grand elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, there was little doubt that Yang Xian had already achieved a level far beyond Saint Nine Dan. There was no way he would be able to stand against a figure like that. Well, he didn't say anything at all, but he's oddly patient. Despite being well aware that you aren't around, he still refuses to leave, insistently waiting here for a few days straight. Sun Chang said with a deep frown. That's clearly an attempt to corner me. Zhang Xian's lips twitched upon hearing those words. There had been completely no interaction between him and Feng Zi in the past, so other than the matter of him being Yang Xian's direct disciple, he couldn't think of another reason why the latter would willingly wait here for a few days straight. Right, Zhang Jiuxiao is here as well. Just like Feng Zi, he has been here waiting for you for quite a few days now too. Sun Chang suddenly recalled another matter and said, Jiuxiao? What's he doing here? Is he acquainted with Feng Zi? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. Considering how Zhang Jiuxiao was a student of the ordinary division, barely meeting the mark to qualify as a student of the Sanctum of Sages, it didn't seem too likely for him to be acquainted with the #1 expert of their elite division class. Young master, are you intending to meet them? Otherwise, I can just relay a message to them that you are currently in seclusion. Noticing a hint of dilemma on Zhang Xian's forehead, Sun Chang proposed. It's fine, I'll meet them. Zhang Xian replied. What that would come would eventually come. There was no point evading the matter. He might as well meet the other party to see what the other party was intending to do. Besides, considering how the Shrine of Seers and Spirit Awakener Hall were reduced to rubble, the other party should have already received the news of his return by now. There was no way he could continue hiding from the other party anymore. Having made up his mind, he didn't hesitate to make his way over to the main hall of his residence. Walking in, he saw 2 young men seated patiently on the guest seats. One of them stood up in agitation upon seeing him and exclaimed, Zhang Shi, you are finally back. You sure have kept up waiting for long. I believe you should be familiar with Senior Feng over here too. I didn't expect that he's actually Yang Shi's direct disciple too, coming from the same roots as you, so I specially brought him over to meet you. Naturally, the young man who had stood up was Zhang Jiuxiao. Yang Shi's direct disciple? Zhang Xian asked as he directed a long, meaningful look at Zhang Jiuxiao. If thoughts could kill, Zhang Jiuxiao might have died 1,000 times over in that short moment. All this while, he had been wondering who was the culprit that revealed the news of him being Yang Xian's student, but who could have thought that it would actually be an insider leak. Zhang Jiuxiao had been in Qingyuan City during the same period of time as him, and he was rather close with Wu Shi and the others too. All it would take was a simple ask for him to find out Zhang Xian's lineage. So, it wasn't too surprising for him to know about his relationship with Yang Xian. But, it's one thing for you to know, but why do you have to boast about it in front of Feng Zi? If, touchwood, this news were to get to the ears of the real Yang Shi, won't I be a goner? Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. Rage bubbled furiously within him, but there was no outlet for him to vent it at all. In the end, he could only suppress his overflowing fury and chuckle awkwardly. You are from Yang Shi's lineage too? Feng Zi stood up, and instead of answering the question, he raised his palm and gestured to the center of the hall. I would like to request to have a duel with you. A duel? Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. That's right. Not bothering to explain his intention, Feng Zi drove his shenqi, and an intense aura rippled forth from him, threatening to crush the surrounding air into fragments. This is Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. The previous time he met Feng Zi, the latter was only at Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage. Yet, in just a short 20 or so days, he actually managed to raise his cultivation by 2 stages, reaching Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage. This was truly fearsome. While the bottleneck that one had to overcome in order to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm was significantly lower as compared to that of Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, it was still inconceivable for any cultivator to do so within a short span of 20 days. What was even more astounding was that the other party was only in his mid-20s, roughly 24 or 25 this year. With such talent, it was just a matter of time before he became one of the powerhouses of the master-teacher continent. Noticing Zhang Xian's hesitation, Feng Zi chuckled coldly and said, "I did manage to make some advancements during this period of time, but it seems like you have achieved quite a few breakthroughs yourself too. The previous time we met, you were only at leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage, but in just a short 20 days, you have already managed to reach leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. You were able to defeat Zhang Zhua and the others as a leaving Aperture Realm Primary Stage cultivator, so you should be far stronger now, right? You didn't hesitate to challenge those of the Zhang clan, so why would you hesitate at the notion of fighting against me?" While Zhang Xian was astounded by the rate at which Feng Zi was advancing his cultivation, the vice versa was true as well. Feng Zi remembered that Zhang Xian was only at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle when he challenged the Mountain Gate examination, but in less than a month, his cultivation had actually risen by an entire realm, reaching leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. This rate of cultivation was one which even he would pale far in comparison against. Furthermore, the other party also wielded superior fighting prowess that allowed him to challenge cultivators far beyond his tier, as shown by how he managed to defeat Zhang Zhua and the others back then. In truth, Feng Zi's initial intention was to confront Zhang Xian on the rumors of him being Yang Xian's direct disciple too, but upon recalling the peculiarities surrounding the latter, his blood suddenly raced in excitement, and an urge to challenge the latter to a battle struck him. "Since you are so earnest in your request, it would be impolite for me to turn you down." Knowing that there was no way to shun the matter, Zhang Xian walked to the center of the room and gestured, "Feel free." As long as Yang Xian didn't appear in the picture, there was nothing for him to fear. A blade was already above his neck, regardless of whether he pushed ahead or retreated. Since that was the case, he might as well retaliate. If Feng Zi wanted to make a move on him, he would have to first defeat him. Hula. Seeing that Zhang Xian had accepted his battle, Feng Zi stepped forward as well and flicked his hand softly. Voila! A dominion swiftly engulfed the main hall. Any spiritual perception that attempted to perceive within the barrier would abruptly vanish, as if falling into another dimension. At the same time, Feng Zi also pushed his palm downward, and an oppressive might froze the surrounding space, leaving one feeling as if one was standing in the midst of a vacuum, making even breathing nigh impossible. He's indeed rather strong. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. Even though Feng Zi was only at Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage, the strength he had displayed so far was already on par with the Phantasmal Space Advanced Stage by Hongyin. True, Bai Hongyin was still slightly lacking as compared to Luo Xianqing and the others, but with her caliber, she could already be considered as one of the top geniuses of the Sanctum of Sages, far surpassing most of the other students. And yet, to wield strength comparable to her despite being 2 cultivation stages weaker, Feng Zi was truly a frightening individual. A feeling of tightness swiftly constricted Zhang Xian's chest. He knew that he would only be plunged in a worse position if he were to retreat at this point, so he roared furiously, "Break!" His voice seemed to be tinged with a powerful force that hammered down on one's soul like a reeking ball. In just an instant, cracks swiftly spread across the dominion before it shattered with a resounding explosion. Through studying the books by Hongyin had relating to demonic tunes, he managed to raise his comprehension and mastery of demonic tunes to the caliber of an 8-star demonic tunist. He was still unable to exert the full prowess of an 8-star demonic tunist due to the limitations of his cultivation, but nevertheless, his attacks were still plenty fearsome. Without a transcendental state of mind, it would be impossible to withstand it. After breaking the dominion with a roar, Zhang Xian flicked his finger and sent a surge of sword qi in Feng Zi's direction. Considering that his cultivation was far beneath the other party, it would be extremely dangerous for him to hold back. Thus, he infused the full prowess of his offensive sword quintessence into the attack. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. In the midst of its trajectory, the surge of sword qi suddenly burst open to engulf the entire area, creating something reminiscent to the sea. It wasn't the sea-severing sword of the three swords of Lingshu, but the combined prowess of the countless sword qi within this sea was plenty terrifying. They converged like a vortex and crushed down on Feng Zi with devastating might. Formidable. Feng Zi's eyes lit up upon seeing this move. Under normal circumstances, it should be impossible for any cultivator beneath Saint Seven Dan realm to withstand the dominion of a phantasmal space realm cultivator. Yet, with just a roar, he was able to sever my control over my dominion before creating his own dominion using his sword qi to suppress me. The reason why Grand Dominion Realm experts were so powerful was because they commanded absolute authority within the territory of their dominion. Considering that the other party was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, having yet to comprehend dominion, the other party would inevitably be in a disadvantageous position facing him straight on. In view of that, the other party actually chose to craft out his own dominion using his sword qi in order to accrue sufficient power to fight on equal grounds with him. This was something he had never thought of before. It was truly a brilliant move. Pong. As soon as the other party's sword qi collided with his palm, Feng Zi was forced to retreat 2 steps. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was forced to retreat 8 steps. In this short encounter, it was apparent who wielded the absolute advantage in terms of sheer strength. For someone who is 2 cultivation realms weaker than me to be able to withstand my attack, I must admit that you are indeed a person of great capability. However, let's see if you'll be able to do the same for this too. With eyes gleaming in excitement, Feng Zi charged forward once more. Who? His silhouette swiftly turned illusory, as if he had warped into a phantasm. In just the blink of an eye, he had already covered 10 meters to stand right before Zhang Xian. His speed is incredible too. Zhang Xian was alarmed. In terms of instantaneous burst speed, the other party was actually no slower than his Heaven's Path movement art. The reason why Luo Xianqing was capable of moving faster than him was due to his high cultivation realm and superior grasp of spatial laws. But to think that Feng Zi would be so fast as well. As expected of Yang Shi's direct disciple, a genius from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, his abilities were truly off the charts. From the previous encounter, it was apparent that it would be unwise for Zhang Xian to face Feng Zi's attacks head-on, considering the disparity in their strength. Thus, in response to the latter's sudden approach, he quickly activated his Heaven's Path movement art to retreat. Tzzzzzzzzzz. But as fast as he retreated, Feng Zi's advancement was even faster. The latter's outstretched finger seemed to be ready to pierce a hole open in his throat at any moment. Hoo. Zhang Xian quickly switched between various movements arts in hopes of shaking Feng Zi off, but as if his shadow, the latter remained tight on his tail. Slowly, he began to panic a little. At this rate, I just might lose. Even though Zhang Xian was still able to keep the other party's finger off his throat for the time being, he would risk losing control over the momentum of the battle at this rate. Once that were to happen, it would only a matter of time before his loss. I'll just have to take a risk. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian made up his mind, and his eyes turned solemn. He abruptly halted his footsteps as he forcefully compressed the muscles before his neck. Who? As a result of his sudden stop, Feng Zi's finger struck Zhang Xian's neck. However, the anticipated piercing didn't occur. On the contrary, a sound reminiscent to the metallic reverberation of 2 weapons clashing with one another sounded instead. Heaven's Path Golden Body. After learning the newest version of Heaven's Path Golden Body compiled from Yuan Zhao's physical body cultivation technique manuals, the resilience of his physical body had become comparable to half-saint high-tier artifacts. To put it in other words, as long as Feng Zi didn't wield a saint high-tier weapon in his hands, it would be nigh impossible for him to impale him. It should be my turn now. Feng Zi was visibly stunned by the failure of his finger to impale Zhang Xian's throat. Knowing that this was a good opportunity for him to strike, Zhang Xian clenched his fist tightly and thrust it forward. This punch harnessed not only the strength derived from his zhenqi, but from his physical body and soul as well. Even before landing on its target, the other party's phantasmal space realm dominion had already begun shattering inch after inch, reminiscent of a popped bubble. How is this possible? Feng Zi was aghast. Chapter 1382A6. It was one thing for a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator to be able to call forth strength that was on par with a Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage expert like him, but more importantly than that, the timing and positioning of the other party's fist was indescribably ingenious. It was timed right in the lapse between the dissipation of his previous surge of might and the regathering of his strength. In other words, the other parties had managed to see through the flaws in his fighting style, despite only having exchanged a single blow. One must know that the cultivation technique and battle techniques he practiced were no weaker than the top-notch techniques that the core members of the Zhang clan and Luo clan practiced. It would be impossible for even Fei Shi to see through such profound battle techniques and cultivation techniques in such a short period of time. And yet, the young man before him was already able to find their flaws and exploit them even. But if you think that you can defeat me just like that, you are being far too optimistic. Feng Zi's shock only remained for less than a tenth of a breath before a sharp glint surfaced in his eyes. He tilted his body slightly sideways in order to bring forth sufficient power to return a fist of his own toward Zhang Xian. His fist was directed straight toward the other party's chest, and the latter's punch was directed toward his chest too. He was aiming for a direct showdown. Let's see how formidable your defense is. A hint of callousness flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes when he saw Feng Zi's response. Without bothering to even change his positions, he drove the heaven's path golden body, and a slight golden shimmer flowed across the surface of his body. Pong! Zhang Xian's fist smashed into the other party's chest, and in that instant, he felt as if he was punching a boulder. A numbing sensation swiftly crawled from his fingers up his arm. At the same time, Feng Zi's fist also smashed into his body, and a stifled feeling welled up in his chest, forcing him to retreat several steps. Your physical body. Zhang Xian was astonished. It was due to cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body that the resilience of his physical body was on par with half-saint high-tier artifacts, but to his astonishment, the resilience of the other party's physical body was actually on par with him. Even though it seemed like their direct confrontation had ended in a draw, the truth was that he had lost out a little due to his limited cultivation. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Feng Zi roared in laughter. Even in a clash of brute strength, the young man before him was actually able to stand toe-to-toe with him. He flexed his arms a little, and as if someone had blown air into his muscles, his body began bulging out, filling his loose robe. It seemed as if he had just eaten some kind of incredible tonic that transformed his slender body into that of a bulked-up, brawny man in an instant. Pong! Taking a step forward, he immediately felt immense pressure weighing down on him. In just a short instant, Feng Zi's aura and strength had actually surged to twofold. What kind of secret art is that? Zhang Xian clenched his fist tightly in astonishment. In his past year of journey through the master-teacher continent, he had seen plenty of secret arts that gave one an explosive boost of strength, but he had never seen one which allowed an individual to enhance his muscle mass without any side effects at all. However, he knew that he didn't have the luxury of allowing his thoughts to wander in this moment either. Driving his Heaven's Path golden body to its limits, he sent another punch over. Pong 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 pong. In just the blink of an eye, the two of them had already traded more than 10 blows. A deafening gale raged within the hall, threatening to tear the entire building down. At this point, Sun Chong and Zhang Jiuxiao had already backed out of the hall. Nevertheless, even the lingering air current that escaped from the hall was sufficient to leave them with a stinging sensation all over their body, as if a fearsome inferno was blazing on them. It wasn't too long ago that my strength was still on par with Zhang Shi, but in just a few months, such a huge gap has been pulled between us. Zhang Jiuxiao was shocked. He could still clearly remember the days back in Qingyuan City when they were still an equal match for one another, and there was hardly any disparity in their strength at all. It was in remembrance of those days that he worked exceptionally hard during this period of time, hoping that he would be able to catch up with the other party. Yet, who could have thought that despite all the effort he had put in, the gap between the both of them only grew larger. With the other party's current strength, even a punch from afar was sufficient to smash him into a lump of meat. The difference between the both of them was already immeasurable at this point. Hula. At this point, Feng Zi suddenly flicked his wrist and drew a sword. He slashed it lightly in the air, and the air in the room seemed to flow naturally along with the movements of his sword. Why don't we move on to a weaponry battle instead? Sure, why not? Zhang Xian casually tapped his finger forward, and in the next moment, more than 100 swords suddenly materialized floating around him. What are you doing? Feng Zi narrowed his eyes in astonishment, and before he could finish his words, what that could only be described as an entire sea of sword chi suddenly crushed down on him. Pong! Pong! He was immediately sent flying by the immense force, and his back crashed right through a wall of the residence. An instant later, the wall was reduced into dust under the furious assault of the sword chi too. Feng Zi flew back for roughly 700 to 800 meters before the force pushing him back finally alleviated enough for him to regain his balance. At this point, his face was completely pale, and his hands were shaking non-stop. The web in between his thumb and forefinger felt as if it would tear apart at any moment. He had to take quite a few huge mouthfuls of air before he finally managed to catch a breather and calm down his billowing jinqi. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian with a look of disbelief and said, just what kind of move is that? He was a Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm primary stage expert, whereas the other party was merely a Saint 5 Dan Pinnacle expert. Yet, despite their vast disparity in cultivation, the other party was still able to render him helpless with just this single move. Just what technique was it for it to be so formidable? It's the old sword maestro's severing sword. Zhang Xian replied calmly. There was no reason for him to hide this matter. Considering how famous the old sword maestro was, as long as Feng Zi were to do some digging up, he should be able to uncover this easily. Impossible! Feng Zi immediately exclaimed, putting aside severing sword. Not even the Heaven Desecration sword wields that much strength. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters possessed a vast collection of battle techniques manuals from all over the continent. While the old sword maestro's 3 swords of Lingshu wasn't passed down, there was still some brief information regarding it in the library. Through analyzing the old sword maestro's history and sword style, it wasn't too difficult for those who had comprehended an offensive-type sword quintessence to make a rough deduction of the prowess of the 3 swords of Lingshu. Putting aside severing sword, not even the strongest sword move of the 3 swords of Lingshu, Heaven Desecration sword, was able to command such explosive power. It's true that the old sword maestro's original sword art didn't wield such power. However, I did some modification to it. Zhang Xian explained. To be fair, the old sword maestro's version of severing sword wasn't weak, but without a doubt, it paled far in comparison to the current version of it he was using. The main reason why his severing sword was so powerful, allowing him to even send Jian Qinxing flying back then, was because he had managed to resolve the hulking number of flaws it was plagued with, thus forming a perfect Heaven's Path sword art. You did some modification to it? Feng Zi widened his eyes in utter shock. He could believe it if it was his teacher who had modified the old sword maestro's sword art to such an extent, but the young man before him was only a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator. Was it really possible for him to alter the severing sword to this level? Indeed. Without altering it, how could I possibly send you flying using just a third of its strength? Zhang Xian explained with a smile. A third of its strength? Feng Zi's cheeks twitched uncontrollably upon hearing those words. He had to use his strongest means just to fend against the sword art the other party had executed earlier, but even so, he was still sent flying several hundred meters away. He thought that this was already very exaggerated, but this turned out to just be a third of its strength. Suppressing the urge to spurt blood, Feng Zi turned his gaze over to Zhang Xian and said, considering the imposing might that your sword art harnesses, there's no way it could only be a third of its original strength. Considering what a close match they were earlier, to be more exact, he was even slightly in the upper hand then. How could the other party possibly be able to suppress him using just a third of his strength just after wielding a sword? Could this be psychological warfare from the other party in order to crush his confidence? How embarrassing. I didn't think that you would be able to see through it. Well, I am actually quite a humble person, so I thought that it wouldn't be good for me to brag too much. But since you have seen through my lie, I guess it would be rude for me to continue deceiving you. Actually, I have only used a sixth of my true strength in the earlier attack. Zhang Xian scratched his head as he revealed awkwardly. After all, Feng Zi was Yang Shi's direct disciple, so he had made sure to hold back a little while making his move. Thus, he only used a sixth of his original strength in the earlier attack. He was hoping not to shatter the other party's confidence by being a little humbler, but he ended up being exposed instead. Since that was the case, as embarrassing as it was, he could only admit to it. On the other hand, upon hearing those words, Feng Zi nearly fainted on the spot. What he meant was that the other party had used his full strength but attempted to pass it off as just a third of his full prowess so as to strike a blow to his morale. But who could have thought that the other party would claim that the inaccuracy was a result of his humility instead? Since that's the case, I want you to launch an attack of full might against me. I want to see just how powerful that sword art of yours is in its most powerful form. Feng Zi harumphed with gritted teeth. He didn't believe that it was possible for the young man before him to actually be so powerful. You want me to launch an attack of full might against you? Zhang Xian frowned. I'm afraid that a lapse in control might result in your death instead. Part of the reasons why he didn't dare to use his full strength was because the other party was Yang Shi's direct disciple. But more importantly than that, if he were to devote his full strength to executing the sea-severing sword, he would have to expend all of his zhenqi before the sword art could be stopped. It was one thing when his zhenqi capacity was still lower, but after the alteration he had made to his dantian through the Dongshu gourd, the amount of zhenqi he had in his dantian rose to fivefold of what it previously had. If he were to lose control of the sword art once more, a huge problem could very well occur. Lose control? Hearing those words, Feng Zi gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I am a phantasmal space realm expert. I possess many means, such that even if you were to lose control of your attack, it won't be that easy for you to hurt me." Zhang Xian was still a little hesitant. "I do acknowledge your strength, but we are currently surrounded by the freshman residences. If I were to let loose here, I fear that I would accidentally destroy the buildings in the area." It had barely been half a day since he returned from outside, but he had already brought down the Spirit Awakener Hall and the Shrine of Seers. If he were to destroy the freshman residences as well, he might very well end up giving away the Pinnacle Spirit Stone in his hand as compensation. Feng Zi took a look at his surroundings. Zhang Xian's residence had become rather tattered due to the battle they had earlier. Considering how the defense formation cast over each residence wasn't too strong, they really just might cause huge destruction if they were to continue fighting like that. Since that's the case, let's head to the Hall of Propriety then. It happens that Fei Shi has brought the students from the elite division there to conduct mock battles today. Do you dare to have a duel with me there? Feng Zi pondered for a moment before proposing, Hall of Propriety? Very well then. Zhang Xian nodded. The Hall of Propriety was the place where students would fight against one another. There were top-notch defensive formations there in order to minimize the destruction resulting from any battle, and there were even spectator stands and mechanisms to analyze one's stats. Not only was there no need to fear causing unnecessary damage, more important, one would be able to gain an insight into one's current strength and flaws and grow stronger through working on them. Let's go. Seeing that other party had agreed to it too, Feng Zi turned around and headed straight for the Hall of Propriety. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian quickly followed along too. So far, of the 5 halls, Zhang Xian had been to the Hall of Erudition, Hall of Attainment, and Hall of Solidarity, but he hadn't been to the Hall of Propriety yet. If the place was really as sturdy as the rumors put it out to be, he would be able to head there often to try out his skills. Chapter 1383 Yuan. In contrast to the bleak emptiness of the other halls, there was a huge flow of crowd in and out of the Hall of Propriety. Cultivators were everywhere the eye could see. Even though there were many esteemed occupations in the master-teacher continent, it still didn't change the fact that fighting prowess was still the most vital foundation to a cultivator. For this reason, battling was an integral part of any cultivator's life, and the Hall of Propriety served as a location for that purpose. Each day, it would attract countless students who sought to raise their fighting prowess and cultivation through practical battles. Following behind Fengzi, it didn't take long for them to arrive at an independent hall. The vast hall was divided into countless dueling rings, each of which was covered in a transparent barrier a little reminiscent of a glass enclosure. Fei Shi and the others are over there. Fengzi pointed forward. Turning his gaze over, Zhang Xian saw Fei Shi, Zhang Yu, and the other students of the elite division standing before a dueling ring. Walking closer, he noted that there were two figures battling in a nearby dueling ring, and upon a closer look, a smile crept onto his lips. The two fighting individuals happened to be familiar faces, Chen Liao and Zhang Zhua. The previous time Zhang Zhua fought with Chen Liao, he suffered a humiliating defeat, being slapped publicly and even knocked out shortly after. He had been resting over the past few days, and not only did he manage to recover fully from the injuries he had sustained, his strength had also risen to greater heights. Unable to hold himself back anymore, he immediately challenged Chen Liao to a duel, hoping to avenge himself. Powerful surges of zhenqi flew here and there within the dueling ring as the two fighters utilized their means one after another, but surprisingly, they were actually equally matched with one another for the time being. Not bad. Upon seeing this sight, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Chen Liao had achieved a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm under his guidance 20 days ago, so he thought that her cultivation would still be a little shaky. Contrary to his expectations, she had already successfully reinforced it, allowing her to stand against Zhang Zhua on equal grounds. It seemed like she hadn't been slacking off for the past 20 days. She had already managed to assimilate everything he had taught her. Zhang Shi, who do you think will be able to achieve victory? All of a sudden, a voice sounded by the side. Turning his head over, Zhang Xian saw the second ranker of the elite division looking his way, Zhang Yu. Previously, Zhang Yu didn't think much of Zhang Xian, feeling that a person who had barely met the mark to enrolling into the elite division wasn't worthy of his attention. However, after seeing how the latter was able to guide Chen Liao into making a breakthrough, he swiftly realized that the latter actually possessed extraordinary strength and eye of discernment. So thoughts of winning the latter over to his side began formulating in his mind. Zhang Xian was just about to answer the question when his eyebrows shot up slightly in surprise. He turned to Zhang Yu once more and asked, "You offered some pointers to Zhang Zhua?" He had seen the extent of Zhang Zhua's prowess with his eyes in the battle 20 years ago. While his cultivation was not too bad, his combat skills were still sorely lacking. It was due to that Chen Liao was able to easily defeat him under his guidance. Had he been as skilled as Fengzi instead, things would have never proceeded so smoothly then. Yet, in this very moment, Zhang Zhua was managing to fend off most of Chen Liao's move, a huge contrast from the incompetent fighter he was before. Most likely, this matter had a lot to do with Zhang Yu. I gave him 5 minutes of my time. Zhang Yu placed his hands behind his back and said in composure. However, the glee and pride in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The young man before him managed to induce Chen Liao to achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes and defeat Zhang Zhua. So he decided to offer 5 minutes worth of pointers to Zhang Zhua and have him defeat Chen Liao. His purpose was simple. He just wanted to prove that he was stronger than the young man before him, and his eye of discernment was far superior as well. It's indeed rather impressive that you can induce such improvement in Zhang Zhua in just 5 minutes. Zhang Xian nodded. As expected of the man who was second only to Fengzi in the Mountain Gate examination, it seemed like Zhang Yu was no simple character either. The talent and eye of discernment he had shown were already on par with Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng. He only lost out to those two in terms of time and accumulation. It was no wonder why the Zhang clan was publicly recognized to be the #1 sage clan in the master-teacher continent. As much as Zhang Xian was unwilling to recognize it, there was no denying that they had many talents amongst their ranks. What do you think of the situation? Who do you think will emerge victorious? Zhang Yu glanced at Zhang Xian and asked once more. Zhang Jue did improve by quite a bit within this period of time, but Chun Liao hasn't been slacking off either. I'd say that since Chun Liao has won the battle 20 dates ago, she should be able to do so this time around too. Zhang Xian replied with a light chuckle. Back then, when he was offering pointers to Chun Liao in order to deal with Zhang Jue, he had brought up many of the latter's flaws. While the latter did make substantial advancement in his combat skills within this period of time, it was still impossible for him to shake off all of those bad fighting habits that had already been lodged deep into his bones within such a short period of time. As long Chun Liao was no fool, she should be able to uncover quite a few of them easily, exploit them, and achieve the final victory. It was luck the previous time around, and luck won't favor you every single time. Zhang Yu remarked casually with a slight smirk, and he watched the duel with his hands behind his back. In his view, the reason why Chun Liao was able to achieve victory the last time around was because the young man before him had made a thorough investigation into Zhang Jue's profile, thus winning the battle of preparations. So, he made sure to look into Chun Liao carefully and offered Zhang Jue very specific pointers in dealing with her. With this, there was just no way on earth that Chun Liao would stand a chance against Zhang Jue. On the other hand, noting Zhang Yu's response, Zhang Xian shook his head. In truth, it mattered not to him whether who won or lost the duel. Sometimes, the loser could stand to earn much more out of a duel as compared to the winner. Just take him for an example. He had won so many battles everything was starting to feel meaningless. In the deepest region of his heart, he deeply craved a defeat from a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. But it was a pity that this simple request of him was never meant to be. No one in this world could give him what he wanted. So this wish was doomed to remain unfulfilled for the rest of his entire life. Gotcha. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, in the dueling ring, Zhang Jue seemed to have suddenly activated some kind of secret art, causing his aura to intensify all of a sudden. This abrupt change caught Chun Liao off guard. She was still able to stand toe-to-toe with Zhang Jue straight on previously, but in this moment, even dodging was starting to get real difficult for her. She was forced to retreat time and time again, and it didn't take long before she was forced to the corner of the dueling ring. For the looks of it, it seemed her loss was sealed. There's no need to watch any longer. The conclusion is clear. Seeing how Chun Liao was trapped, completely losing control of the momentum of battle, Zhang Yu's lips curled up in delight. Indeed, the conclusion is clear. Zhang Xian nodded. What he saw was a completely different image from Zhang Yu. Even though Chun Liao was indeed forced to the corner of the dueling ring, every single step that she moved was very steady, seemingly intentional actions to lure the opponent in. On the other hand, even though Zhang Jue appeared to hold the upper hand, being in the offensive position, the truth was that he had already lost all composure due to the time limit resulting from the activation of his secret art. Looking at the situation from this perspective, it was clear that who was the one that truly wielded the upper hand in this battle. It must be said that Chun Liao had really been working hard during this period of time. She had managed to internalize all of his teachings to heart and even achieved an even deeper level of comprehension to them. It was heartening to see that his efforts were not wasted. Just as the conclusion of the duel was just around the corner, a voice suddenly sounded, "Zhang Shi, there's no need to worry about causing any accidental damage here. This way, please." Feng Zi had already gotten up to another dueling ring with a sword in his hand, and he was looking at Zhang Xian with fighting will burning in his eyes. Feng Zi wants to challenge Zhang Xian, but Zhang Shi is ranked at the very bottom of the elite division. Even though he possesses an exceptional eye of discernment and outstanding ability to guide others, his cultivation is only at leaving aperture realm. There's no way he could be a match for Feng Zi. Isn't Feng Zi going a little too far by challenging him? Indeed. What's going on? A huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. Without a doubt, Feng Zi was the most prominent figure in their batch, and most viewed him as their goal. They hoped that they would be able to surpass him one day, but naturally, they also understood how slim the possibility was. Considering how powerful Feng Zi was, if he was going to challenge anyone, it should be Zhang Yu or the others who were ranked in the top few in the Mountain Gate examination. Why was he challenging the last person in the elite division instead? Even if he won the battle, his victory would only be frowned upon by others. After all, What kind of glory could one earn from defeating the weak? Brother Feng, I can be your opponent instead if you need a sparring partner. Zhang Yu stepped forward and said with a frown. However, Feng Zi simply waved his hands and said, "You aren't a match for me?" Those words immediately caused Zhang Yu's eyes to turn cold. He leaped onto the dueling ring and harumphed frostily. How would you know without a fight? In the first place, he was already displeased at being outdone by Feng Zi back at the Mountain Gate examination. He was willing to concede that Feng Zi was a formidable adversary, but he couldn't accept being told by the latter to his face that he wasn't a match for him. Instead of challenging me, the second ranker of the Mountain Gate examination, you chose to challenge the 50th place candidate instead. Since you dare to snub me, I'll just have to show you what I'm worth then. Hong Long. While Zhang Yu was still in the midst of his leap toward the dueling ring, he had already gathered strength in his palm and forcefully pushed it down upon the figure who stood at the middle of the dueling ring beneath him. He was afraid that Feng Zi would reject his battle, so he used the most powerful capability he had at his disposal right from the start, not holding back at all. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded upon seeing the might of Zhang Yu's move. It seemed not Feng Zi wasn't the only one who had grown substantially during his absence. Clearly, Zhang Yu hadn't been slacking off either. He had already reached Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching Phantasmal Space Realm, as expected of the most talented genius of the Zhang clan in this intake. Regardless of which aspect one assessed him from, he was indubitably a formidable figure. Like I have said, you aren't a match for me. Standing in the face of Zhang Yu's attack, Feng Zi didn't even lift his eyelid. Instead, he tilted his body and thrust his palm up in a leisurely motion. Stop being so full of yourself. You might be a talented individual, but I'm also a one-in-million genius as well. You never know who will be the one standing at the very end of this battle. Hearing the haughty words coming out of Feng Zi's mouth, Zhang Yu felt so furious that it almost seemed as if he would erupt like a volcano. As he roared furiously, he drove the Zhenqi in his body to its limits and channeled it all toward his palm, as if he wouldn't be content unless he reduced the entire dueling ring into dust. However, before this surge of strength could even strike Feng Zi, Zhang Yu suddenly felt the might of the other party's palm piercing right through his attack and striking his chest squarely. Pong! With a look of disbelief on his face, Zhang Yu was sent flying into the sky before being planted into the ground not too far away. In the view of others, he was sent flying as if he was a mere pesky fly before he could even leap onto the dueling ring. There was probably no better way to highlight the huge disparity in strength between the both of them. A one-in-million genius? Feng Zi shook his head with a trace of mockery on his lips. He gazed down derisively at Zhang Yu as he said, "Perhaps it's about time for you to wake up from your delusions." Chapter 1384 Too Low Profile, U. Not expecting that he would be knocked down by a single slap from Feng Zi despite using his full strength, Zhang Yu forcefully pulled his head out from the ground and glared at Feng Zi with frenzied eyes. He was a person blessed by the heavens. Even within the powerful Zhang clan, he was known as an invincible existence to those around his age. He thought that even if he wasn't a match for Feng Zi, he would at least be able to put up a good fight. Yet, who could have thought that he would be knocked down before he could even get onto the dueling ring? And most importantly of all, he was even viewed in such disdain. The sheer humiliation he felt from Feng Zi's actions left him feeling a crazed inside. But as angry as he was, he also swiftly realized that Feng Zi had managed to enter Phantasmal Space Realm a step earlier than him. It might only be a small step of difference between the two of them, but this small rift simply unbreachable. Forcing himself to calm down, several doubts began surfacing in Zhang Yu's mind. If he has already reached Phantasmal Space Realm, why does he still want to challenge Zhang Shi? If Zhang Xian's strength was around their level, it could still be understandable that Feng Zi could feel threatened by his existence and wanted to challenge him in order to establish his dominance. However, with his breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm, the latter would be considered to have reached the higher echelons of the Sanctum of Sages, such that even some of the senior students wouldn't be a match for him at all. It simply didn't seem logical that Feng Zi would still be so caught up with a mere freshman despite his immense strength. Peng. While Zhang Yu was still in a state of confusion, A dull thud suddenly echoed, and a figure suddenly flew over in his direction and landed right beside him. It was Zhang Zhua, whom he had thought would win without any trouble earlier. In this moment, Zhang Zhua's face was swollen like a pig's head, an indescribably wretched sight. The ferocious aura that he commanded previously had vanished without a trace, and he was lying with a rather bizarre posture on the ground. Zhang Yu's eyebrows immediately shot up in disbelief. He hurriedly turned to the stage and saw Chen Liao walking down the dueling ring with a slightly pale face, but there was an exhilarated gleam in her eyes. She headed straight toward Zhang Xian's direction before clasping her fist and bowing deeply. Impossible. This is impossible. How can she win against Zhang Zhua? It was understandable why he would be sent flying by Feng Ziyi in a single slap. After all, the latter had already reached phantasmal space realm, but Zhang Zhua wielded the absolute advantage in the earlier battle. It was irrational for it to end in such an outcome. It could be said that Zhang Zhua's loss was even more inconceivable than his own loss. Impossible? Hearing those words, Chen Liao puffed up her chest angrily and harumphed. If I can't even defeat Zhang Zhua after Zhang Shi's guidance, wouldn't that mean that I am regressing as time passes by? Zhang Shi's guidance isn't something that just anyone can learn. Zhang Xian was their young court chief's teacher, and it was a huge insult to compare the guidance from such an esteemed elder to that of an insignificant figure like Zhang Yu. But Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly in indignation. It was one thing for him to lose to the phantasmal space realm Feng Zi, but to lose to a mere leaving aperture realm fellow as well. He couldn't accept this. He just couldn't accept this. This won't do. Others will eventually find out that I have offered pointers to Zhang Zhua. What will become of my honor if I were to be found losing to someone as weak as Zhang Xian? Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes menacingly. Should I just challenge him to a battle? If I subdue him with absolute strength, I should be able to suppress with those rumors. At this moment, Feng Zi's voice suddenly sounded from the dueling ring once more. Zhang Shi, show me if your full strength is really as formidable as you have put it out to be. As you wish. Seeing that the other party was determined to try him out, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly leaped up to the dueling ring and tapped his finger forward. Woo 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 woo. Over 100 swords immediately materialized all around Zhang Xian. Every single one of them was pointed toward Feng Zi, each of them carrying a solemn aura. Good. Having tasted how powerful the sword art was earlier, Feng Zi dared not to take it lightly. He immediately drew out a semicircle with the sword in his hand and used it as a medium to channel his sword chi together, thus forming something reminiscent of a light barrier. Is that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters descending cotton sword art? Zhang Yu exclaimed grimly. Descending cotton sword art? A bewildered individual amidst the crowd asked. It's a Saint high-tier battle technique created by a master teacher in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters while observing the drifting cotton in the air. In terms of defensive ability, it's only second to the flowing water swordsmanship of the Third Sanctum head. Once executed, a world full of flying cotton would drift around reminiscent of falling flowers, creating an effect similar to that of the ultimate technique of the Yinyang court, the fallen snow sword. Zhang Yu explained. At this moment, he finally realized just how powerful Feng Zi was. Even without using his prowess as a phantasmal space realm expert, it would be nigh impossible for him to defeat the latter once the descending cotton sword art was activated. Unless he activated the ability of his unique bloodline. But unless in a life and death situation, it would be best for him not to tap into that power, or else he would only be depleting himself needlessly. Even though he commanded quite a high standing in the Zhang clan, which granted him access to a lot of resources, recovering from the side effects of activating his bloodline would still be extremely troublesome. Despite his deep understanding of swordsmanship, he still chose to take a defensive stance right at the start of the battle. Does this mean that Zhang Xian really wields the strength to stand against Feng Zi? Amidst his shock, Zhang Yu also seemed to have dawned upon something as he turned his gaze to the young man standing opposite to Feng Zi with a look of intrigue. If even someone as powerful as Feng Zi opted to take a defensive stance right at the start of the battle, wouldn't that mean that Zhang Xian was even more powerful than him? But no matter how powerful Zhang Xian could be, he's only a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator. There's bound to be a limit to how powerful he is. Zhang Yu shook his head as he turned his gaze back to the dueling ring, not wanting to miss anything of the duel. He saw Feng Zi tapping his left hand forward, and Wang. Along with a surge of zhenqi, another layer of light barrier was formed in front of him. That's the Big Dipper origin Aegis. Zhang Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. If Feng Zi's execution of the descending cotton sword art had already left him deeply bewildered, the activation of this light barrier had left him disconcerted. The Big Dipper origin Aegis was a secret art which a 9-star master teacher from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters came up with while observing the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. This technique was known for its impenetrable defense to those of the same cultivation realm. But to execute this technique on top of the defensive descending cotton sword art, just what in the world was Feng Zi trying to guard against? Hula. However, that wasn't the end of his shock yet. Feng Zi flicked his finger and crushed a jade token which materialized from his storage ring. Wang. A layer of light purple shimmer swiftly covered him. That's a protective amulet forged by a phantasmal space realm expert. Even though it's not as powerful as the Grand Cosmos Protective Amulet, it's still more than enough to guard against the attack of any Saint Seven Dan expert. Zhang Yu's lips twitched once more. Aren't the two of you going to fight with one another? Why is Feng Zi throwing out so many defensive measures then, even activating an invaluable protective amulet for it? Just what in the world is Zhang Xian capable of that is able to instill such deep fear in him? Pacha. Pacha. While Zhang Yu still in a state of absolute bafflement, Feng Zi's body began bulging once more, and in the blink of an eye, he made the transformation into a muscular, brawny man. Wait a moment, isn't that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters Golden Toad metamorphosis? It's said to be created by a Master Teacher while observing the cultivation method of the Golden Toad. This technique will cloak one in a thick layer of scales, granting one unparalleled defense and strength. Zhang Yu tore his hair in frenzy. Just what the hell is he guarding against? The first thing every cultivator would learn was how to defend. Only when one was capable of protecting himself would he be able to slay his opponent. Understanding this logic, Zhang Yu often spent his time studying the various defensive techniques out there in the world, so he was extremely knowledgeable about the subject. But, to activate so many formidable defensive means at once, had Feng Zi gone insane, or was Zhang Xian really worthy of him setting up so many defensive measures for? Are you ready? Paying no heed to the completely flabbergasted crowd below, Zhang Xian asked with a smile, I'm ready. You can start now. Feng Zi took in a deep breath before nodding. While he thought that it was very likely that Zhang Xian was bragging, just to be safe, he still chose to utilize every single defensive mean at his disposal. Very well. Brace yourself. Saying these words, Zhang Xian tapped his finger ahead. The zhenqi in his body was immediately infused into the swords in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the swords had already whizzed forward, forming a massive sea of sword qi, drowning Feng Zi within it. Zhang Yu's face turned aghast at the sight, and he subconsciously retreated 8 steps as cold sweat rained down his head. He had just made a quick calculation and found that even if he were to devote his full strength into defense, he would still stand no chance at withstanding that attack. Wasn't Zhang Xian just a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator? How could he possess such astounding offensive prowess? Zhang Yu felt his throat turning hoarse from sheer fear. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Fei Shi staring into the dueling ring with his mouth agape, and as if someone was gripping onto his throat, his body trembled uncontrollably. Astonished by Fei Shi's reaction, Zhang Yu turned his gaze over and asked, Fei Shi, you aren't able to withstand that sword art either? Fei Shi slowly closed his eyes before shaking his head. Suppressing the horror he felt within, he replied with a bitter smile, I'm afraid so. If he were to execute it against me in a real battle, there's a fair chance that I might lose my life. It's that powerful? Zhang Yu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. It was fortunate that he didn't challenge Zhang Xian earlier on, or else he could have very well landed himself in a far worse state than Zhang Zhuo was in. No wonder why he's able to make Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng submit to him. I didn't think that I would fail to see through him as well. Without a doubt, he's the most terrifying individual in your batch. Fei Shi exclaimed. What? Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng submitted to him? Zhang Yu felt as if a lightning bolt had just fallen upon him. He had been too busy cultivating over the past few days that he wasn't aware of the most recent happenings in the Sanctum of Sages. Indeed, Zhang Chun came to look for me yesterday to obtain Zhang Xian's profile, saying that he has been beaten up by the latter and wanted to exact vengeance. And from the looks of it, it seems like he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries yet. Fei Shi said with a nod. Zhang Xian was a freshman, and Fei Shi was the person in charge of this new batch of students. Naturally, if Zhang Chun wanted to uncover anything concerning Zhang Xian, the best way was to go through him. It was due to this that he found out about the matter of Zhang Xian beating up Zhang Chun. Even though Zhang Chun refused to elaborate on the matter, the tragic state he was in was more than sufficient for Fei Shi to fathom a good guess about what had happened. As for Zhang Feng, I just heard news that Zhang Shi had just challenged the Spirit Awakener Hall and became its Inceptive Sage. The first thing he did after becoming the Inceptive Sage was to enchant Zhang Feng's body and commanded it to hit itself hard. Fei Shi flicked his wrist and threw a communication jade token over. Considering the huge ruckus that his student had caused, naturally, as the person in charge, he had already received the relevant news. He became the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, and he enchanted the physical body of a living human. Zhang Yu's lips twitched, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. All along, he thought that the only one who was worthy of his attention in this batch of freshmen was Feng Zi, but who could have thought that there would be a true monster lurking in their midst? Others might not be familiar with them, but he knew the Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng brothers very well. They were top geniuses in the Zhang clan, his idol for a period of time. And yet, they actually were defeated by a freshman. If these words hadn't come directly from Fei Shi, he wouldn't have dared believe such a thing to be true. Given his strength and capability, why is he only ranked in the 50th place in the entrance examination? A question suddenly surfaced in Zhang Yu's mind, and he asked. Since even he was able to clinch the second place, Zhang Xian should be able to take the first place easily with just the swordsmanship he was executing. It's probably because he has a humble personality and wishes to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, isn't it too much of a coincidence for him to be exactly in the 50th place, no more no less? Recalling what had happened back then during the entrance examination, Fei Shi said, it was only in the last 3 minutes that Zhang Xian shot up to the 50th place, not showing any hints of his astounding talent prior to that. Very clearly, he had been holding himself back throughout the examination. You're right. Having heard of that incident as well, Zhang Yu nodded in realization as admiration seeped into his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, he really is too low profile. Chapter 1385 Call Me Senior. In order to increase their chances of eventually becoming Inceptive Sages in the Sanctum of Sages, every single one of them pushed themselves to perform to the best of their abilities during the entrance examination. Just take him for example. He didn't sleep a wink for the 3 days of the examination, fearing that a moment of slack could mean a loss in opportunity for him. On the other hand, the young man was content with just enrolling into the elite division. Ranking and the sort didn't mean a thing to him at all. In fact, even when he was doubted by so many people, he didn't even bother to speak up against them. As tranquil as a still lake, achieving a state of perfect inner peace. This must be what true experts, true talent, and true humility truly were. Indeed, if not for Feng Zi's challenge, I would have never known that there would be such a formidable figure in this batch of freshmen. Fei Shi remarked as well. He was just about to continue showering praises on Zhang Xian when a student suddenly rushed over to him and whispered a few words in his ears. His eyebrows suddenly shot up, and he quickly turned around. Elder Han Fu, what brings you here today? Fei Shi asked with utmost politeness. Zhang Yu also quickly turned around, and he saw an old man with snowy white hair and beard standing before him. This old man seemed to exude a transcendental aura, similar to a deity from the heavens. Elder Han Fu? Zhang Yu quickly recounted everything relating to the Sanctum of Sages he had seen in the Zhang clan, and his face swiftly turned grim. The first elder of the Sanctum of Sages Spirit Awakener Guild, a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle expert, Zhang Yu noted in shock. He hurriedly clasped his fist and bowed. Zhang clan's Zhang Yu pays respects to Elder Han. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Elder Han casually waved his hand before turning his gaze to the dueling ring anxiously. When will Zhang Shi be done with his battles? May I know the reason why Elder Han is looking for Zhang Shi? If it's an urgent matter, I can help you stop the duel. Fei Shi said. The other party was the strongest expert of the Sanctum of Sages Spirit Awakener Hall. Even if Zhang Shi had become the inceptive sage, it still shouldn't warrant the other party coming down here personally to look for him. I don't know how I should speak of this. Hearing Fei Shi's question, Elder Han's face turned scarlet in embarrassment. Actually, I just want to ask him when the guardian golem he has enchanted earlier will finish its run. Due to its increasing speed, it has already knocked down the halls of 4 other guilds in the vicinity of the Spirit Awakener Hall. If it doesn't stop soon, I'm afraid that our Spirit Awakener Hall will become a public enemy in the Sanctum of Sages. Just by having the guardian golem walk 7 steps, one would have already broken the record for the Spirit Awakener Hall for the past 3,000 years. Yet, not only did the young man make the guardian golem do warm-ups, he even made it run non-stop. It had already been a few hours now, but it was still sprinting relentlessly, refusing to stop. He had tried to stop it, only to be knocked over every single time. He was completely helpless against it, and honestly speaking, it would still be fine if the guardian golem were to obediently run its lap. Due to the unique nature of the material used to craft the golems, it was only a matter of time before it came to a halt, but the golem just had to do frog leaps, push-ups, squats, leg raises, sprints, fast sprints, front rows, back flips, and somersaults on top of that. And that wasn't the worst of it yet. The lap it was running was growing bigger and bigger, such that it was beginning to expand its running course through the various guilds situated in vicinity to the Spirit Awakener Hall, crashing down everything that stood in the way of its run. If it didn't stop soon, the other guilds might just destroy their guardian golem out of rage, and that would be truly problematic. The guardian golem of the Spirit Awakener Hall is running non-stop? It has knocked down quite a few guilds already? Fei Shi and Zhang Yu staggered on the spot. Also, when I came over, I saw that the Shrine of Seers had been reduced to rubble. According to what I have heard, it seems to be related to him too. So, I was a little worried that they might attempt to cause him trouble. Elder Han said, The Shrine of Seers has been reduced to rubble? Fei Shi and Zhang Yu looked at one another with twitching lips. What happened to being low profile? These were matters that no low-profile individual could possibly pull off. Unable to take it any longer, they raised their gazes toward the dueling ring. And what they saw was Feng Zi being pressed against the transparent glass-like barrier around the dueling ring. His face warped like a fried dough twist. Sword Chi continued assaulting him relentlessly from behind, and his eyes seemed to have lost all light, as if he had lost all hope for life. Too powerful. The 4 barriers which Feng Zi had prepared in advance had all shattered, and his entire body was filled with sword slashes. At this moment, he appeared no different from a miserable beggar. Seeing this sight, the 2 of them couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. For the might of the sword Chi to remain so powerful even after tearing down so many defensive barriers. This level of offensive power was something which not even Fei Shi was capable of. Zhang Shi, I would like to ask when will? Seeing that the barrage of sword Chi was still pushing forward relentlessly, showing no signs no stopping at all, Fei Shi shouted. However, before he could finish his words, Feng Zi's furious bellows echoed in the air. You liar! Liar! You said that you only used 1/6 of your full strength, but you only used 1/10 earlier. The direct disciple of Yang Shi was already on the verge of going insane. When the other party first said that he had only used 1/3 of his strength, he immediately thought that it was a lie. Then, when the other party said that it was actually 1/6 instead, he became even more convinced of his prior assumption, which was also the reason why he proposed coming over here to see for himself whether the other party's words were true. But in the end, 1/6 did turn out to be a lie as well, because it wasn't 1/6 but 1/10. If it's 1/10, just say that it is 1/10. Why in the world would you say that it's 1/6? Because of that, I didn't put up sufficient defensive measures, and I nearly got beaten to death. Do you know that your humility nearly cost my life? Hong Long Long. Hong Long Long. It was only when the Zhenqi in Zhang Xian's body was drained of its final drop did the sea-severing sword finally came to an end. While gasping for air, a look of helplessness could be seen on his face. Even if the massive increment in his Zhenqi capacity to fivefold of its original amount and the recent breakthrough of his cultivation from leaving Aperture Realm primary stage to Pinnacle, he was still unable to fully control the sea-severing sword yet. Once executed, he would have to deplete his Zhenqi dry before he could stop. In the past, due to his lacking Zhenqi, the sea-severing sword would stop after a few breaths. This time around, however, the barrage of sword chi lasted for a whole 10 minutes before finally fading to an end. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian retracted his swords from the dueling ring before raising his head. The first thing he saw was Feng Zi being pressed against the transparent barrier of the dueling ring in a very weird position. Nearly all of his clothes had been ripped at this point, and while he still had breath remaining in him, he had sustained severe injuries. I didn't lie to you. While I was executing my sword art, new inspiration suddenly came to me, allowing me to raise its prowess by a little bit more. Zhang Xian quickly rushed over to help Feng Zi down from the protective barrier while explaining in a slightly awkward tone. This time around, it really wasn't his fault. He hadn't lied to the other party at all. It was simply because he had never executed the sea-severing sword with such might before, so there was plenty of time for him to experiment with new things in the midst of its execution. Through trial and error, he managed to gradually refine the might of the sea-severing sword, thus resulting in its offensive might growing stronger and stronger. While there were already no flaws in the sea-severing sword at this point, the might of his attack was still affected by how well he could coordinate his spirit and his movements together. Naturally, the more in harmony he was with his swordplay, the stronger his swordsmanship would be. You are able to raise the might of your sword art by such a huge proportion in the midst of its execution? Feng Zi spurted blood. It is already such a powerful sword art, and you were still able to enhance its prowess in matters of minutes. All those who called themselves swordmasters would really have to lower their heads in embarrassment before you. It took a long while before Feng Zi finally recovered from his distraught state. He glared at Zhang Xian furiously and said, "You are indeed formidable, but as master teachers, our core responsibility lies not in combat but teaching. So, I would like to challenge you to a duel of impartation." At this moment, Zhang Xian had already finished instructing Elder Han Fu how he could control the guardian golem. Hearing that Feng Zi still wanted to continue on with the duel, he couldn't help but say, "Why don't we just forget it? I'm afraid that you'll be traumatized by it." He had no idea why the other party was so insistent on challenging him, but if they were to really compete in the duel of impartation, there was really a good chance that the other party might just succumb to his mental trauma and go insane. There's nothing for me to be traumatized over. My teacher has told me that I'll be his only direct disciple, but all of a sudden, you appeared as well. I would like to see just how formidable of a person you are that he would make an exception and take you in as well. Feng Zi harumphed. Make an exception? Those 3 words made Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Judging from those words, it seemed like the other party still hadn't realized that he was a fake yet. The other party thought that Yang Shi had secretly accepted another student behind his back, so he came over to confront him out of jealousy. And of course, the other party hadn't expected to suffer such a tragic defeat as well. There are some formidable master teachers in the world who would leave their acceptance of students up to fate. As a result, other than he himself, not even his own students might necessarily know of each other's existence. Having read quite a few books, Zhang Xian was aware of some of the eccentric quirks of master teachers. Take him for example. If he were to take in another student right now, Zhao Ye, Wang Ying, Yuan Tao, and the others would definitely be unaware of the existence of their new junior. It's only out of sheer luck that I managed to win teacher's favor. Seeing that Feng Zi really wasn't intending to expose his fake identity, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the other party with an expectant look and asked, "I haven't met teacher for quite a long time now. May I know where he is at the moment?" "I have lost contact with teacher 2 years ago, so I'm not too sure of his whereabouts at the moment either. I have tried to reach him through a communication jade token, but it doesn't seem like he's able to receive my message." Feng Zi shook his head. That's a relief. Zhang Xian nearly leaped up in joy upon hearing those words. All this while, his heart had been leaping in trepidation, fearing that the other party would tell on him. However, since the other party was unable to contact Yang Shi, that would mean that he was at least safe for the moment. As long as he became the sanctum head before Yang Shi returned, with his newfound esteemed standing, no one would dare to challenge him even if his lie were to be exposed then. In other words, time was vital to him at the moment. He would really have to make haste, or else everything could just blow up on him. That's a relief. Feng Zi's eyebrows shot up. Shouldn't you be disappointed that I am unable to contact our teacher? Why are you getting so excited instead? I misspoke. What I meant to say is that's a bummer. Realizing that he had accidentally spoken his thoughts out loud, Zhang Xian quickly changed his words. Your words don't seem to match your attitude. Feng Zi eyed Zhang Xian in skepticism for a moment before asking, So, how is it? Will you accept my challenge? Junior Zi, you aren't a match for me, so why don't we just drop the matter? Since we are both Yang Shi's students, I don't want to traumatize you unnecessarily. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. Junior Zi? Feng Zi nearly exploded on the spot. I have been with teacher since I was 7, and I'm older than you too. You should be addressing me as senior instead. Isn't there the saying that it's the proficient one who should be viewed in esteem? I'm stronger than you, so it should go without saying that I'm your senior. If you can defeat me any day, I'll be more than happy to call you senior. Zhang Xian replied leisurely. Since Feng Zi was unaware of his lies, he could make use of him as a shield in order to verify his identity as Yang Shi's student. You. Feng Zi's face turned scarlet as words choked up his throat. Despite possessing cultivation far beneath his, it was a fact that the other party's fighting prowess was way greater than him. Just on the sword art executed earlier, had the other party not redirected the might of the sword art elsewhere to reduce the impact on him, there was no way he would have still been alive right now. Considering that they were both direct disciples and that their teacher hadn't explicitly stated their seniority, the convention was to view the stronger disciple as the senior. And given that he was unable to defeat the other party, there was indeed no convincing reason why he should be the senior. We'll decide that after the duel of importation. If you can defeat me once more, I'll willingly acknowledge you as my senior. Feng Zi flung his sleeves and harumphed coldly. Seeing that Feng Zi was reluctant to give up on the idea, Zhang Xian frowned. Just as he was about to speak up, a young man suddenly rushed into the hall with a peculiar look on his face. Fei Shi, Elder Liao of the Corridor of Puppets, is waiting outside. He says that he wishes to acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher. Elder Liao wishes to acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher? Whoosh! Deathly silence devoured the entire hall. Chapter 1386 Boreal Fire Poison. Even though Elder Liao was just a bottom-level managerial elder, his cultivation had already reached Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm. For such an expert to run over and acknowledge a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator as his teacher, was there not something really wrong? The group of elite division students shot horrified glances at one another. Feng Zi felt a stinging sensation on his face, and he felt so stifled that he could have spurted blood. It was just a moment ago that he had insisted on challenging the other party to a duel of impartation when an elder possessing far higher cultivation than him came over to acknowledge the other party as his teacher. It was as if he had lost the battle even before it was even fought. That face slap had simply come too quickly. On the other hand, Zhang Yu felt completely crazed. For even an elder to acknowledge him as a teacher, how was that low profile? Elder Liao from the Corridor of Puppets? Zhang Xian was also taken aback for quite a moment before realization struck him. More than 20 days ago, while he was challenging the Corridor of Puppets, he had failed to rein in his strength and accidentally destroyed the entire corridor. Feeling deeply guilty of his actions, he had decided to offer some pointers to Elder Liao, advising him against practicing the Hyameline formula. Back then, the other party did not seem to have paid much mind to his advice. However, the fact that he had rushed over to acknowledge him as his teacher meant that something must have gone wrong. Upon making sense of the situation, Zhang Xian waved his hand and said, "Let him in. Yes. The student shot a glance at Fei Shi, and upon receiving the latter's approval, he quickly backed out of the room. Not too long later, two students walked into the hall with a stretcher. There was a frail-looking old man lying on the stretcher, and he looked as if he would lose consciousness at any moment. Standing by the side of a stretcher was an elder with a flowing white beard. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, reflecting a grim expression. Feng Zi's eyebrows shot up upon seeing the elder, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Divine healer by you." By you? Zhang Xian turned his gaze over to the elder as well. Even though it had been more than 20 days since he enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages, he had spent a huge portion of his time outside, so he was unfamiliar with most of the elders and experts there. He's the person in charge of the Physician Guild in our Sanctum of Sages. His medicinal skills are said to have reached an unfathomable level, to the point that he's said to be able to breathe life back into any dying patient. Due to that, others respectfully address him as the Divine Healer. Feng Zi explained. In terms of fighting prowess, Divine Healer by you is nowhere near the top, but without a doubt, he was one of the most esteemed figures in the Sanctum of Sages. Countless experts were indebted to him, and they would rally upon his call. As such, he commanded great prestige and fame. Zhang Xian nodded in response to Feng Zi's words. To have to be brought in on a stretcher with the Divine Healer following beside him, did Elder Liao ignore my advice and continued practicing the Hyameline formula? Zhang Xian frowned in disapproval. He had specially warned the other party against cultivating the technique, but the other party still landed himself in such a state. It was almost as if the other party was toying with his own life. Physician Baiyu stepped forward and asked, "Are you Zhang Xian?" On the stretcher, Elder Liao exclaimed, "Yes, he's Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi, please save me." In this moment, his face was completely pale, and it seemed as if there was a layer of frost atop his skin. His body was trembling non-stop, and before Zhang Xian could even respond, he was already struggling to push himself upright. What happened? Zhang Xian asked Elder Liao with a grim voice. To be honest, the reason he did not deal with the problem regarding Elder Liao on the spot back then was not only because the latter had a lack of trust in him. Even if the elder continued practicing the Hyameline formula, it should not have caused too much of a problem in the short run. His warning should have led to the latter taking preventive measures as soon as he realized that something was amiss. So how did the latter end up in such a state still? Quiet down, or else no one will be able to save you. Divine Healer Baiyu tapped Elder Liao back onto the stretcher before turning to look at Zhang Xian. Are you the one who told him to stop practicing the Hyameline formula a while ago? I did, Zhang Xian replied. Utter nonsense. Divine Healer Baiyu waved his hand angrily as he glared at Zhang Xian coldly. Have you tried to fully understand the complexity of his physical condition before offering such advice? Do you know how severe a consequence you have caused by running your ignorant mouth? What do you mean by that? Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown, not expecting to be bellowed at by the other party. In order to compensate Elder Liao for the damage he had caused, he had used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on the other party's condition. The other party was suffering from some kind of trauma, which would only be further aggravated by the cultivation of the Hyameline formula. The continued cultivation of the technique would bring greater strain to his body, so he had decided to offer a word of advice to the other party. Yet, why was this Divine Healer by you making it seem as if Elder Liao's current condition was caused by the advice he had offered? Taking a step back, even if he was wrong, surely a Saint Seven Dan Elder would not be so obedient as to stop cultivating the Hyameline formula altogether, especially if it would cause huge problems to his body. What do I mean by that? Placing his hands behind his back, Divine Healer Baiyu sneered coldly. Liao Xin was afflicted with fire poison while fighting with others a long time ago, so he requires the Hyameline formula in order to suppress it. Yet, you advised him against cultivating it, resulting in the fire poison to relapse. Are you going to deny that this is your fault? If you don't know the slightest thing about medicine, you should never diagnose others on a whim. If you are a physician, that makes it even worse. Did your teacher not teach you never to jump to a conclusion without analyzing the patient's physical condition carefully? A misdiagnosis can easily cost a person's life. Divine Healer roared vehemently in anger. He had a close relationship with Elder Liao, and he did not think that he would find the latter on the verge of death just after a few days of absence. How could he possibly not be angry? If not for the latter listening to the atrocious advice of this young man, such a thing would never have happened. Are you trying to tell me that his condition is a result of the fire poison acting up? Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. A body coated with a layer of frost, and you are telling me that it's the working of a fire poison. Are you messing with me? Indeed. What he's afflicted with is the boreal fire poison. Once it acts up, the surface of his body will become as cold as ice, but his innards will burn as if the magma underground. Before long, his zhanqi will be burned dry, and his dantian could very well be crippled. That's the reason he has to practice the hyamulene formula in order to keep the fire poison under control. Physician Baiyu harumphed coldly. Boreal fire poison? While Zhang Xian did not think much of the term, Fei Shi trembled in horror upon hearing those words, and his face paled conspicuously. Physician Bai, are you referring to the boreal fire poison that is found in Hanqi Subterranean Gallery? Hanqi Subterranean Gallery? Of the many subterranean galleries that link the master-teacher continent to the otherworldly battlefields, there are 7 that are known to be extraordinarily dangerous, and the 7th on the list is the Hanqi Subterranean Gallery. I have heard of it too. The most frightening aspect of the Hanqi Subterranean Gallery is this boreal fire poison. Despite being a flame, it harnesses all of the attributes of frost as well, commanding both the powers of heat and cold. Even a Saint high-tier artifact would find itself melting instantaneously into liquid in its face. Such hushed discussion could be heard from the crowd in the surroundings. Most of the students in the Sanctum of Sages were top geniuses coming from all kinds of major powers and clans, so they had some knowledge of the various subterranean galleries even though it was classified information. Indeed, it's the boreal fire poison. Back then, in order to prevent the otherworldly demons from reaching the master-teacher continent, he bravely dived into the midst of flames to fend them off. While he managed to survive the ordeal by sheer luck, he was unfortunately afflicted with fire poison as a result. Physician Baiyu sighed with a shake of his head. I have tried all kinds of means in order to treat him, even blood and bone switching, but none of them worked. In the end, I could only make him practice the hyamulene formula in order to suppress it temporarily. The reason I left a while ago was to seek the Nymphea tetragona, hoping that it could resolve his problems once and for all. Yet, who would have thought that a freshman like you would actually convince him against cultivating the hyamulene formula, causing the fire poison to relapse and even assault the depths of his soul? Even I am completely helpless before such a situation. Hearing Divine Healer Baiyu's words, everyone subconsciously turned their gazes to Zhang Xian. Even Fei Shi had a deep frown on his face. Physicians carried a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. As the saying went, an incompetent doctor kills. As such, if a physician was uncertain about a patient's condition, it would be best for him not to treat the patient. Otherwise, he would only be harming himself and others. Physician Bai, I know that you are worried about me, but that isn't entirely the case. The reason I stopped practicing the hyamulene formula is because I could feel problems cropping up in my cultivation. Zhang Shi really doesn't have any blame in this matter, Elder Liao said feebly. Even after what he has done to you, you are still speaking up for him? Divine Healer Baiyu harumphed coldly in response to Elder Liao's words. He was able to tell that I practiced the hyamulene formula with just a look, so I found his words credible, Elder Liao said weakly. The hyamulene formula was one of the rare cultivation techniques that would not manifest its properties in one's zhenqi, making it extremely hard to discern. Yet, the young man was still able to recognize it with just a single glance. He had been overwhelmed by shock at that moment, and after returning back to his residence, he had given the matter much thought and felt that the young man's words made perfect sense. Thus, he had eventually decided to reduce his cultivation of the technique. Initially, he could feel himself getting better and better, but who knew that the fire poison would suddenly act up 3 days ago, placing him in the current condition he was in? Even Divine Healer Baiyu found himself completely helpless before his condition. With no other choice, he had suddenly recalled the words of this young man, so he had decided to seek him out. considering how the young man was able to see through his hymal in formula and wield such astounding strength despite his young age, achieving feats that even the little princess of the Luo clan failed to achieve. He thought that the other party just might have a way to resolve his current condition. And that was what led to the previous declaration that he wanted to acknowledge the young man as his teacher. As long as his affliction could be resolved, what qualms did he have with taking the young man as his teacher? Not to mention, if the young man was really able to cure the boreal fire poison, it would mean that his medicinal skills had reached a level that even the higher elders of the Sanctum of Sages would be deeply impressed by. Credible? If he's really credible, do you think that you'd be reduced to such a state? Divine Healer Baiyu was so angry that he could have exploded on the spot. He really could not understand the mindset of this old friend of his. He was the divine healer of the Sanctum of Sages, but instead of believing him, his old friend chose to trust a mere student who had cleared the entrance examination just a couple of days ago. Enough. Let me take a look at his condition. Seeing how the duo was still arguing with one another at this point, Zhang Xian walked toward Elder Liao. He had checked on Elder Liao's condition using the Library of Heaven's Path, and given the state he was in then, there would be no problem with him stopping the hymal in formula altogether. So, why would the fire poison suddenly relapse? You want to take a look at his condition? Do you even know medicine? Divine Healer Baiyu sneered coldly. In response to that, Zhang Xian casually flicked his wrist and threw an emblem over. Catching it, Divine Healer Baiyu lowered his head to take a look, and a slight hint of astonishment flickered across his eyes. It was a physician emblem with 7 glistening stars on it. As a 7-star physician, even if the young man's medicinal skill was far beneath his, he should not be someone who would take a patient's condition lightly and spout nonsense. Knowing that the young man was not just fooling around, Divine Healer Baiyu's hostility alleviated slightly, and he said with a wave of his hand, "Fine, take a look then. I hope that you can give me a satisfactory answer today." Feisher and the others also looked on the situation intently, curious about what the young man would do. Zhang Xian had displayed amazing prowess in swordsmanship earlier, and his ability to guide others on their cultivation was also extraordinary. Not to mention, he had also managed to become the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall. If he was proficient in the way of medicine too, that would truly be incredible. Paying no heed to the crowd, Zhang Xian walked up to Elder Liao and placed his fingers lightly on the latter's pulse. A moment later, he shook his head. Seeing that there was something wrong with the young man's expression, Elder Liao asked with a deeply apprehensive tone, "What's wrong?" "This?" Zhang Xian was silent for quite a while before saying hesitantly, "Elder Liao, I would like to discuss something important with you." "Zhang Shi, feel free to speak. As long as I can be freed from my pain, I won't turn down any request that you have," Elder Liao replied in a feeble tone, reminiscent of an old man on his deathbed. "That's good." Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With an earnest look, he said, "I would like to knock you out for a moment." "Knock me out?" "That's right. If it's not convenient for me to do it, you can also faint by yourself. In any case, as long as you're out, I'll be able to discern the root of your illness and treat you." Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Elder Liao. Physician Baiyu. Chapter 1387. You are an incompetent physician. Given Elder Liao's current condition, it was clearly infeasible to have him stand up and execute a punching routine. The fastest way was to knock the other party and analyze him through the Library of Heaven's Path as an artifact. Previously, he could still rely on medicinal herbs to knock others out, but that would not work on a Saint Seven Dan expert like Elder Liao. Utter nonsense. Before Elder Liao could say a word, Divine Healer Baiyu had already lashed out furiously. As the head of the Sanctum of Sages Physician Guild, he had a deep understanding of the various diagnosis methods out there, and this was inclusive of those eccentric and unorthodox ones, but one that required the patient to be knocked out. Pardon his ignorance, but he had really never heard of something like that. Once a person was knocked out, there would be some deviation in their metabolism and other internal functions. While it was still possible to examine external injuries, it would be hard to analyze the internal traumas that the patient was afflicted with in such a state. So, for the young man to ask to knock Elder Liao out right from the start, Just what the heck was he up to? How about it? Will you knock yourself out, or should I do it instead? Paying completely no heed to the raging divine healer by you, Zhang Xian looked at Elder Liao with a compassionate smile. Elder Liao also doubted the existence of such a diagnosis method in the world, so he instinctively turned to divine healer by you with a confused gaze to seek confirmation. Forget it. I'll just do it myself then. Noticing Elder Liao's hesitation, Zhang Xian decisively raised his hand and chopped down toward the top of Elder Liao's head. Hula! The surrounding air swiftly compressed together, making breathing highly difficult. Just as Zhang Xian's chop was about to reach the other party's forehead, he abruptly pulled his hand back. Poof! A short but resounding sonic boom echoed, and Elder Liao immediately fainted. That is the air compression spirit-clearing art? The secret art that not even 8-star physicians are capable of pulling off? Divine Healer by Yu's eyes narrowed in shock. Air compression spirit-clearing art? Fei Shi asked in incomprehension. There are some injuries and illnesses that the treatment process is simply too difficult for those lacking in mental fortitude to bear. Thus, in order to prevent any unnecessary complications during the treatment, it would be best for the patient to be knocked out. However, regardless of whether it's the use of anesthesia or any other means, it would leave a certain degree of damage to the patient's body. This air compression spirit-clearing art makes use of a sonic boom resulting from the movement of one's palm to stimulate one's primordial spirit, forcing one to lose consciousness temporarily. It goes without saying that the ability to knock out a patient without causing any damage to his physical state can make a huge difference to patients who are already in a critical state and cannot take any more trauma. For this reason, most physicians would seek to learn it even though it's a demonic tune in the strictest of sense, but unfortunately, it's an extremely difficult skill to master. Even I am still unable of performing it, but who would have thought that that fellow over there would be able to pull it off? At this point, a hint of doubtfulness surfaced in the eyes of Divine Healer by Yu as he asked, could it be that he's a highly skilled demonic tunist too? On the other hand, seeing that Elder Liao has been knocked out, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He placed his fingers on the other party's pulse once more. Wong. A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path, and he quickly flipped it open. With just a look, his eyebrows immediately began twitching wildly. He turned to the elder behind him and lashed out furiously. You incompetent physician, will you only be happy after you treat Elder Liao to his death? What did you say? Divine Healer by Yu's face darkened upon hearing those words. Hailed as the Divine Healer in the Sanctum of Sages, putting aside managerial elders, even the top elders would have to address him respectfully. Yet, this fellow actually dared call him an incompetent physician? The burning rage within him nearly caused him to blow up on the spot. Hong Long, unable to control his temper, a terrifying aura immediately gushed forth from him, plunging the surroundings into the midst of winter. Everyone's body immediately stiffened. Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle, an expert of this caliber, could already be considered one of the top figures in the master-teacher continent. Unfazed by the pressure from Baiyu's aura, Zhang Xian bellowed, "Are you really unaware of what I am saying? If you don't know how to treat Elder Liao, just keep your hands off him. To think that you would call yourself Divine Healer. More like Goodbye Healer." You. Seeing the deep disdain in the young man's eyes, Divine Healer Baiyu felt a feeling so suffocating in his chest that it felt as if he would explode. He had never been humiliated in such a way. He glared coldly at Zhang Xian before forcefully reining his power back in. Flinging his sleeves coldly, he said, "No matter what your background is, if you can't give me an explanation that I am happy with today, don't blame me for getting physical on you." Those who were qualified to enroll in the Sanctum of Sages usually came from illustrious backgrounds. As angry as Divine Healer Baiyu was, he still did not dare make a move recklessly. "You still want me to explain to you?" Zhang Xian shook his head and snorted. He turned his gaze to the fainted Elder Liao and abruptly raised his leg and kicked the latter's head. "What are you doing?" Divine Healer Baiyu roared in shock. Given how the strength and speed behind Zhang Xian's kick, if it were to hit, Elder Liao's face would explode on the spot. "Are you insane? You are here to treat. But first, you knocked out your patient, then you went ahead to berate me, And now, you are even attempting to murder your patient. You really need to get your head treated. Hula. Divine Healer Baiyu rushed forward and flicked his hand, creating a ripple through space with his power of dimension sundering, thus successfully deflecting Zhang Xian's attack. Get this hindrance out of the way. In the face of Divine Healer Baiyu's impediment, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and flicked his wrist. Divine Healer Baiyu was slightly startled by Zhang Xian's words, and before he could even process what was being said, his heart suddenly jolted in fear. Hula. A netherworld azure dragon beast suddenly materialized right before everyone's eyes, and a thick tail swept right in Divine Healer Baiyu's direction. Before Divine Healer Baiyu could even react, he was struck squarely in his shoulder. An intense pain assaulted him as he was sent flying backward. He was in the same cultivation realm as the netherworld azure dragon beast, but the latter was still more powerful than him due to its innate dragon bloodline. On top of that, its appearance was too sudden, so he was caught off guard, causing him to suffer a setback right from the start. You bastard! Divine Healer Baiyu snarled with a livid expression. He immediately prepared himself to dash forward once more, but before he could make a move, the netherworld azure dragon beast was already before him. Despite its massive physique, the movement of the netherworld azure dragon beast was as swift as a bolt of lightning. Its enormous claws tore sharply through space, falling down upon him. Given the speed at which the claws were moving, Divine Healer Baiyu knew that he would not be able to evade on time, so he clenched his fists tightly to face the attack. Hong long long. The collision between the two experts caused a turbulent shockwave to ripple into the surroundings. The transparent barriers that shielded the individual dueling rings from the surroundings wavered nonstop, flickering in and out of existence, as if they would succumb to the pressure and shatter. At the same time, conspicuous spatial ripples could be seen spreading outward, forcefully pushing the crowd back. What is happening? Why did that saint beast suddenly appear out of nowhere? Fei Shi, Feng Zi, and the others were dumbstruck. Were they not in the midst of treating Elder Liao? Why would they suddenly start fighting one another? Furthermore, the netherworld azure dragon beast was obeying Zhang Xian's command, so it should be his tamed beast, right? But how in the world did he manage to tame a Saint 8 Dan beast in the first place? A tamed beast can be considered a beast tamer's strength as well. If I had really challenged Zhang Xian earlier, I would have been tragically defeated. Zhang Yu felt cold sweat pouring down his back. At this moment, he felt deeply thankful that Feng Zi had spoken up before he did. Otherwise, just a claw from the netherworld azure dragon beast would have been sufficient to spell his death. The inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, pummeling Zhang Chun and Zhang Feng, subduing Feng Zi with a single sword art, berating Divine Healer Baiyu without any hesitation, and bringing out such a powerful saint beast in public. Previously, Zhang Yu had thought that Zhang Xian was an extremely low-profile person, but from the looks of it now, it seemed that he just did not know the latter well enough. There was probably no one as high-profile as him. In fact, even most high-profile individuals would only cause a commotion every now and then, but this fellow was inciting incidents one after another, as if he would not be content until he was constantly at the forefront of everyone's mind. To think that he had even thought that that fellow was unworthy of his notice at one point in time. Even if he had viewed that fellow as his rival, that fellow might not even think that he was worthy of his attention. The gap between the both of them was simply too great. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned his gaze to the young man not too far away once more, only to see that the latter was not paying any attention to the battle in the sky. Instead, he was looking at Elder Liao with a hint of viciousness in his deep, black eyes. "Time to begin," the young man muttered. "Hula." He raised his leg once more and aimed it right toward Elder Liao's head. Pung! It landed on the latter's head, and in an unconscious state, the latter did not have the slightest ability to retaliate at all. He was sent flying right off the stretcher, smashing right through one of the walls of the dueling rings. This? Zhang Yu's lips twitched. Just what kind of grudge did he have with Elder Liao? Or rather, what in the world was Zhang Xian up to? He should have known that he would never get out of the sanctum of sages alive if he killed Elder Liao. While overwhelmed with shock, Zhang Yu saw Zhang Xian rushing over in Elder Liao's direction and before the latter could even land on the floor from the previous kick, his leg whipped forth once more. Pong! As if a football, Elder Liao flew into the air once more. It was hard to tell whether it was an intentional action or not, but the direction that Elder Liao was flying toward happened to be where Physician Bai and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was clashing. Both parties were pitting their full might against one another, causing an insane amount of power to ripple into the surroundings. Even ordinary half-Saint 9 Dan experts would not dare get close, let alone the unconscious Saint 7 Dan Elder Liao. Before he could even come close, the might was already beginning to ravage his body, threatening to tear him to shreds. It's over. Fei Shi nearly collapsed to the ground from the sheer horror of what he was seeing. Given how intensely the two experts were clashing with one another, unless a Saint 9 Dan expert were to intervene in the battle, it would be impossible to stop them. Fei Shi knew that even he would lose his life if he got involved at this point, much less the unconscious Elder Liao. Liao Xine, not expecting Zhang Xian to make such a move either, Divine Healer Bai Yu was appalled. However, he had already released his full might, and it was too late to retract it now. No matter how he shouted, it would not make a difference. Wong. Just as everyone thought that Elder Liao was doomed to die, a light buzz suddenly sounded from his body, and the frost shrouding his body abruptly expanded outward, forming a sphere of mist that extended for a radius of 3 meters. After which, the sphere began to surge upward, forming something that was reminiscent of a giant lotus flower. The overwhelming power between the clash of might of Divine Healer Bai Yu and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast struck the lotus squarely, and astonishingly, even though it wavered slightly, it was not destroyed at all. As such, the unconscious Elder Liao did not sustain any damage. It seemed like the lotus had saved his life in this desperate moment. Upon seeing that, Divine Healer Bai Yu and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast were startled for an instant. The clash of their strengths was strong enough to cause even the massive protective formation cast over the Hall of Propriety to waver, and yet, a mere lotus that sprouted from Elder Liao was actually able to neutralize their attack entirely. Just what in the world was it? Now, as if having expected this situation, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out the pinnacle spirit stone that Luo Xianqing had given him previously. Holding it tightly in his left hand, he began furiously absorbing its energy. Hong Long Long. Concentrated spiritual energy surged into his body, swiftly filling up the depletion he had sustained previously. Then, he lifted his right hand and tapped forward. Sila. The Lingshu sword abruptly burst forth to strike down upon Elder Liao. In the midst of its movement, the sword chi imbued within the Lingshu sword extended to over several dozen meters, as if attempting to sever the world into two. Puha! The sword cut down on the lotus shrouding Elder Liao, and shockingly, the seemingly invincible lotus actually began shattering like a mirror. How is this possible? Divine Healer Bai Yu was stunned. Even the combined might between him and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was insufficient to destroy the lotus, and yet, the other party managed to cut it apart with just a surge of sword chi. Could it be that the young man was even stronger than him? Perhaps even reaching Saint 9 Dan? Chapter 1388 Treating Elder Liao. After a moment of shock, Divine Healer Bai Yu swiftly came to a realization. It was not that the young man was far stronger than him or anything else. Rather, the lotus was already left on the verge of shattering after the combined attack between him and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, and the young man had aimed his attack at the very opening of the lotus. Because of that, he was able to destroy the lotus with a single strike. Nevertheless, it was still an extremely formidable feat, even he had not managed to find the opening of the lotus that had appeared out of nowhere yet. But the young man was able to see right through it, even accurately striking down on it from afar with his sword chi to destroy the lotus, not harming Elder Liao in the slightest. It had to be said that his eye of discernment and control over his strength had reached an astonishing level. While Divine Healer Bai Yu was feeling deeply impressed by the young man's feat, he lowered his head to look at the young man, only to see that the latter did not show the slightest hint of joy at having sliced apart the lotus. Instead, there was a tight knot between his eyebrows, and his face was slightly pale. Hmm? What's going on? There's something bizarre about the lotus. Just as divine healer Baiyu was just about to ask what was wrong, he suddenly heard shocked voices from the crowd below. He immediately turned to look in Elder Liao's direction and saw that the scattered mist of the shattered lotus had attempted to dive into Elder Liao's body once more, as if it had a life of its own. Humph, don't you dare. With a cold harumph, Zhang Xian flicked out several dozen silver needles and flung them in Elder Liao's direction. Woo-woo-woo. The silver needles fell right on the various acupoints all over Elder Liao's body, impeding the mist from delving back into his body. As if meeting its nemesis, the mist released a sizzling sound upon contact with the silver needles before dissipating. Who? Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian waved his hand and pulled Elder Liao back from the sky, gently placing his back onto the stretcher. Then, he tapped his finger lightly on the latter's glabella. Cough, cough. While violently coughing, Elder Liao opened his eyes once more and spurted out black blood. After which, he sat up from the stretcher. Peepa. A resounding cracking sound reminiscent of snapping bamboo shoots sounded from within his body. This is... Divine Healer Baiyu widened his eyes in shock. He's making a breakthrough in his cultivation. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding his old friend. Under the assault of the fire poison, his friend's vitality had been waning constantly, putting him on the verge of death. Even with his superior medicinal skill as the divine healer, he was still unable to treat him. Who would have thought that with just a few needles and a simple tap on the forehead, the young man would actually be able to induce a breakthrough in his old friend? Could he be seeing things? Hong long long. Before he could recover from his shock, more and more cracking sounds echoed from Elder Liao's body, following which, his cultivation swiftly surged, rising from Saint Seven Dan intermediate stage to pinnacle within moments. Even so, the momentum in his surge of strength showed no sign of calming down. Elder Liao shattered his phantasmal space realm pinnacle bottleneck within 10 breaths, and a dominion tinged with the power of dimension sundering suddenly extended from his body. It was only then that the rise in his cultivation gradually slowed to a halt. Half-dimension sundering realm. To rise from phantasmal space realm intermediate stage to half-dimension sundering realm in a single shot, this rate of cultivation could be said to be unprecedented. Divine Healer Baiyu's lips twitched uncontrollably. The cultivation of his old friend had never risen ever since he was afflicted with the fire poison. For several centuries now, he had remained stagnant at phantasmal space realm intermediate stage. Who would have thought that he would suddenly experience such a tremendous surge in his cultivation, shattering all of the bottlenecks that lay in his path? Elder Liao was also shocked beyond words. Feeling the overflowing power harnessed within his body, he sat in a daze on the stretcher, wondering if he was in a dream. Before he was knocked out, his vitality had been swiftly dissipating, putting him on the verge of death. But when he opened his eyes, not only did he fully recover from his illness, his cultivation had also risen by leaps and bounds. At this point, he was deeply frightened that he would simply wake up and find that it was all a lie. Pa. He slapped his face, and to his relief, stinging pain assaulted his cheeks. I am still alive? The sudden realization of this fact made Elder Liao tremble in agitation, and even to his own surprise, tears began streaming down his cheeks. For how many years he had teetered on the edge of death. He had thought that his time had finally come, and death had descended upon him to claim his dues. Yet, at the very last moment, a savior appeared, and not only was his affliction cured, he even achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. He pushed himself up from the stretcher and walked up to Zhang Xian. Standing before the young man who had brought him out of his anguish, his knees fell to the ground. Zhang Shi, thank you for saving my life. Even though he had been unconscious and was oblivious to what had happened, he could tell that Zhang Xian had paid a heavy price for him just by looking at the latter's pale face and trembling body. There's no need to stand on ceremony. To be honest, I didn't have much confidence either, considering the critical state you were in. It's a huge relief that everything turned out fine, Zhang Xian replied with a forced smile. Puha. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. This time, his injuries were not faked. He had just depleted himself from executing the sea-severing sword when he had to deal with Elder Liao's fire poison. Even if he had a pinnacle spirit stone in hand to replenish his spiritual energy, the immense mental toll he had been put under still left him on the edge of fainting at any moment. Zhang Shi. Elder Liao hurriedly stood up to support Zhang Xian, who, divine healer by you, also quickly descended from the sky to examine Zhang Xian. Don't worry, he's just suffering from overexertion. With sufficient spiritual energy and time, he should be able to fully recover from his condition without any lingering trauma. The reason he wanted to make a move on Zhang Xian earlier was because he thought that the young man bore malicious intentions toward Elder Liao. But with all that had happened, it was apparent that he had misunderstood the young man's intentions, so all hostility he bore toward the young man had disappeared without a trace. More importantly, he had been looking into his old friend's condition for several centuries now, only to remain deeply helpless before it. Yet, in less than 3 minutes, not only did the young man manage to resolve his old friend's affliction, he even induced a breakthrough in the latter. On top of that, there was no medicine or any complex procedure to the treatment process at all. This left him feeling deeply perplexed. That's good. That's good. Hearing that Zhang Xian was fine, Elder Liao heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Shi, what is going on? Divine healer by you asked. He had been a physician for many centuries now, but he had never seen any treatment method like this. And what was even more confounding was that it was actually extremely effective, vanquishing the affliction in just a few moments. Pardon me for my earlier insult. I had to provoke you in order to treat Elder Liao, so I hope that you won't take it to heart. Struggling up for a moment, Zhang Xian clasped his fist apologetically. Don't worry about that. I won't take it to heart. Divine healer by you waved his hand. Putting aside being berated, even if he had been beaten up, he felt that it would have been well worth the price for his old friend to be treated. Not to mention, he had been able to witness such miraculous medical skills on top of that. This had deeply incited his curiosity as a physician. Divine healer by you clasped his fist and requested with an earnest look in his eyes, Zhang Shi, I ask of you to answer my doubts. Hearing those words, Fei Shi, Feng Zi, Zhang Yu, and the others also quickly turned curious gazes over in their direction. If Elder Liao had ingested a pill and driven his zhenqi in certain circulation pathways in order to resolve the fire poison, it would have been understandable that he achieved a breakthrough. But what had happened earlier? Knocking out the patient, criticizing the principal physician, and pummeling the patient to the ground. How the heck did it turn out to be another treatment method? It was completely inconceivable to the crowd. If it was that easy to treat an affliction, there would not be so many patients who died of illnesses every single day in the world. Seeing divine healer by Yu's intent gaze, Zhang Xian said with a bitter smile, My apologies, but will you allow me to heal up a little before answering your doubts? He was feeling so feeble that he could faint at any moment now, let alone explain the situation to the other party. Of course. Please pardon my lack of consideration, divine healer by you quickly replied in embarrassment. He had been too focused on learning that he had forgotten the young man's current state. I have an energy repository pill here that can help you recover from your depletion. Divine healer by you flicked his wrist and passed a jade bottle over. As the top physician of the Sanctum of Sages, there were countless patients who sought his treatment each year. As a result, he had plenty of good items on him. Zhang Xian took out the energy repository pill from the jade bottle, and after taking a look at it, he shook his head helplessly. The pill was of good quality, but to him, it was not of much use anymore. Due to his Heaven's Path Shenqi, there was a strict requirement on the concentration of the spiritual energy he could absorb. The higher his cultivation became, the higher the requirement was. While the energy repository pill would be effective to even the average dimension sundering realm expert, it was no different from popping a sweet to him. Thank you, but I'm afraid that this pill is completely ineffective to me. Zhang Xian shook his head as he passed the pill back into Bai Yu's hands. It's ineffective? Bai Yu was taken aback. I still have a couple of them here if you need more. Physician Bai, I appreciate your goodwill, but I think I'll find a way myself. At which point, Zhang Xian hesitated for a brief moment, but he still could not bring himself to use his pinnacle spirit stone. So, He turned to the elder by the other side and said, "Elder Liao, may I trouble you a little?" "Zhang Shi, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to say whatever you require. As long as it's within my means, consider it done." Elder Liao nodded. "That's a relief." Zhang Xian nodded as a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Then, "Elder Liao, I'd need to trouble you to achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm." Achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm? Elder Liao was stunned. Chapter 1389 Frenzied Hu Qing. Should the first instinct of a drained cultivator not be to look for spirit stones and pills to recover his vitality? Why was the young man asking Elder Liao to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm? It did not make sense at all. Furthermore, pushing for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm meant that Elder Liao would have to face a lightning tribulation. After years of turmoil from the fire poison, his body had already been emptied out. If he attempted to push for a breakthrough right now, it was likely that he would be zapped to death. Surely you aren't intending to send him to death's embrace shortly after pulling him back from the gates of hell? Elder Liao was completely dumbstruck as well. "I'll need you push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm in order for me to recover. The reason you were able to make a breakthrough so quickly is due to the energy you have accumulated over several centuries. If I'm not mistaken, you should have enough drive in you to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm, right?" Zhang Xian asked feebly. The reason Elder Liao was able to achieve so many breakthroughs at once was not because of his exceptional talent or Zhang Xian's miraculous treatment, but because of the hard work he had put into cultivating over the past several centuries. Previously, his cultivation had stagnated mainly due to the fire poison. But once that had been resolved, the energy he had accumulated over this long period of time immediately burst forth, allowing his cultivation to soar. Considering how much he had accumulated over the years, Elder Liao should not have just stopped at half-dimension-sundering realm. It would be sufficient for him to push to higher realms, just that he chose to suppress it forcefully out of fear for the dimension-sundering ordeal. But Elder Liao was conflicted. "Don't worry, you will succeed," Zhang Xian told him with a resolute gaze. "All right then." Seeing the deep desire in Zhang Xian's eyes, Elder Liao gritted his teeth and removed the limitation he had placed on his cultivation. Boom! As soon as the energy was released, the surrounding air began growing viscous, following which, through their spiritual perception, the crowd realized that storm clouds were beginning to congregate above them. Don't challenge your dimension-sundering ordeal here, or else the formations could cause the lightning tribulation to run amok. Let's head out instead. Halfway through his words, Zhang Xian suddenly widened his eyes in realization and halted. On top of the defensive formations cast over the individual dueling rings, there were also aura-isolating formations that served to prevent anything within from getting out. As such, it was likely that the lightning tribulation would not be able to find its target and strike the area in frenzy instead, similar to what had happened when he challenged his leaving aperture ordeal. But while this might end in a tragedy to others, this was exactly what he was wishing for. The storm clouds would grow bigger as a result of being unable to find its target, thus providing a greater source of energy to him. Just thinking of how it would be bigger than Luo Xuanqing's, Zhang Xian could not help but tremble in agitation as he looked at Elder Liao with eyes filled with desire. "You're right, I'll go out." Elder Liao nodded, but just as he wanted to leave the main hall, the young man suddenly shook once more, and his body seemed to have become even feebler. "It's fine. You don't have to head out anymore. Doing it here is fine." Elder Liao blinked blankly. "It's just a moment ago that you told me to head out so that I don't destroy the Hall of Propriety accidentally, but all of a sudden, you are asking me to stay?" Zhang Xian turned around and instructed, "Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, you head out to attack the Lightning Tribulation first." "You want me to attack the Lightning Tribulation?" The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast cowered backward, and it nearly plummeted from the sky. It had been through the dimension-sundering ordeal before, and it had nearly died from that darned lightning tribulation. Its fear toward the lightning tribulation was so great that it would be paralyzed in the face of it, and yet, to attack it straight on. It was still young, and it did not want to die yet. "Master, can I not go?" The netherworld azure dragon beast looked at Zhang Xian with large, pleading eyes, which might have possibly looked like puppy eyes had its eyes not been as big as lanterns. If you feel that I haven't done a good job beating up that Bayou guy earlier, I can continue hitting him till you are happy. Just don't make me face that lightning tribulation. Divine Healer Bayou's mouth quivered upon hearing those words. Stop with your nonsense and hurry up and do it. Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. All right, grumbling beneath its breath, the netherworld azure dragon beast headed out with a despaired look on its face. Hong long long. A moment later, the ominous clouds grew even bigger. What had only covered the Hall of Propriety earlier expanded to encompass an area of over several hundred mu. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning to Baiyu. Physician Bai, I'll need you to attack the lightning tribulation too. Me too. Divine Healer Baiyu's lips twitched upon hearing those words. I'll be troubling you. Don't worry, there won't be any problem. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Zhang Xian replied earnestly. I know what I'm doing. You know what you're doing? Baiyu's body trembled upon hearing those words. Is this what you mean by you know what you're doing? Your head. Isn't this obviously an attempt to murder Elder Liao? Noting the other party's hesitation, Zhang Xian said, Since I have a way to drag him back from the gates of hell, I hope that you can believe me when I say that I have a way to him help tide through the lightning tribulation too. All right then. After a long moment of hesitation, Divine Healer Baiyu looked at Zhang Xian's confident look and recalled the miracle that the young man had pulled off earlier. Thus, he gritted his teeth and dashed out. Seeing how Zhang Xian had instructed the netherworld azure dragon beast and Divine Healer Baiyu to intercept Elder Liao's lightning tribulation, Fei Shi, Feng Zi, and the others were completely flabbergasted. They had never seen anyone committing suicide in such a manner. Just what in the world was the young man up to? In a certain room of the Hall of Propriety, several elders were seated in an oval. The green-robed old man sitting at the end of the oval was the person in charge of the Hall of Propriety, Elder Hu Qing. For those matters, they can be resolved in such a manner. Elder Hu Qing was in the midst of instructing the other elders when his eyebrows suddenly shot up, and he sprung to his feet. What happened? Someone is undergoing their lightning tribulation? Who in the world is so inconsiderate as to face their dimension-sundering ordeal here? This is really bad. The entire Hall of Propriety could very well be destroyed. Sensing the congregating storm clouds and ferocious crackling of lightning in the sky, the other elders also swiftly noticed that something was amiss. If such powerful bolts of lightning really fell upon the Hall of Propriety, the entire place could very well be reduced to rubble. Assemble all of the elders. We'll protect the Hall of Propriety. Hu Qing roared decisively before leaping up into the sky. Who? In the blink of an eye, another dozen managerial elders leaped up as well, and floating in the midst of the sky, they looked at the accumulation of lightning with awful looks on their faces. They had looked over the Hall of Propriety faithfully for many years, so how could they allow anything to undo their hard work? After seeing that all of the elders had gathered around, Hu Qing bellowed an instruction with gritted teeth. Elder Zhao, I need you to check who is undergoing the lightning tribulation here. Of all places that person could undergo their lightning tribulation, why did they have to choose there? In fact, there was a facility in the Hall of Integrity built solely for the purpose of assisting cultivators in facing their lightning tribulation through alleviating the effects of the inner demons. Yet, to choose to do it here instead, was he intending to bring the entire Hall of Propriety down with him? Yes. Elder Zhao quickly nodded. But just as he was about to head into the main hall, he suddenly saw a netherworld azure dragon beast rushing out with a sonic boom, and with a golden hue infused into its claws, it dashed straight toward the storm clouds. Kacha! Having come under the assault of another party outside of the cultivator supposed to face the ordeal, the area of the storm clouds immediately expanded. What is that fellow trying to do? Is it attempting suicide? All of the elders were frenzied by what they saw. It isn't even your lightning tribulation, so why are you trying to attack it so desperately? Do you have a grudge with the person undergoing the ordeal? Hurry up and stop that fellow. Hu Qing immediately barked out an order. However, Before any of the elders could move, the highly esteemed divine healer Bayu suddenly flew out of the main hall as well. With a flick of his wrist, he channeled imposing might in his palm, and with a forceful thrust, he struck it out toward the storm clouds in the sky. Pacha! 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 The storm clouds immediately expanded to over 1,000 mu wide, covering the vast expanse of the entire Hall of Propriety. Bayu, what are you doing? Hu Qing nearly went insane on the spot. 1 mu is equivalent to 666. 6 square meters. Chapter 1390 Bon Appetit, Divine Healer Bayu had a rather close relationship with the other elders in the Hall of Propriety, and they often went out for expeditions in seek of treasures and medicinal herbs together. Yet, in this crucial moment, despite seeing that someone was undergoing a lightning tribulation, not only was he refusing to help, he was even attacking it. This was no different from seeing a burning house and quickly grabbing a bottle of gasoline to pour on it. Are you trying to seal off all chances of the individual undergoing the dimension-sundering ordeal from surviving the lightning tribulation? Or are you uncertain whether the lightning tribulation was large enough to devastate the entire Hall of Propriety, so you chose to head out here to ensure it? Hong Long, paying no heed to Hu Qing, Bayu channeled might into his palm once more and sent another strike toward the storm clouds. Pacha, provoked by those who dared challenge its rules, the lightning tribulation sent down 2 thick streaks of lightning down upon the netherworld azure dragon beast and Bayu. In just an instant, the bodies of the duo stiffened as their hair and dragon scales stood on end before plummeting from the sky. The authority of the heavens isn't to be challenged, Hu Qing remarked with a shake of his head, after which he raised his hand and roared, "Activate the grand defensive formation of our Hall of Propriety to fend off the lightning tribulation. At the same time, dig out that fellow who is undergoing his dimension-sundering ordeal and have him sent off to the Hall of Integrity immediately." Yes. 2 elders quickly nodded, but just as they were about to dash into the main hall to grab the cultivator undergoing the dimension-sundering ordeal, the charred Bayu and netherworld azure dragon beast suddenly flew up once more and sent a furious surge of power toward the storm clouds. Pacha! Pacha! The lightning grew even larger. Lightning sparks crackled imposingly amid the storm clouds, as if heralding an impending catastrophe. Divine Healer Bayu and the netherworld azure dragon beast were both Saint 8 Dan pinnacle experts, so their provocation easily caused a massive intensification of the lightning tribulation. At this point, what was above them could no longer be considered a dimension-sundering ordeal anymore. Even a Saint 9 Dan expert would have a layer of skin torn off facing something of that caliber. How am I supposed to survive such a lightning tribulation? Elder Liao collapsed weakly to the ground, paralyzed on the spot. Just who in the world did he offend to warrant such a treatment? It was just a moment ago that he was dragged back from the gates of hell, rekindling hope more in him. However, in the blink of an eye, he was shoved down into the abyss of despair once more. Even though he had built up an extremely powerful foundation over the years, he knew very well that he would never survive even the first bolt of lightning from the billowing storm clouds above him. Calm down, everything will be fine. Just let those 2 make it a bit larger, and we'll be done. Noticing Elder Liao's panic, Zhang Xian patted his shoulder and reassured him. Elder Liao felt even more stifled on the inside. All right, I think it should be about time. Let's head out now. Seeing that the lightning tribulation had already congregated to its limit under the combined assault from the netherworld azure dragon beast and Bayu, seemingly about to lose control at any moment, Zhang Xian shook his head slightly in pity before beckoning Elder Liao to follow. Theoretically speaking, it was possible for a lightning tribulation to grow stronger endlessly as long as it were to come under continual assault, but limited by its foundations, it would start crumbling apart once it grew beyond a certain size. It was just like an engineer trying to modify a simple bucket and a spade into a massive excavator. It was simply an impossible act because of how poor the foundations they were working on were. "We'll die if we head out at this point," Elder Liao exclaimed with a pale face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Even though he had been through many life and death situations, he still could not help but feel natural apprehension and fear toward the might of the heavens. Die? Don't worry, that won't happen under my watch. Knowing what Elder Liao was frightened of, Zhang Xian assured him with a radiant smile. I'll help you deal with your lightning tribulation later on. What you have to do is release your strength whenever you see that the lightning tribulation is getting smaller or on the verge of escaping. Got that? Lightning tribulation getting smaller? On the verge of escaping? Elder Liao was dumbstruck by those terms. He could understand those words individually, but it became incomprehensible to him when strung together in a sentence. Zhang Shi, can you phrase it clearer? I don't understand what you are saying. I really don't. The lightning tribulation was a natural force sworn to never rest until the individual facing it finally succumbed. But why did it somehow become an adorable entity when filtered through your mouth? What getting smaller and escaping? Do you take the lightning tribulation to be a pet in your house? It's fine that you don't get what I'm saying at this point. Just keep my instructions in mind and act accordingly later on. Knowing that it would be hard for him to explain this matter in a way that sounded convincing to Elder Liao, Zhang Xian did not bother to elaborate further on the matter. Instead, he flicked his wrist and took out various items to prepare as he began making his way out of the main hall. Seeing how confident Zhang Xian was, Elder Liao was a little lost for a moment. He briefly hesitated before he finally bucked up his courage and followed Zhang Xian with a severe look on his face, reminiscent of a soldier marching to his death. Zhang Yu gulped nervously before asking, Fei Shi, shall we head out to take a look too? Fei Shi nodded. Even though they were indoors, they could still somewhat sense the sheer size of the storm clouds through their spiritual perception. From how densely the lightning tribulation was gathered around them, they roughly estimated that it spanned over an area of 1,000 mu. If it were to descend on them, it was likely that none of them would be able to escape. But since Zhang Xian was so confident about the matter, it would be worth heading out to see how he intended to deal with this crisis they were in. Feng Zi quickly headed out as well, but barely after taking a few steps, he saw Zhang Yu stumbling over his own feet, nearly falling to the ground. He immediately frowned. What's wrong? As a genius of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu should have been through plenty of huge affairs before. Surely, he need not be so frightened as to stumble over his own feet when they were not even completely out of the main hall yet, right? Completely oblivious to Feng Zi's question, Zhang Yu stared at the sky with widened eyes as he muttered in a daze beneath his breath, What the heck is Zhang Shi doing? Frowning, Feng Zi turned his gaze to the sky as well, and the sight that he saw left him frozen silly on the spot. In this very instant, Zhang Xian had whipped out a white cloth from somewhere and folded it neatly before his chest. He elegantly took out a cup of water and gargled his mouth, as if he was about to enjoy a sumptuous course in a top restaurant. Is he going to eat? Feng Zi scratched his head frenziedly at that sight. He had been with his teacher for many years, but he had never heard of anyone getting so excited before the deeply feared lightning tribulation before. Was that fellow here to challenge the lightning tribulation or dine on delicacies? Pacha! Pacha! In his moment of shock, he saw Zhang Xian and Elder Liao walking out of the main hall. As soon as the star of the show appeared, the storm clouds in the sky immediately began rumbling intensely, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. Zhang Shi, regardless of whether I am able to tide across this lightning tribulation or not, I would still like to thank you for saving my life. Elder Liao was still a little afraid prior to this, but upon seeing the vast expanse of storm clouds that plunged the entire world into darkness, he realized that there was no way he would be able to escape anymore. It was either do or die. Perhaps it was the realization that he was completely helpless in this situation that made him accept the position he was in instead. As someone who had bravely charged into the midst of the boreal fire poison in order to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe, Elder Liao was definitely no wimp, or else he would not have been promoted to become a managerial elder in the Sanctum of Sages in the first place. There's no need to waste your breath on such emotional words. Nothing will happen to you. Just stay right here and wait for me. I'll be right back. Zhang Xian interjected with a wave of his hand before decisively leaping into the midst of the sea of lightning above. He's dashing right into the storm clouds? But he'll die like that. Everyone was stunned. Even Hu Qing nearly fell from the sky upon seeing this sight. They had seen cultivators who turned around as fast as they could upon meeting lightning, and they had also seen those who would bury themselves as deep underground as they could to hide from the lightning. But this was the first time they had seen someone dashing right into the lightning tribulation. Zhang Shi. Not expecting Zhang Xian to make such a move, Elder Liao's eyes reddened in agitation. The other party was dashing into the lightning tribulation all for him. Just as he was about to dash in as well to assist the young man in fending off the lightning tribulation, the storm clouds suddenly billowed, and oddly enough, just as the young man had told him earlier, the storm clouds seemed to have contracted considerably. Perplexed, Elder Liao was just wondering whether he should release his energy as the young man had instructed him to do earlier. But then the lightning tribulation suddenly turned around and fled as if it had met its own nemesis. Its speed was so fast that not even the fastest cultivator could possibly catch up with it. With the escape of the storm clouds, the sky swiftly cleared up, revealing Zhang Xian's profile in the sky. In this moment, the young man was looking at the escaped storm cloud with a helpless look on his face. Just as he was about to speak up, his chest suddenly puffed up. Erperp, a resounding burp similar to the beating of a drum echoed crisp and clear. Chapter 1391 The Way to Resolve the Poison. Did he really dive into the storm clouds to eat? But what's edible inside the storm clouds? Feng Zi, Zhang Yu, and the others looked at one another with utterly horrified expressions. That was a lightning tribulation, something that even the most powerful of cultivator would have a headache facing. Yet, that fellow actually rushed right in to have a meal, even releasing a resounding burp right afterward. Do you need to be so arrogant? More importantly, you even scared the lightning tribulation away. It fled away so quickly that it almost felt as if a vicious dog was chasing after it. Unable to hold it back anymore, Fei Shi asked in agitation, Elder Liao, that's your dimension-sundering ordeal, right? What's going on? How am I supposed to know what's going on? Elder Liao was on the verge of insanity as well. True, that was indeed his lightning tribulation. But from the start to the end, it was as if it had nothing to do with him at all. While others had to struggle desperately to survive their lightning ordeal, he simply took a look at his lightning ordeal, and a few moments later, it fled. To be honest, he was completely dumbfounded by the matter as well, and he did not know what to make of the situation. Try your cultivation. If you are able to tap into the power of dimension sundering, that means that you have successfully cleared the lightning tribulation, Feng Zi suddenly suggested. Elder Liao nodded as he took a look into his current condition with his spiritual perception. A moment later, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened. I made a breakthrough. Without even lifting a finger, he had already gone through his lightning tribulation. This had to have been the easiest breakthrough anyone had made in the entire history of the master-teacher continent. As expected, hearing Elder Liao's acknowledgement, Feng Zi's mouth twitched. He lifted his head once more to take a look and saw the young man who had dived into the storm clouds a moment earlier slowly descending with a look of pity and bitter regret on his face. Seeing the young man's state, Elder Liao hurried forward and asked worriedly, What's wrong? It's nothing much. Zhang Xian waved his hand. He had thought that with how much the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Divine Healer Baiyu had expanded the storm clouds, he would be able to make a full recovery. Yet, who could have known that the lightning tribulation had grown cunning after being absorbed twice, fleeing exceptionally decisively this time around. As soon as he dived into the storm cloud, he immediately began absorbing the lightning energy around him frenziedly, but barely after he recovered the Zhenqi in the looped space of his Dantian by 70%. The lightning tribulation had already noticed that something was amiss, and it unhesitatingly turned around and escaped. From the looks of it, I really should frequent the Hall of Integrity, since that's the place where students and elders of the Sanctum of Sages visit in order to aid them in achieving breakthroughs. There should be plenty of lightning tribulations there. Zhang Xian stroked his chin as he made up his mind. Attainment, solidarity, propriety, erudition, and integrity. Each of the 5 halls serve their own purpose. Of them, the Hall of Integrity served to reinforce one's mental resilience. thus reducing one's vulnerability to inner demons when pushing for a breakthrough. For this reason, countless students would visit it each day. If there was really no way around it, he could consider camping at the Hall of Integrity to absorb the lightning tribulations that arrive there. He should be able to make substantial progress in his cultivation that way. Liao Xian, you managed to achieve a breakthrough? While Zhang Xian was in the midst of contemplating over his future plans, divine healer Baiyu descended from the sky, and upon seeing the dominion's sundering realm dominion extending from his old friend, a deep hint of astonishment surfaced on his face. He had thought that this breakthrough would surely be fraught with danger, but who would have thought that it would pass by so calmly, as if all of the build-up before was nothing but empty threats? In the midst of his shock, he directed a look of admiration toward the young man before him as well. Just, what's going on? Divine healer Baiyu could not help but ask once more. The matter concerning the lightning tribulation is a secret art imparted to me by my teacher, so I'm afraid that it'll be inconvenient for me to speak too much of it before others, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. In any case, he already had a junior, Fengzi, to validate his identity, so he could still push everything that was inconceivable about him to his teacher. In any case, the current young Shi was uncontactable anyway, so no one would be any the wiser. Then, what about the fire poison that Liao Xian was suffering from before? Seeing that the young man was unwilling to speak about the lightning tribulation, divine healer Baiyu turned the topic to the fire poison, which he had been deeply intrigued about all this while. It's true that the boreal fire poison that Elder Liao was afflicted with could be suppressed using the hyamolene formula, but as time went by, it started to develop its own consciousness, Zhang Xian explained. Consciousness? You mean that a spirit developed within the boreal fire poison? Divine healer Baiyu pondered for a moment before nodding. There were indeed poisons in this world that possessed consciousness, granting them the ability to avoid danger. These were the poisons that usually left both patients and physicians helpless. Since it had developed its own consciousness, the boreal fire poison began to consciously avert the suppression of the hyamolene formula. As a result, the cultivation of the technique would not only be ineffective in suppressing the poison, it would cause his physical condition to further deteriorate as well. It's for that reason that I persuaded him to stop cultivating the hyamolene formula, Zhang Xian continued. He had gathered this through the Library of Heaven's Path earlier, which was also the reason he had offered Elder Liao the advice to stop practicing the hyamolene formula. Under normal circumstances, as long as Elder Liao stopped cultivating the technique, considering that the fire poison was under the control of a conscious spirit, it shouldn't have acted up in the short term. With ample preparation, it should have been possible to get rid of it once and for all in a single go. But you just had to bring in the Nymphia Tetragona at this moment. Recalling what he had just seen after knocking Elder Liao out a moment ago, he couldn't help but shake his head. The Nymphia Tetragona is indeed one of the nemeses of the boreal fire poison, and it would have worked had the fire poison not awoken its consciousness yet. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. When Elder Liao ingested the Nymphia Tetragona, it swiftly induced a violent response from the boreal fire poison. Under the conscious control of the boreal fire poison spirit, it managed to assimilate the power of the Nymphia Tetragona and further its prowess. In the first place, Elder Liao's vitality was already waning, and the strengthening of the fire poison further worsened his physical state. As a result, he rapidly succumbed to the onslaught of the poison, thus resulting in his frail state a while ago. Upon coming to realize what had happened, divine healer Baiyu's face reddened in embarrassment. It was just a moment ago that he had felt indignant at the other party saying that he was an incompetent physician, but after hearing everything that Zhang Xian had said, what was he if not an incompetent physician? It was because of his careless prescription of the Nymphia Tetragona that his old friend had nearly lost his life. There was a slight moment of silence from divine healer Baiyu before he asked once more, then, how did you manage to resolve the fire poison? Even though the other party had resolved the poison right before his eyes, he was still unable to make sense of how it had been done. It's actually rather simple. The birth of a spirit in the boreal fire poison does make it a far more fearsome adversary, but at the same time, its possession of consciousness meant that the boreal fire poison would have a goal and thus could be manipulated. The goal of the fire poison was actually rather simple. It simply wanted to absorb more energy and grow as fast as possible. In a sense, the boreal fire poison could be viewed as a parasite, and it had a somewhat symbiotic relationship with its host. Or to put it in simpler terms, it was against its interests to allow its host to die quickly, or else it would lose its source of nutrients. That's also why I intentionally provoked you, and had you clash with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. By having the both of you execute your strongest moves and placing Elder Liao in the midst of your clash, the boreal fire poison would feel deeply threatened. In order to sustain Elder Liao's life, it would have to morph into a lotus and protect him from your attacks. While it did succeed in protecting Elder Liao, your attacks were so powerful that it suffered tremendous damage, placing it on the verge of dissipation. In this timely moment, I used my sword to strike down on its opening, causing it to be unable to hold its form anymore and dissipate. However, this didn't mean that the threat of the fire poison was over. In its severely injured state, the remnants of the boreal fire poison sought to delve back into Elder Liao's body, where it would slowly bide its time and recover, but it ended up being halted by my silver needles, thus eventually resulting in its complete dissipation. And without the fire poison suppressing his cultivation, the energy that Elder Liao had accumulated over many years swiftly burst forth, allowing him to achieve successive breakthroughs. And as for the happenings afterward, it's exactly as you have seen. So I'll just stop here, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Actually, the entire matter was not that complex at all. The main issue only lay in the boreal fire poison within Elder Liao's body developing a spirit. To think that the consciousness of a poison could actually be used against it in such a manner, Divine Healer Bai remarked in awe as he nodded in realization. It was a well-known fact among high-rank physicians that lethal poisons that had developed their own spirits were the most difficult to deal with, but who knew that it was possible to resolve the complicated issue with such a simple solution? Indeed, Zhang Xian said with a nod. He was just about to continue on when his eyes suddenly lit up in excitement. The innate fetal poison within me is also a poison that possesses a spirit. Is it possible for me to use the same method to deal with it? Chapter 1392 Yang Shi's Strength. Zhang Xian took a look into his body, and eventually, he shook his head helplessly. All it took was one glance to tell that the innate fetal poison was not as compassionate as the boreal fire poison. Putting aside saving its life, it would already be a great blessing if it did not backstab him when he was in serious danger. It would be better for him not to take the risk. It was one thing if he failed to resolve the innate fetal poison, but if he were to lose his life a result of it as well, it would really be a huge tragedy. After all, he did not possess vicious ability to revive from scraps. Young master, speak of the devil. As soon as he thought of Vicious, the latter's voice immediately sounded in his ears. Yes? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. As the sanctum of sages was filled with innumerable experts, Vicious would usually avoid communicating him unless there was something truly important. Under the onslaught of the lightning earlier, Kong Shi's will that permeates the entire sanctum of sages dulled slightly, and for a moment, I felt the presence of my skeletal frame. Vicious' voice was filled with agitation and excitement, and the entire book of Heaven's Path seemed to be trembling in resonance to his emotions. Skeletal frame? Which part? Zhang Xian asked. Vicious was simply too fragmented. If it was just a small bone or finger, it would make not much of a difference to his current fighting prowess. It's the skeletal frame of my entire upper body. I'm certain of it. It is definitely in the sanctum of sages. Vicious exclaimed excitedly. The skeletal frame of your entire upper body? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Just by fusing with a few bones, he already wielded strength on par with Saint Seven Dan experts. If he were to fuse together with his entire upper body, would he not be able to defeat even Saint Nine Dan experts easily? If Vicious were to really wield such power, he would have more cards to deal with the Zhang clan if the situation fell through. That's right, Vicious replied. It seemed like even he did not expect that a part of him would actually be sealed within the esteemed sanctum of sages. Can you sense the general direction of where it is? Zhang Xian asked. As long as Vicious could identify the exact location of it, he would be able to make some preparations to retrieve it. Of course, That would also depend on whether the skeletal frame had its own consciousness or not. If it did, the vicious in the Book of Heaven's Path might just end up being assimilated into that vicious instead. Kong Shi's will is simply too strong, so I can't sense its exact location anymore. Unless... At which point, Vicious hesitated for a moment before continuing. If a lightning tribulation as large as the previous one occurs, it should be able to suppress the aura temporarily, granting me sufficient time to determine the exact location of my skeletal frame. Due to the presence of Kong Shi's writing all over the place and the several dozen millenniums of respect and adulation from the student populace and elders, the entire sanctum of sages was permeated with his will and spirit, hindering vicious perception. Only during a lightning tribulation, when the will was busy vying with the inner demons contained within the ordeal, would it thin a little. Another lightning tribulation as large as the previous one? Zhang Xian shook his head. The only reason the previous dimension-sundering ordeal had been so powerful was due to Elder Liao's massive accumulation and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Divine Healer by you striking the ordeal simultaneously. Otherwise, there was no way the lightning from a dimension-sundering ordeal could possibly cover over 1,000 mu. I'll find a way for that. Just make sure to find your skeletal frame when the time comes, Zhang Xian instructed. It happened that he required lightning tribulations to replenish his strength and raise his cultivation too. Since he could achieve both goals at once, he was more than willing to do it. All right, Vicious replied before falling silent. As the both of them had communicated telepathically, the entire conversation only lasted roughly 2 breaths before Zhang Xian returned his attention to reality. In the next moment, he saw Divine Healer Baiyu staring him in excitement, saying, Zhang Shi, since you know so much about medicine, are you interested in coming over to our physician guild to conduct a lecture? Conduct a lecture? That's right. It happens that our guild is currently studying a rather bizarre type of poison that we are still unable to remove even after 20 years of trying. We have invited many physicians over on many occasions to discuss the issue, but we still remain completely helpless before it. Since you were able to resolve the boreal fire poison in Elder Liao's body, it's apparent that you are a person of great ability. If you could just conduct a lecture in our physician guild, I believe that you would be able to provide many fresh perspectives that might just allow us to resolve the poison. Divine Healer Baiyu exclaimed in agitation. This? Zhang Xian was slightly hesitant. I am just an ordinary 7-star physician, not even reaching 8-star yet. If I conduct a lecture, there's bound to be many who would doubt my words. The fastest way to gain respect in an occupation was to show sufficient strength and proficiency in it. While Zhang Xian had managed to resolve the boreal fire poison, he had relied heavily on the Library of Heaven's Path. He had not read any 8-star physician books yet, so his knowledge was still a little lacking to lecture in the physician guild. Considering how you were able to see through Liao Xian's affliction with a single glance and resolve it so easily, I'll report this matter to the headquarters and have an 8-star physician emblem applied for you this instant. Divine Healer Baiyu said with a smile. Their physician guild branch had studied the condition of his old friend for many years now, but they had all been completely helpless before it. Just the fact that the young man was able to resolve it so easily bore testimony to his abilities. All right then. However, I'll have to take a trip to your library in order to brush up on my knowledge first, Zhang Xian said with a nod. It would be good if Divine Healer Baiyu could apply for his emblem. He would be spared from taking the examination. That's simple. Follow me. Seeing that Zhang Xian had agreed to his request, Divine Healer Baiyu heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly walked in front and led the way forward. Before leaving, Zhang Xian turned around to look at Feng Zi and said, Junior Feng, is there anything else you wish to challenge me in? If there is, you can feel free to look for me anytime you want. Feng Zi's lips twitched uncontrollably, unable to say a word at all. When he challenged the other party to a duel of fighting prowess, he ended up being pummeled pitifully despite possessing superior cultivation. When he challenged the other party to a duel of impartation, Elder Liao suddenly rushed, crying for Zhang Xian to take him in as his student. Somehow, Zhang Xian suddenly felt like a towering mountain before him, one that he could not overcome or circumvent. While Zhang Xian was following Divine Healer Baiyu to the Physician Guild, back in his residence, Sun Chong was looking at the nearby Zhang Zhouxiao with a look of bewilderment. They had not tagged along to watch Feng Zi and Zhang Xian's duel, but instead found some craftsmen to repair the collapsed main hall. Young Master Jiuxiao, you said earlier that Feng Zi and our young master are from the same lineage. Sun Chong could not help but ask, could Feng Zi be our old master's student too? He had heard the other party saying those words as soon as young master walked in, but he simply found the matter a little unbelievable. No matter how he looked at Feng Zi, the latter just looked weak and dim-witted. Why would his old master take in a person of that caliber as his student? Indeed, Feng Zi is Yang Shi's student as well. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded in admiration. If he could take Yang Shi as his teacher as well, he would surely be regarded with the highest of esteem when he returned to the Zhang clan. He would not be just an ordinary member of the side family without the slightest standing at all. Hearing Zhang Jiuxiao's confirmation, Sun Chong hesitantly asked, do you know what our old master's master-teacher rank is? All along, the old master's strength seemed to be growing along with the young master's cultivation, which made him suspect that the old master was actually not as powerful as he initially thought. Since Zhang Jiuxiao was aware of the old master's true identity, this would be a good opportunity to ask about it. If the old master was really that powerful, he would not have to lie low and hold himself humbly anymore. At the very least, he would not have to suffer the bad attitude from others when gathering intelligence in the sanctum of sages. I wasn't too aware of Yang Shi's affairs previously, but after coming to know of Feng Zi, I heard some of my clan members speaking of him. At this point, Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He had first heard of Yang Shi when he was in the Qingyuan Empire, but due to the latter being too high-ranking, he had no idea what the significance of the name was. It was only upon arriving in the sanctum of sages and hearing others speak of Feng Zi that he finally realized just how high a standing and how great a power that man possessed. He's one of the grand elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, the man who wields the greatest power in the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion aside from the Pavilion Master himself. On top of that, he's a true 9-star Master-Teacher, wielding unfathomable strength in his hands that's on par with even the old ancestor of our Zhang clan. In fact, he's renowned to be one of the strongest experts in the world. Chapter 1393 Sun Chong's Rage 1. The man who wields the greatest power in the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion, other than the Pavilion Master himself? One of the strongest experts in the world? Sun Chong's body trembled in agitation. In the past, he had thought that it would have been great if their old master was an 8-star master-teacher. However, in the sanctum of sages, master-teachers of such a rank were aplenty. As such, he had been forced to lie low and remain humble at all times. But who would have thought that the old master was actually such a formidable figure? One of the grand elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, a 9-star master-teacher, and one of the strongest experts in the world. Just any one of those titles was sufficient to leave the entire Master-Teacher continent trembling at its core. To think that a mere realtor of second-hand houses in Tianxian Kingdom like him would actually catch the eye of such an incredible figure. In that moment, a feeling of pride sprouted in Sun Chong's heart. Considering the unfathomable eye of discernment that 9-star master-teachers possess, the fact that I was able to catch the eye of the old master might mean that I possess great talent that even I am unaware of. Sun Chong widened his eyes in realization. All along, he had thought that he was an ordinary person, far lacking compared to the many geniuses in the world. However, after learning that the old master was such a formidable expert, he came to realize that he had to be a 1-in-a-million expert as well. Otherwise, why would a 9-star master-teacher treat him so well and even entrust him with the heavy responsibility of taking care of his direct disciple? It's Zhang Shi's fortune to have caught the eye of such a figure. But of course, I believe that Yang Shi must be delighted to have taken in a student like Zhang Shi as well, Zhang Jiuxiao remarked. While others might think that Zhang Xian had to accrue several incarnations of luck in order to find a teacher like Yang Xian, he knew very well that as long as the young man revealed his identity as a celestial master-teacher, there would be no master-teacher in the world who would not be willing to take him in as their student. A moment later, Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly recalled the other party's previous question and frowned in doubt. You aren't aware of Yang Shi's true identity even though you are his butler? It was one thing for him to not know of Yang Shi's true identity, but Sun Chang was someone who had seen Yang Shi on multiple occasions, so how could he possibly not know of the matter? Our old master is a humble and low-profile person, and he dislikes being in the public eye or talking about himself. As such, I'm not too sure about his affairs either, Sun Chang replied. I see. I guess that's the attitude that master teachers should have, Zhang Jiuxiao said with a meaningful nod. True master teachers should never allow their reputation to weigh down upon them, and clearly, Yang Shi was such a person. All right, the reparations for the residents are done. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Farewell. After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Jiuxiao bade farewell before leaving. Watching as Zhang Jiuxiao's figure disappeared into the distance, Sun Chang thought about what they had discussed earlier, and a brilliant gleam twinkled into his eyes as he clenched his plump fists tightly together. Previously, when the young master tasked me with gathering some intelligence on the acquirement of pinnacle spirit stones, I wasn't able to get the job done properly due to the hesitation and fear from facing those experts. However, now that I know of the old master's identity, why should I have any fear? If anything, they should be the ones fearing me. Laughing heartily, Sun Chang stood up from the chair, flung his sleeves, and began walking out of the room with widened strides. As the butler of the #1 expert in the world and a 9-star master teacher, his standing should at least be on par with the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. Surely it would be nothing much for him to inquire some information? Thus, he swiftly made his way over to the Hall of Integrity. On top of reinforcing one's mental fortitude and tempering one's character, the Hall of Integrity served as an information hub for important news. Most of the missions for the students of the Sanctum of Sages were allocated here. After taking a swift look around, Sun Chang was soon standing in front of a vast hall, and with deep confidence, he strutted in. Seated in a corner of the room was a young man in his early 20s dressed in a black robe. He turned his gaze lazily towards Sun Chang and said, "Please take out your identity token." Sun Chang flicked his wrist and hand over the token that Zhang Xian had given him. A butler of a freshman? Upon taking a look at the token, the young man scoffed disdainfully before tossing the identity token back. Speak, what kind of information are you looking for? Is your young master looking for missions to participate in? From time to time, there would be young students who would purchase news concerning missions from him to complete. My young master isn't looking for missions to participate in. Sun Chang shook his head. I'm here to ask where I can exchange for pinnacle spirit stones or equivalent spirit essences and pills here in the Sanctum of Sages. Pinnacle spirit stones? A frown surfaced on the forehead of the young man, and he waved his hand perfunctorily. I don't have such news here. You should return. You don't have such news here? Sun Chang frowned in doubt. I have visited the other places in the Hall of Integrity, and all of them said that this is the only place with such news. How can you possibly not have such news? The reason he had headed there directly was because he had already gathered some news on the matter the previous time he was there. According to what the others said, this hall was the only place where one could exchange for pinnacle spirit stones. I told you that there's no such news here. Send our guest off. Just as the impatient young man was about to order the servants to drag this fatty out, an old man suddenly walked into the room. I need a pinnacle spirit stone to reinforce my cultivation. I'll have to trouble you to help me process the exchange. As he said those words, the old man took out a couple of rare ores and the hair of saint beasts and passed them over. With just a look, Sun Chang could tell that these were all good items. The hair and claws of powerful saint beasts could be used to make weapons or armor that were far stronger than the typical ones forged by blacksmiths, thus making them exceptionally valuable. Elder, please wait for a moment. Seemingly recognizing the identity of the elder, the young man hurriedly turned around and rushed into another room. Sometime later, he returned with a jade container in hand. Prying it open lightly, overwhelming spiritual energy immediately poured into the surroundings. A spirit stone emanating a blinding radiance came into sight. You have my thanks. After confirming that it was a pinnacle spirit stone, the old man took the jade container and placed it into his storage ring before leaving the room. At the other party's departure, a look of displeasure surfaced on Sun Chang's face. Didn't you say that you have no news concerning pinnacle spirit stones? Why did you process the old man's exchange straight away then? That old man that you are speaking of is the sanctum of sages Elder Qian, an 8-star master teacher. Do you think that a mere freshman butler like you can be compared with him? Scram to the side. The young man scoffed as he waved his hand impatiently. What do you mean by that? Sun Chang's face turned cold. I might be a freshman butler, but it's not as if I'm asking you to give the pinnacle spirit stone to me for free. As valuable as a pinnacle spirit stone may be, I am still able to afford it at the very least. Afford it? The young man sneered coldly. Are you even qualified to buy it? Pinnacle spirit stones are an extremely rare and limited resource in the master-teacher continent. Every single one of them expended means that there's one less to go around. How in the world did a freshman butler gain the notion that you are qualified to command such a valuable resource? How ludicrous! Due to the limited quantity of pinnacle spirit stones, the Sanctum of Sages had a strict restriction on who was qualified to procure them. Those whose standing was beneath the necessary requirement would not be able to exchange for one. This was also the reason it was not used as a currency even in the Sanctum of Sages. You are saying that I'm unqualified to purchase the pinnacle spirit stones from you? Sun Chang's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed threateningly. Weren't my words clear enough? Hurry up and scram, or else I'll just have to find someone to toss you out. The young man bellowed impatiently. Toss me out? Sun Chang flung his sleeves furiously, and the air of an inviolable existence drifted off him. Audacious! Do you know who I am? Chapter 1394 Sun Chang's Rage 2. Like I give a damn who you are. The young man snapped. A freshman butler like you should already be glad that you are allowed to walk around the Sanctum of Sages without obstruction. How dare you attempt to pull your weight here? Were this not a place where master teachers gathered, you would have been long thrown out for daring to speak so haughtily. Get out of here right now. Otherwise I'll have no choice but to pass a restriction order on you, banning you from entering the Hall of Integrity for the rest of your life. The young man bellowed in irritation. Even the weakest of the butlers of top-notch powers would be at St. 6 Dan or 7 Dan at the minimum. On top of dealing with miscellaneous affairs, they would be able to protect their master too. On the other hand, the fellow before him was not even at St. Realm. What the heck was he talking big for? To use such a weak butler, it could only mean that the so-called young master was from a humble background too. Yet, instead of feeling honored that he was willing to waste so many words on him, that fatty actually dared to speak to him so arrogantly. He really did not know what was the best for him. You were saying that you want to pass a restriction order on me? Hearing those words, Sun Chang was so furious that he started laughing instead. With a grand wave of his hand, he walked straight toward the main seat in the room and sat down. I'll sit down right here and wait for you to pass your restriction order. What are you waiting for? Go on. I really will look down on you if you don't pass it today. You. Not expecting the fatty to be so arrogant as to sit right down on his teacher's seat, the young man nearly erupted on the spot. Nevertheless, he still reined in his rage at the very last moment, and with narrowed eyes, he asked sharply, Do you know what you are doing right now? For a fellow who hasn't even reached Saint Realm like you to act so arrogantly, not even putting a Saint 5 Dan expert like me in your eyes, aren't you being a little too brazen? Of course I do. Sun Chang sneered coldly with a voice filled with confidence. Rather, do you know whom you are facing, speaking to me in such a manner? With a deep frown, the young man took in a deep breath and asked lividly, Who in the world are you? Given how the other party dared to act so arrogantly before him, there could be a chance that the other party might really have strong backing. Having been in the Sanctum of Sages for so long, he never would have survived through the years if he was not discerning enough to differentiate the real from the fake. You aren't worthy of knowing who I am. Get the elder managing your Hall of Integrity or the deputy sanctum head over here. Seated calmly on the spot, Sun Chang waved his hand imposingly with the air of a person in authority, reminiscent of a conqueror grasping innumerable lives in his hands. Had he known that the old master was so formidable, he would not have had to lie so low. This was the kind of attitude that someone of his standing should be taking, Otherwise, he would only be an embarrassment to the old master. You want to speak to our elder, or the deputy sanctum head directly? The young man's lips twitched upon hearing those words. There were various differing tiers to the teachers and elders in the sanctum of sages. Those at the bottommost level of the staff were the managerial elders. They were usually positions taken up by Saint Seven Dan experts, such as Elder Liao, and they were in charge of resolving most miscellaneous affairs and overlooking the various examinations and trials in the sanctum of sages. Above that were the people in charge of the individual occupation branches in the sanctum of sages, such as physician by Yu. This group of people were usually Saint Eight Dan experts. And on top of them were the 5 elders who governed the Hall of Attainment, Hall of Solidarity, Hall of Propriety, Hall of Erudition, and Hall of Integrity, such as Elder Hu Qing from the Hall of Propriety. Even the weakest of them possessed the might of half Saint Nine Dan. As for the deputy sanctum head, he was even stronger than that, possessing a cultivation of Saint Nine Dan. These figures were top-notch experts whom he would not even dare to breathe loudly before in their face. And yet, a butler who had not even reached the saint realm was demanding that they go to him, as if commanding a subordinate. Was it just empty confidence, or did he really have something to back up his words? Indeed, my initial intention was to lie low and maintain a low profile, but since this is the attitude you wish to take with me, I demand to meet them here today. No matter what, they have to offer me an explanation as to why a mere subordinate like you dares to speak to me in such a manner, Sun Chong uttered coldly. The more he spoke of the matter, the more furious he felt. What the heck is this? Who am I? The butler of one of the strongest experts in the world. Putting aside you, even the deputy pavilion master of the master teacher pavilion headquarters would have to talk to me amicably, not daring to offend me. Yet, a mere Saint Five Dan ant like you actually dared to snub me in such a manner. You must be out of your mind. This, in the face of the other party's imposing disposition, the young man was starting to doubt if the fatty seated before him really had an esteemed identity or not. Just as he was at a loss as to what he should do, an old man suddenly walked in, and his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly rushed forward and greeted, "Teacher." The old man was his teacher, as well as the person in charge of the entire Hall of Integrity, Elder Gu Xiong. Since this matter was already beyond his jurisdiction, it would be best for him to leave it in the hands of his teacher instead. Perhaps, his teacher might recognize his fatty and know of the latter's background. If so, they would not have to take such a passive stance anymore. Seeing that someone was sitting on his seat, Elder Gu asked with a frown, "What's going on? You are Gu Xiong?" Before the young man could even respond, Sun Chong had already spoken up with a face as cold as a winter's night. "You sure have taught your student well. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and offer your apologies to me." He had long heard of the person in charge of the Hall of Integrity, and he had seen the other party from afar once before. As such, he was able to recognize the other party with a single glance. "Offer my apologies?" Elder Gu frowned. A weak cultivator who had not even reached the saint realm was taking up his seat and even demanding that a half-Saint Nine Dan expert like him apologized? Was he hearing things? Where did this imbecile pop out from? Indeed, your student said that he would chase me out from the Hall of Integrity and even issue a restriction order against me. I never thought that I would hear something so insolent from the mouth of a junior. Apologizing is already the laxest punishment I can think of. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll have to find someone to replace you as the head of the Hall of Integrity. Sun Chong narrowed his eyes menacingly as he harumphed coldly. There are plenty of candidates in line to take over your position. Don't think that you're safe just because of the position you are in. Replace me? Completely speechless by what he was hearing, Elder Gu turned to the young man beside him and asked, "Who in the world is this imbecile? Just who did that fatty think he was?" Not even the deputy sanctum head had the right to remove him on a whim. To speak such arrogant words before him, was he tired of living? "Teacher, you don't know him either?" the young man asked in surprise. He had thought that his teacher would surely know this person given how knowledgeable he was, but who would have thought that his teacher would be at a complete loss as to what was happening as well? "I took a look at his identity token earlier, and he's the butler of a freshman who has just enrolled this year," the young man informed his teacher through Zhenqi telepathy. He's the butler of a freshman? Dark streaks immediately filled Elder G's forehead. Were the butlers of the freshmen now also arrogant, demanding for him to apologize, and even threatening to find someone to replace him? If there's a problem with how I teach my student, the Sanctum of Sages will step in and correct me accordingly, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Rather, I would just like to ask, what right do you have to make a half-Saint Nine Dan expert like me apologize to you? Elder Gu asked with a hint of displeasure in his voice. As a high-ranked master teacher, even though he was deeply infuriated by Sun Chang's insolence, he was still able to suppress his emotions and maintain his composure. Otherwise, he surely would have sent a slap right over to the other party. How could he possibly allow such a weak fellow to spout this bunch of nonsense before him? What rights do I have? Sun Chang stood up and placed his hands before his back. He slowly took a step at a time toward Elder Gu with a lofty air surrounding him. Since you have asked such a question, fine, I'll fulfill your curiosity. My young master is a student from the latest batch of freshmen, Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian? Elder Gu frowned. Even though Zhang Xian had caused a huge commotion in the other halls, his reputation had not reached the Hall of Integrity yet. That's right. Well, you might not have heard much about my young master, but I believe that the name of my old master should strike a chord in your mind. Harumphing coldly, Sun Chang tilted his chin upward with a proud look on his face. The Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters Yang Xian. Chapter 1395 You imposter, Yang Xian? You are Yang Shi's butler? Elder Gu was stunned for an instant before his face abruptly warped in shock. As the #1 Grand Elder in the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters, it went without saying that he had heard rumors about the other party. But who would have thought that this fatty standing before him would actually be that legendary man's butler? It was no wonder the other party was so arrogant and haughty. If he was truly the butler of the man who stood at the very peak of the Master Teacher continent, then he definitely had the right to speak in such a manner to him. Indeed, a hint of majesty could be seen on Sun Chang's plump face as he took another step forward. After the initial shock, Elder Gu grimly questioned. Yang Shi's whereabouts have been a mystery to even the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters. You claim that you are his butler, but do you have any evidence to prove that? Even if he was willing to believe the fatty's words, it simply did not make sense for Yang Xian to take in such a weak butler. A powerful general had no feeble soldiers under his command. For a person who was not even at Saint Realm to claim that he was Yang Xian's butler, this was simply too much of a stretch to be true. Ancient Sage Qiuwu was Kong Shi's servant as well, but he still managed to reach an unparalleled level of strength in the world. To take in such a person as his butler, it would be like a smudge on Yang Shi's name. After all, if Yang Shi really wanted a butler, not even 9-star master teachers would turn him down. Why would he choose a weakling who had not even reached Saint Realm yet? Not to mention, just by what he had seen so far, the other party was a dim-witted and crude individual. However, he could sense that the other party meant the words that he said. All of his vitals showed that he was not lying, and this was exactly what left Elder Gu feeling rather perplexed. Audacious. With a livid face, Sun Chang bellowed furiously, "Are you doubting my words, or are you doubting my old master's judgment?" "I wouldn't dare to doubt Yang Shi's judgment." Elder Gu shook his head. However, as the butler of a 9-star master teacher, he should have imprinted his blessing within you. If it's convenient for you, I hope that you would allow me a look. Once I verify your blessing, I'll have my student apologize to you immediately. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to hold you liable for impersonating the butler of a 9-star master teacher and publicly humiliating the head of the Hall of Integrity, and the severity of these 2 sentences warrants the death penalty. Considering that the Sanctum of Sages was a subsidiary power to the Master Teacher Pavilion, naturally, Elder Gu dared not doubt the judgment of a Grand Elder from the headquarters. But so far, they had only heard empty claims from the fatty before him, so naturally, he held some reservations toward the matter. For a fellow whom even he would snub to be taken in as Yang Shi's butler, this simply sounded too ridiculous to be true. Blessing? Sun Chang was slightly startled to hear that word. He had met the old master on many occasions, but he had never heard of such a thing before. Just a surge of zhenqi from someone of Yang Shi's prowess can bring unimaginable benefits and strength to an individual. If you are truly his butler, he will have left a will or something similar within you. Otherwise, you could be killed very easily by enemies given your cultivation realm, and that would make it extremely difficult for you to work for him, don't you agree? Elder Gu explained. Since the butler was working for the master teacher, it was only natural for the master teacher to offer some degree of protection to the butler. Under normal circumstances, the subordinates of high-ranking master teachers would have some kind of blessing infused into them so as to ensure that their lives would not be threatened when facing an enemy. If the fatty before him was truly Yang Shi's butler, he was bound to have a blessing or something similar within him. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Yang Shi if his butler was killed. Of course, my old master has bestowed upon me his blessing. Sun Chang was trembling fearfully on the inside, but on the surface, he continued putting up a brave front and harumphed furiously. Just that, how can I possibly show his blessing to anyone else so easily? What if I scare you out of your wits? As far as he knew, the old master had not imprinted a blessing on him before, but it was already too late for him to back down at this point. Thus, he could only thicken his skin and push his way forward. In any case, as long as he refused to take out the blessing, the other party should not be able to do anything about it. Don't worry, it'll be all good as long as you have Yang Shi's blessing. There's no need for you to take it out, Elder Gu replied with a smile. A master teacher of Yang Shi's caliber is able to instill instinctive deference from other ordinary master teachers. As long as you follow me to the teacher acknowledgement hall, we'll be able to discern if your words are true via the reflection of a unique formation. Teacher acknowledgement hall? Sun Chang's face twitched slightly upon hearing those words. Even though he was not a master teacher, he had been to all kinds of master teacher pavilions in his time with Zhang Xian. He knew the significance of the teacher acknowledgement hall to master teachers, and that the will of countless predecessors resided in there. There was no trickery nor falsehood that would be able to escape their eyes. The fact that he did not have the old master's blessing would be exposed in an instant if they headed there. Don't you think it's deeply disrespectful to trouble the wills of the predecessors over something as trivial as this? My old master has always preached that a person should always rely on himself as far as possible so as to not trouble others unnecessarily. Sun Chang replied haughtily without the slightest tinge of redness in his face. The days he had spent as a realtor back in the Tianqian kingdom had allowed him to refine his art of lying. It's not a trivial matter at all. This matter concerns the honor of a 9-star master teacher, so it's imperative that we take it with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, I will have to report this matter to the master teacher pavilion headquarters and have them send an envoy to verify the matter. That truly would be troubling others, Elder Gu replied earnestly. The other party's firm confidence had left him a little doubtful earlier, but with the other party insistently refusing to verify his identity, he was starting to be more and more convinced that the other party was a fake. Without bothering to give Sun Chang any opportunity to argue, Elder Gu turned around and instructed, "Escort Yang Shi's butler to the teacher acknowledgement hall." "Yes," the young man replied. He stepped forward, and a burst of energy surged from his palm and wrapped around Sun Chang like iron chains, rendering the latter completely immobile. As one who had not even reached the Saint realm yet, his strength was nothing compared to the Saint 5 Dan young man. "Butler's son, this way please." The young man gestured forward with a smile. Not expecting to be treated in such a manner, Sun Chang's face reddened in rage. "How dare you bind the butler of a grand elder of the master teacher pavilion headquarters? Will any of you be able to bear the consequences once my old master learns of the matter? Bind? We would not dare bind a person as esteemed as you. All we are doing is inviting you over to the teacher acknowledgement hall to verify your identity. As Yang Shi's butler, you should be well aware of how important lineages are to master teachers, so even if Yang Shi does learn of this matter, he will agree with our actions," Elder Gu said as he walked out of the room. The young man quickly followed behind while dragging Sun Chang along with him. Not too long later, they arrived before a vast hall. Within the hall was a massive altar filled with innumerable tablets. These had been left behind by the generations of outstanding predecessors of the Sanctum of Sages. Erected at the very center of the room was Kong Shi's sculpture, and he was looking at the sky with eyes filled with compassion for the entire world. By the side of the hall, there was a row of smaller sculptures. The sculpture at the very forefront of the row was an old man whose eyes were tightly shut. He was the founder of the Sanctum of Sages, ancient sage Boshang. To the right of him was Sage Kuei, after which was the second sanctum head, the third sanctum head, and so on. The sculptures of these sanctum heads were significantly shorter than Kong Shi, and it seemed as if they were listening to his teaching, comprehending the true nature of the world. We have arrived at the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall. If you really do possess the blessing of Yang Shi, we should be able to tell easily here, Elder Gu said with a smile before waving his hand grandly. Voila! Many rays of light shot forth from the tablets and the sculptures and fell upon Sun Chong, embracing his body. It seemed like they were trying to detect the presence of any blessing within him. A moment later, the light shrouding Sun Chong dissipated into the surroundings. You have no blessing imprinted on you at all. As expected, you have been lying all this time. The young man bellowed in agitation. Preposterous. How can you even think of impersonating Yang Shi's butler? You must really be tired of. Elder Gu glanced at Sun Chong with eyes that looked ready to kill. Gotcha. But before Elder Gu could finish his words, a resounding explosion suddenly echoed in the hall. One of the tablets had exploded, following which, the other tablets swiftly followed suit, as if fearing that it would be considered an act of disrespect if they were to detonate themselves late. In just the blink of an eye, the room was filled with wooden shavings all around. Chapter 1396. The Deputy Sanctum Head appears. The lower jaw of both Elder Gu and the young man fell to the ground, completely flabbergasted by what they were seeing. The situation had far exceeded their imagination. If Yang Shi's blessing was imprinted within Sun Chong's body, all of the predecessors whose strength was beneath Yang Shi's when they left behind their will would fall down as a sign of respect to him. And based off what they knew of Yang Shi's strength, there were definitely not too many predecessors in the Sanctum of Sages who would be a match for him. If Sun Chong was truly Yang Shi's butler, they estimated that roughly half of tablets would fall, leaving behind just a few incredible experts in the Sanctum Heads. But instead of falling, they ended up exploding. What the heck was going on? Elder Gu anxiously looked at the altar of tablets before him, but as if meeting with some kind of supernatural occurrence, they were exploding one after another with increasing frequency. In just a few breaths, they had all already been reduced to wooden shavings with none surviving the ordeal. It's fortunate that the sculptures of the Sanctum Heads are still intact. Elder Gu heaved a sigh of relief. It was already bad enough for the tablets to be destroyed under his watch, so if anything had happened to Sage Kuei and other sculpture as well, he really would have been in deep trouble. But before he could finish his words, cracks began creeping across the sculpture of the ninth Sanctum Head, growing more and more numerous. Gotcha! A second later, it was nothing more than a pile of rubble on the ground. And as if a contagious disease, the same symptoms struck the eighth Sanctum Head, followed by the seventh Sanctum Head, then the sixth. Even ancient sage Boshang was not spared from this mysterious malady and split in two, leaving behind Kong Shi standing silently on the spot. At this point, Elder Gu and the young man's minds had gone completely blank. The Sanctum Head of each generation was an astounding genius, be it in terms of their fighting prowess or eye of discernment. They would not pale in comparison even against the Grand Elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion. This was even more so for ancient sage Boshang. As one of Kong Shi's direct disciple, he had achieved a level of cultivation that not a single generation of Deputy Pavilion Masters of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters were able to match up to. So why would they shatter all of a sudden while in the midst of recognizing Yang Shi? Just when in the world did Yang Shi reach such a level of power? If that was the case, as an elder of the Sanctum of Sages, Elder Gu should have heard of the joyous news by now. Those two were not the only ones who were taken aback by the happenings. Even the perpetrator of the entire affair, Sun Chong, was completely dumbstruck as well. He had thought that he would be exposed this time around, But who could have known that this would happen instead? While the old master had never imprinted a blessing on him, the young master did infuse several surges of zhenqi into his body before, saying that it would protect him in times of danger. It was out of a moment of desperation that he tried driving them earlier, but who would have thought that it would lead to the tablets exploding instead? It was as if they had met a being whom they dared not oppose. The whole debacle was too bizarre. Just as Sun Chong was deep in thought, he saw Elder Gu looking at him with a speechless expression on his face. Do you believe that I am Yang Shi's butler now? Seeing that he was finally out of danger, Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief on the inside while glancing down on Elder Gu imposingly, as if everything had been under his control all this while. Elder Gu was just about to nod when a resounding creak filled the room, and the next instant, Kong Shi's sculpture placed his hands together and bowed deeply, seemingly greeting a peer. Voila! Following which, cracks began surfaced on Kong Shi's sculpture as well, and it took just a few moments for it to explode into smithereens. And just as everyone thought that the worst was over, the entire teacher acknowledgement hall suddenly began shaking non-stop, and the roof began plummeting down on them one chunk at a time. Hong long long. In less than 2 breaths, the majestic building collapsed inward, becoming nothing more than a pile of rubble. Just what in the world is going on? Elder Gu and the young man looked at one another with frenzied expressions on their faces. They had been planning to bring that fellow over to verify if that fellow really had Yang Shi's blessing imprinted on him or not. But who could have known that the entire teacher acknowledgement hall would end up collapsing instead? The teacher acknowledgement hall was a place where the wills of the predecessors were stored. Even if the otherworldly demonic tribe managed to destroy every single hall of the Sanctum of Sages, it would still be nigh impossible for them to tear down the teacher acknowledgement hall. Yet, the impregnable fortress was actually reduced to such a state. Are you an envoy sent by the god of destruction to bring ruination upon us? What happened? Barely after diving out of the rubble, they swiftly heard a voice in the sky. Looking up, they saw various silhouettes rushing over in their direction. The one taking the lead was an old man, and upon seeing the current state of the teacher acknowledgement hall, his lips began twitching uncontrollably, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. He was the incumbent deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhan Tianqing. Zhan Shi. Seeing that the deputy sanctum head had come down personally, Elder Gu hurriedly clasped his fist and explained everything that had happened in detail. While verifying for the presence of a blessing, the tablets all shattered, and Kong Shi placed his hands together and bowed deeply. Upon hearing the story from Elder Gu, Zhan Shi and the other elders in the sky looked at one another with unbelievable expressions on their faces. For Kong Shi to actually bow to another man as his peer. What a joke. Who in the world could possibly be worthy of having the world's teacher bow down to them as a peer? What I'm saying is the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, you can have him try it again once the teacher acknowledgement hall is fixed. Elder Gu exclaimed in agitation, seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. The teacher acknowledgement hall harnesses the will of many predecessors. It'll take at least half a year in order to restore it to its previous state. Zhan Shi shook his head and frowned. Why don't we do this instead? We shall temporarily seal our cultivation and use our own perceiving methods to examine Butler Sun's condition so as to determine what's going on. Their strength was already no weaker than the predecessors, so they could use the same means to determine if there was truly a blessing in Sun Chong or not. At the same time, they would be able to find out what had happened earlier as well. Sounds good. Elder Gu nodded. Let's begin then. Zhan Shi instructed. The various elders quickly surrounded Sun Chong, and with a flick of their wrist, a ray of light burst forth from their hands. Hong long. Just like before, the light congregated on Sun Chong, forming a sphere of light around him. They really won't learn, will they? Seeing that the crowd was still insisting on examining him, Sun Chong shook his head helplessly. He drove the zhenqi that the young master had infused into his body before turning to look at one of the elders. Pada. A slight jolt sounded, and the elder abruptly plummeted from the sky before lying in a daze on the ground, as if having encountered something terrifying. Then, Sun Chong turned his gaze to another one of the elders. Paji. That elder plummeted from the sky, too. This. Scratching his head, Sun Chong turned to the third elder. Hoo. Wherever Sun Chong's eyes fell, the elders in that direction would suddenly lose control of their strength and plummet to the ground. In just the blink of an eye, only Zhan Shi was left in the sky. You. Watching as Sun Chong slowly turned his head around, Zhan Shi could not help but shudder in fear. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a towering figure appearing right before his eyes. That figure was so big that he seemed to cover the entire world. Or perhaps he was the world itself, a manifestation of the authority of the heavens. Pada! A jolt struck Zhan Shi's heart, and he suddenly found his zhanqi slowing to a halt. Just like that, he plummeted from the sky as well and struck the ground headfirst, dyeing his hair with dirt. Watching as the deputy sanctum head and other elders fell from the sky, Elder Ji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His teeth clattered together in fear as he looked at the fat silhouette before him with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The young master Shenqi is actually so useful? While the crowd was overwhelmed by shock and fear, Sun Chong was reveling in his newfound ability. He excitedly drove the zhenqi that the young master had infused into his body and swept his gaze across the crowd once more. In response to that, Zhan Shi and the others convulsed on the spot. Another sweeping gaze, and they convulsed on the spot once more. Sun Chong could not help but find the situation deeply interesting. Chapter 1397 The Real Butler 1. It was some time later before Sun Chong reluctantly came to a halt. It was not that he did not want to continue playing with the various master teachers, but the zhenqi that the young master had left in his body was limited in the first place. He could not just waste it all on trivial playing. He had to keep some for times of danger as well. Hoo. With Sun Chong ceasing to abuse the heavens path zhenqi, Zhan Shi and the others finally managed to rise back up into the sky. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the fatty beneath them. Fear and shock could be seen reflected in the depths of their eyes. The detection method required them to seal their cultivation so that they could better sense the presence of a master teacher's aura with their senses. Under normal circumstances, as long as the person who had left behind the blessing was not too much stronger than them, they would only feel a surge of respect and admiration for the individual. What that had happened earlier, the loss of ability to move their bodies, should have been impossible. There had never been such an incidence of something like that happening before. But the impossible had really come true this time around. One of the elders cowered back fearfully before turning his gaze over to the others and asking, "What did you all see?" "I saw a silhouette that towered even against the sky, an existence that seemed to encompass the entire world. It was almost as if that figure was the heavens themselves," an elder said. "That's exactly what I saw too. Could it be that Yang Shi has already achieved that level of strength?" The crowd gulped before they gasped in shock. Just what kind of realm had Yang Shi reached in order for the blessing he imprinted to harness such astounding power? Yang Shi has close ties with the old ancestors of the three sage clans, especially with the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. In fact, he was the witness to the betrothal of the young prodigy and the little princess. He surpassed Saint Nine Dan many years ago, reaching an unfathomable level in his cultivation. Furthermore, he possesses exceptional sensitivity towards souls and bloodlines, such that it would be no exaggeration to say that he's the #1 expert in that field in the world. Zhan Shi said, "Other than him, I can think of no one else who wields the power to reduce the teacher acknowledgement hall to such a state and render every single one of us completely powerless." While most elders in the Sanctum of Sages might not know much about the elusive Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, as the Deputy Sanctum Head, Zhan Shi still knew a thing or two. And honestly, other than that legendary man, he could not think of anyone else who could make them plummet completely helplessly from the sky with just his aura. Does this mean that he's really Yang Shi's butler? Elder Ge's body stiffened. That's most likely the case. Zhan Shi nodded. Then, he turned to Elder Gu and berated him in displeasure. As Yang Shi's butler, it's natural for butler's son to put on airs, or else what would become of the strict hierarchy of order among the master teachers? Yet, You doubted him and forcefully dragged him over to the teacher acknowledgement hall to verify his identity. It's no wonder he was unhappy and reduced the entire place to such a state. Elder Gu, this is a mess that you caused, so you'd better put some thought into how you intend to resolve it. Would anyone in their right mind dare impersonate Yang Shi's butler? Considering the heavy price that one would have to pay once caught, no sane person would attempt to impersonate as Yang Shi's butler. Yet, he just had to doubt Butler Sunday. Look at the good work you have done. The teacher acknowledgement hall has collapsed, and the several dozen millenniums of pride and honor of the sanctum of sages has been completely ruined. Yes, Elder Gu nodded with a bitter smile on his face. Gritting his teeth, he slowly walked toward Sun Chong. But before he could say a word, the latter had already put his hands behind his back once more and questioned with a haughty look on his face. How is it? Have you verified my identity? Of course, of course. Elder Gu quickly nodded. Humph. Your student tried to throw me out of the Hall of Integrity and pass a restraint order on me, and you forcefully brought me to the Hall of Acknowledgement in order to verify my identity. How do you think we should resolve this matter? Sun Chong asked with an authoritative tone. It was really fortunate that the young master had left a surge of Jinqi in his body, or else things would have gotten really awkward. Of course, it was impossible for the young master's Jinqi to be so formidable by itself. In his view, the old master must have left behind some kind of means within him that even he was oblivious to. But thinking over the matter once more, despite being a butler of the #1 figure in the master-teacher continent, he had actually been messed around by a minor figure like that. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Butler's son, Elder Gu was just ignorant of your identity, so if you could be so kind as to— Zhang Shi quickly stepped in and intervened. I told him who my old master is, but he chose to doubt my words instead. I, Sun Chong, have traveled here step by step from the Tianqian kingdom, and I have braved countless storms. But this is the first time I have seen someone that conceited. Sun Chong sneered coldly. If everyone were to behave in such a manner, what would become of Yang Shi's authority? What would become of the Master-Teacher Pavilion's authority? Zhang Shi frowned in a dilemma. While humility was celebrated among the Master Teachers, there was still a need to regard the leaders of mankind with respect so as to not undermine their authority. If everyone disregarded the authority of those in power, it would be hard for the leaders of mankind to rally the populace together to fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Knowing that he was at fault for this incident, Elder Gu clenched his fists tightly and stepped forward. Butler's son, feel free to say what you want me to do. As long as it's within my means, consider it done. You are a master teacher, whereas I am just a butler. I don't have the right to issue any punishment to you. Sun Chong shot a glance at Elder Gu. There was a short pause before he waved his hand and continued. However, if you wish to make reparations, it just happens that our young master is in dire need for pinnacle spirit stones. If you can bring some over, I think we can let this matter rest. Don't worry, I'll pay an equivalent price for the exchange. It's not my habit to blackmail or coerce others into things. Having followed Zhang Xian for quite some time, as he came into contact with higher-ranked master teachers, he began to gain a deeper understanding of the rules concerning master teachers. It was true that even 8-star master teachers would have to show him respect out of deference to the old master, but ultimately, he still was not a master teacher, so he was not qualified to pass judgment upon them. It would be a breach of etiquette. That's simple. Consider it done. Hearing that the other party just wanted to exchange for pinnacle spirit stones, Elder Gu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He flicked his wrist, and a jade container materialized in his hand. Here are 5 pinnacle spirit stones. Please consider them an apology for my undeserving disciple's insolent actions. If you wish to make any further exchange for pinnacle spirit stones, feel free to look for me. As long as it's not beyond 50 pinnacle spirit stones, I should be able to sort it for you. You are a wise man. Sun Chong nodded with a pleased smile on his face as he accepted the jade container. The very purpose of his visit was to acquire the pinnacle spirit stones, and not only did he gain 5 of them for free, he was even given the right to exchange for them whenever. This outcome was one that he was extremely content with. At the same time, He could not help but think how convenient it was when there was someone above that he could rely on. Had these master teachers not found the old master's blessing in him, putting aside earning these pinnacle spirit stones, he might not even have been allowed to walk out of there alive. Seeing that the conflict was resolved, Jean Sure stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Butler's son, if I may, what level of cultivation has young Sure reached, and where is he at the moment?" The imposing figure that he had seen earlier was simply too frightening, such that his heart was still beating in trepidation. Could young Sure have really crossed that bottleneck and achieved that unfathomable realm? Our old master has always been a rather elusive figure, and even I don't have any means of contacting him. Usually, he's the one who looks for me instead. I'm also not too sure on the specifics regarding how powerful he is either, but I do know that the strength he wields has reached a level far beyond anyone's gauge, such that it's no exaggeration to say that he's unrivaled in this world. When speaking of Yang Xian, a brilliant gleam lit up in Sun Chang's eyes, and his voice grew conspicuously agitated. Despite his overwhelming strength, the old master still remained amiable and compassionate, and this left him deeply in awe. Yang Sure is truly a person worthy of respect. Jean Sure nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an elder beside him suddenly rushed up to him with a bizarre look on his face. "Jean Sure, there's someone looking for you outside." "Looking for me?" Jean Sure frowned. "Who is it?" As the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, a Saint Nine Dan expert, he was not a figure whom just anyone could meet. The elder shot a glance at Sun Chang, and his lips twitched slightly. Then, with a slightly awkward tone, he said, "That person claims that he is Yang Shure's butler." Chapter 1398 The Real Butler 2. Why Yang Shure's butler? Which Yang Shure? Jean Sure was stunned by the elder's report. "It's Yang Xian," the elder replied. Jean Sure froze on the spot. They had finally recognized the plump man standing before them as Yang Shure's butler when another one popped up all of a sudden. Was this some kind of elaborate prank working against them? When did the position of Yang Shure's butler become so worthless that one could be found at every turn? What's going on? Jean Sure sent a telepathic message privately to the elder. What the heck was this? This was the Sanctum of Sages, not some guess who Yang Shure's real butler is event venue. For Yang Shure's butlers to pop up one after another. Were they trying to stress him to death? I have no idea. My student just sent me the message. At which, the elder suddenly paused for a brief moment before continuing on. Furthermore, it seems like the person is someone whom you are acquainted with. Someone whom I am acquainted with? Jean Sure was bewildered by those words. While he had heard of many affairs surrounding Yang Sure, most of them were concerning official matters instead of the latter's private life. On top of that, he had not had the honor of meeting the latter in person. Thus, he was not familiar with the latter's personal relations. For example, he had not even heard of such butler's son prior to this matter. So, it was really perplexing to him that another one of Yang Shure's butlers would pop up and all of a sudden claim that he was acquainted with him. That's right. Do you still remember Hu Yiwei? The elder replied telepathically. You are speaking of the Thousand Hands Poison Monarch Hu Yiwei? Jean Sure subconsciously tightened his fists upon hearing that name. That's right, it's him. The elder nodded grimly. The top echelon of the Poison Hall headquarters is classified by the 2 guardians, 4 eminences, 12 poison kings, and 72 tier 1 hall masters. As the left guardian of the Poison Hall, Hu Yiwei's name is often raised alongside right guardian Shanju, and he's known for his exceptional mastery of poison. Recalling the history surrounding Hu Yiwei, an involuntary shudder ran through Jean Shure's body. It said that his mastery of poison has already reached a level so high that he could even plant poison within an embryo through the mother's body without harming either of the two, cursing the child to a life of suffering. The poisons that he concocts are so potent and powerful that even 9-star physicians would find themselves completely helpless before them. Indeed, there was a period of time when he wreaked havoc in the master-teacher continent, poisoning every single person that he came by. Eventually, the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters were forced to dispatch their forces to surround and take him down. If I recall correctly, Jean Sure, you were involved in that operation back then, right? The elder asked. That's right, I did participate in that operation. Combining the forces dispatched by the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters, Sanctum of Sages, and Combat Master Hall, there was a total of 9 Saint Nine Dan experts in total. We managed to corner him at an ancient city, and we set up an unbreachable trap in order to force him to surrender. Yet, who could have thought that the fellow would actually manage to forcefully break out of our defenses through the sheer potency of his poison? 6 of the Saint Nine Dan experts died on the spot, and it's only by a stroke of luck that I managed to survive the ordeal. As Jean Sure recalled the affairs that had happened back then, hostility rippled in his eyes, and he seemed to grow slightly agitated. It is due to that lethal poison that my cultivation hasn't progressed at all for the past 20 years, stagnating at Saint Nine Dan primary stage. After that matter, the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters organized a couple more operations, but the cunning Hu Yiwei managed to get away each time. However, all news surrounding him abruptly stopped 2 months afterward, and he has not been seen since then. There are rumors saying that he encountered Yang Sure, and the latter subdued him and made him his subordinate. The elders said, due to the vast implications of the matter, the operations conducted over the past 2 decades had been kept confidential among the top brass of the Master Teacher Pavilion. As such, those who had not participated in those operations would never know of these matters. I have heard of that rumor, too. No matter how powerful Hu Yiwei is, there's no way he would stand a chance against the powerful Yang Sure. If that man who is requesting to meet me is really Hu Yiwei, then there might just be some credibility to the rumors. Jean Sure said, while he harbored deep anger toward the Hu Yiwei. If it was true that the latter had become Yang Shure's subordinate, he would have no choice but to forsake all thoughts of exacting vengeance. It was true that the Thousand Hands Poison Monarch had erred greatly in the past, but if Yang Sure could guarantee that the other party would use his powers to contribute to mankind in the future, that would surely be preferable to killing the other party. After all, Saint Nine Dan experts were not easy to come by, and mankind was in need of all the strength it could get in order to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe. The rumors that Yang Sure had subdued Hu Yiwei had spread like wildfire at one point in time, but there had been no concrete evidence then to determine the authenticity of the rumor. As such, they could only take the matter with a pinch of salt. But who would have thought that it would actually be real? You're right. The elder hesitated for a brief moment before asking, should we invite him in? Since he's Yang Shure's butler, he should be acquainted with Butler's son over here. It would be good to allow them to interact with one another, and perhaps we just might be able to determine the cause of the peculiar situation earlier, Jean Sure said. Only someone as powerful as Yang Sure could have the strength to possibly make the vicious Hu Yiwei bow in submission. If the person requesting an audience with him was truly Hu Yiwei, there should be little doubt that he was really Yang Shure's butler. After all, why else would someone as esteemed as the left guardian of the Poison Hall claim that he was the butler of a master teacher? That would only be lowering his standing. Considering how the plump man before him was Yang Shure's butler as well, there was a good chance that the both of them knew one another. All right. The elder nodded before leaving the room. Sometime later, he returned with a gray-robed elder behind him. This elder had particularly thick eyebrows, and there was a gloomy tone to his eyes, making it hard for one to read his emotions. His true cultivation was buried deep within his body, making it impossible for one to accurately gauge his strength. However, based on what Jean Sure had said, he was likely to be a Saint Nine Dan expert at the very minimum. Hu Yiwei walked right up to Jean Sure and said with a slight smile, Jean Tianqing, we meet once more. Indeed, we meet once more, Jean Sure said with narrowed eyes as he tried his best to suppress his fury. You need not get angry. I was the left guardian of the Poison Hall back then, so it's a given that we would attempt to kill one another. But since I have become Yang Shure's butler, we can be considered allies standing on the same front now. There's no reason for you to view me hostilely, Hu Yiwei said. Indeed, there's no reason for that anymore. Jean Sure shook his head. May I know the reason behind your visit? If there's nothing much, why don't I show you the way out? Don't be so quick to send me off. Why don't you take a look at this first? Perhaps it might change your mind. Hu Yiwei flicked his finger, and a jade bottle flew over. Jean Sure casually grabbed the jade bottle and pried it open. A moment later, his eyes narrowed. Is this the antidote to the poison in my body? Ever since becoming afflicted with the poison from the other party 20 years ago, he had sought out countless physicians, but none of them had been able to do anything about it. As a result of that, he had been unable to advance his cultivation. It was exactly for this reason that he was filled with rage for the other party. Yet, who would have thought that the other party would deliver the antidote right to him? Indeed, my master wishes me to cure all those patients whom I have poisoned over the years. Even though the poison you were afflicted with wasn't too severe, it still must have caused you quite some suffering over the years. Thus, I hope to make it up to you one way or another, Hu Yiwei explained. Help me relay my thanks to Yang Sure. With Jean Sure's eye of discernment, he was able to tell whether the antidote was real or not with just a single glance, and he could hardly control his excitement with the cure to his long-term affliction right in his hands. He hurriedly placed it into his storage ring before recalling the other matter he had in mind. So he gestured to Sun Chong and said, "Right, why don't I introduce the both of you to one another? This gentleman over here is also Yang Shure's butler, Sun Chong." "Butler's son. This elder over here is Hu Yiwei, Yang Shure's butler. Well, I guess the both of you should be acquainted with one another, right?" "Yang Shure's butler?" Hu Yiwei frowned in doubt. "I am the only butler that Yang Shure has. How could there be another butler?" On the other hand, Sun Chong's eyebrows shot up upon hearing those words, and displeasure surfaced on his face. "Little Jean, you said that he's the old master's butler too? You must be joking with me." After which, he turned his sights to Hu Yiwei and bellowed, "Preposterous! How dare you impersonate the old master's butler? Men, take him down." Chapter 1399 Sun Chong's Wrath. A wave of silence swept across the room. The teeth of every single elder in the room were clattering nonstop, and they looked at Sun Chong as if they were looking at a monster. The gray-robed elder wielded strength that even Jean Shure could not match, and yet, that plump man actually said that the other party was preposterous and even commanded for others to take him down. Even if we want to take him down, we need the strength to do so first. If we really attempt to do so, every single one of us will probably be poisoned to the ground by the end of today. On the other hand, Hu Yiwei was taken aback for an instant before his eyes narrowed into thin slits. "What did you say?" He had been following Yang Shure for more than 20 years now, and he knew very well whether the latter had more butlers and subordinates or not. In fact, he was the one who dealt with almost all of the miscellaneous matters. It was one thing for him to have never met the plump man standing before him, but to think that the other party would dare speak to him in such a manner. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Sun Chong waved his hand in impatience. "Speak. What's your motive for pretending to be the old master's butler? You might have been able to get away with it if you did it elsewhere, but it seems that you have lucked out. You never thought that you would meet me, Yang Shure's real butler, Real butler?" Sensing the complete lack of nervousness within Sun Chong while saying those words, Hu Yiwei could not help but turn his gaze to Jean Shure. "Jean Tianqing, who is this fellow? You don't know one another?" Jean Shure's lips twitched. He had thought that as fellow butlers of Yang Shure, the both of them should have been acquainted with one another. Yet, who could have thought that a meeting between the both of them would end up so tense instead? It was not only the case that the both of them hadn't met one another, it was more like they did not even know of each other's existence. This almost felt like a wife meeting the mistress for the first time. Am I supposed to know every insignificant person out there in the world? Hu Yiwei flung his sleeves coldly. His master was one of the strongest experts in the master-teacher continent, and even the weakest cultivator in his social circle was at St. Nine Dan at minimum. Given so, how could his master possibly take a fellow who was not even at the Saint realm yet as his butler? He claims to be Yang Shure's butler, and we validated his identity through the teacher acknowledgement hall earlier. Yang Shure has indeed imprinted his blessing on him, Jean Shure explained. The person who had imprinted a blessing onto Sun Chong was an expert far stronger than their imaginations. Other than Yang Shure, they could think of no other person who was powerful enough for that. "He possesses my master's blessing?" Huiwei was taken aback by those words. He turned his gaze toward the plump man by the side once more, and deep creases slowly etched themselves onto his forehead. My master is a person who values peace and quietness, such that he has only taken in a single student to date. Given that, how could he possibly take you in as his butler? Fatty, explain yourself. Even if Yang Shi wanted to take in a butler, he would at least take in someone who was much more qualified. There was simply no reason he would take in a person as weak as the fatty before him as his butler. Audacious. How dare you question our old master's judgment? Naturally, he has his own considerations for making his decisions. Or could it be that you feel that our old master is accountable to you for every decision that he makes? Sun Cheng waved his hand and harumphed coldly. He turned around and sat back down on the main seat in the room before continuing. There's no point wasting any more time here. Hurry up and confess your identity and the reason you are impersonating as our old master's butler? What the heck was this? People nowadays sure were getting more and more arrogant. How in the world could a fake like the other party possibly have the cheek and the courage to stand before him without the slightest hint of fear? Not to mention, to even be putting on such an act in the sanctum of sages. His audacity was truly incredible. Impersonating? Huiwei nearly exploded on the spot. Do you know who I am? Had it been in the past, he definitely would have poisoned the other party to death for daring to conduct himself so arrogantly before him. As the left guardian of the poison hall, possibly the top poison practitioner in the world, how could he allow another man to insult him in such a manner? Do I look like I give a damn as to who you are? Sun Cheng replied with a deeply annoyed tone. Rather, do you know who I am? Our old master is one of the grand elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and very possibly the strongest expert in the world. As his butler, I have the responsibility to uphold his dignity and standing. Yet, a mere impersonator like you actually dares to question me in such a manner. I hate to say this, but are you tired of living? To think that even a mere impersonator would speak to him so arrogantly. It seemed like even the world was not a big enough place to house the other party's ego anymore. Even though Huiwei was on the verge of erupting, he still suppressed his rage and harumphed. You claim that Yang Shi is your master, but do you have any evidence of it? After years of listening to Yang Shi's teachings, his temper had cooled down significantly. Had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past, he would have flipped the entire sanctum of sages upside down. Evidence? Little Jean has already verified it earlier. The old master's blessing is right within me. Instead of speaking of me, why don't you take a look at yourself instead? Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Who doesn't know how to make empty claims? Why don't you show some evidence first before pointing your finger at others? Sun Cheng sneered coldly. He had used the young master's Zhenqi in order to clear the identity examination, but given that the young master was the old master's direct disciple, that could also be considered a method of the old master, so it was not entirely inaccurate to say that he possessed Yang Shi's blessing. You, unwilling to waste his breath on futile explanations, Huiwei flicked his wrist and whipped out a token. This is the token that my master has given to me. Token? Zhan Shi and the others quickly turned their gazes over, and very soon, they nodded in approval. That's a token specially crafted by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Indeed, it belongs to Yang Shi. There's no way to fake that. As elders of the Sanctum of Sages, they would never make a mistake with something as important as this. It's real. Sun Cheng was stunned for an instant before hurriedly snatching the token to take a look. The token was roughly the size of one's palm. The majestic insignia of the Master-Teacher Pavilion was imprinted on the front, and the back was a Yang character written in seal script. It was difficult to determine what material it was made of, but just from the solemn and heavy air that it exuded, it was apparent that the token was no weaker than any Saint high-tier artifact. Putting aside whether the token was real or not, just the very material and craftsmanship of the token made it a highly valuable commodity, and not to mention, one could still vaguely feel the unique aura of the Master-Teacher Pavilion within it. To think that the old master didn't give one to me. The more Sun Cheng stared at the token, the more indignant he felt. This is too much. Isn't the old master too biased? It's one thing that he dumped the young master on me to take care of, but he actually didn't leave anything for me either. This is really unfair. As your student, I understand why you might want to cultivate independence in the young master, and thus didn't want to interfere in his growth too much, but I'm your butler. Not only did you not give me any money or a blessing, you even gave someone else such a good token instead of me. We're both your butlers, but why does it seem like I'm your step-butler instead? This won't do. The next time I meet the old master, I must really talk sense into him. At the very least, I should receive at least 1 or 2 tokens from him. Otherwise, how am I supposed to uphold my pride, my dignity, if everyone doubts my identity? As the butler of the man who stands at the top of the master-teacher pavilion headquarters, I need to at least maintain a front that's worthy of my standing so that I don't bring shame to the old master's name. Seeing the look on Sun Chang's face, Hu Yiwei harumphed coldly. How is it? Can this token prove my identity? Even though Sun Chang felt deeply indignant inside, he still swiftly regained his poise and calmly replied, Well, since Little Jean and the others have already verified the token to be real, I guess you are indeed a butler of the old master as well. Considering how powerful and expert the old master was, it was understandable that he would have other butlers behind his back. As the main butler, he needed to be understanding and magnanimous to the old master's needs. Ever since I became the old master's subordinate, I have followed closely in his footsteps, never leaving his side. Tell me, why am I unaware of your existence? Hu Yiwei flicked his token back into his storage ring before gazing at Sun Chang coldly. Do you think that you are truly capable of following every single one of the old master's moves with your current capabilities? Sun Chang sneered coldly before slowly raising his head to look into the distance, seemingly reminiscing the old days. The old master picked me out from the market, saying that he was in awe of my character and temperament. He tasked me with taking care of the young master and protecting him till he matures. It was then that I made the decision to serve as his butler for life. But those are matters back from very long ago, so there's no point bringing them back up now. Right. You mentioned earlier that you are the old master's butler? Since that's the case, you should just listen to my commands from now on. It's fine. You don't have to feel touched. It's my responsibility to share the burden of the old master in taking care of the other subordinates. Chapter 1400 Can't Be Poisoned to Death. Back when he was still in the Tianqian Kingdom, Sun Chang had been with the old master for quite some time, but he had never heard that the old master had another butler. Had he known this earlier, he would not have tired himself out like this. He could simply have ordered this fellow around to get things done. After all, he was the butler whom the old master had entrusted the young master to, so it went without saying that his standing had to be higher. You want me to listen to your commands? Hearing those words, Hu Yiwei's cheeks twitched wildly, and he nearly rushed forward to strangle the other party to death. Could you be any more shameless? Even if I have concealed my cultivation, you should be able to tell how powerful I am from Zhan Shi and the others' attitude, right? I am a figure whom others would faint in the face of, and yet, you actually dare to say such words to me. Are you really that brave, or are your eyes that bad? Indeed. You are only a subordinate in charge of handling the old master's miscellaneous affairs, whereas I am butler whom the old master has recognized and entrusted great responsibility to. Shouldn't it be your honor to listen to my commands? Sun Chang nodded matter-of-factly. After all, it was clear that the other party was a mere subordinate in charge of handling miscellaneous affairs. On the other hand, he was a butler who had been entrusted with a direct disciple. Given so, was it not obvious which of the two of them was of higher standing? A subordinate might still require a token for others to validate their identity, but as the real butler, it went without saying that he did not need such a thing. With such a thought in mind, Sun Chang suddenly felt his indignation subsiding significantly, and his pride swelled once more. You want me to listen to your commands? Luo Luo. Hu Yiwei clenched his teeth tightly together as a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. With a flick of his finger, he inconspicuously sent a surge of poison into the plump man's body as he thought callously, "Sure, as long as you can survive this." After which, he decisively turned his gaze toward the elder, not wanting to waste any more of his breath on a dead man. Jean Sure, I have accompanied the young master here this time. He has already successfully enrolled in the Sanctum of Sages, so my mission is already complete, and there's no reason for me to stay here anymore. The reason I'm paying a visit right now is to request for you to take good care of him. My master has very high expectations of the young master. But before Jean Sure could respond, a loud voice suddenly interjected. There's no need for you to worry. I'll take care of the young master well. Hu Yiwei's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing that voice. He quickly turned his gaze over and saw Sun Cheng waving his hand calmly. How is this possible? Hu Yiwei's heart jolted in shock. The poison he had used was so potent that even an expert of Jean Sure's caliber would bleed from his 7 apertures once afflicted with it. Considering the dose that he had injected into the plump man's body, how could he possibly remain completely fine and even speak so energetically? Was this for real? What do you mean by that? Not knowing the peril that he had just been through, Sun Cheng waved his hand derisively and harumphed. If not for me taking care of the young master along the way, how could he have become a student of the Sanctum of Sages so easily? You needn't worry about anything. The young master is in good hands. Hearing how the plump man was speaking with increasing fervor, completely devoid of the weakened state that a poisoned man should be in, Hu Yiwei narrowed his eyes grimly. Unable to believe what was happening before him, he discreetly flicked his finger a few more times, sending more surges of poison into the other party's body. Even though his temperament had calmed down over the years under Yang Shure's teachings, the plump man before him had simply gone too far, stomping right across his bottom line. As a Saint Nine Dan expert, there was no way he could allow a weakling to humiliate him like that. Woo. In an instant, the few most lethal poisons that Hu Yiwei had with him were injected right into Sun Cheng's body. Enough. Is there any point in you flicking your fingers again and again? Are you hearing what I'm saying, or are you playing deaf with me? As a subordinate, you should know your place. It's no wonder the old master is unwilling to entrust greater responsibilities to you. Sun Cheng flung his sleeves in disapproval. He had been speaking nicely to the other party all this while, but that fellow just had to flick things at him again and again, provoking the Jinqi that the young master had left within his body to surge all around the place. Don't you know about respecting your seniors? Or do you think that I have mellowed out so much over the year that you feel that you can climb over my head? Otherwise, would you dare to act so brazenly before me? It seems like you are really mistaking my kindness for weakness. Seeing that there was really no sign of the other party being poisoned, Hu Yiwei's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The poisons that he had flicked into the plump man's body earlier were the most potent that he possessed. Even Yang Sure had to struggle a bit to deal with them, and yet, the other party was actually completely fine before them. Could it be that the plump man really was not as weak as he seemed? Was he actually a formidable expert in disguise? Just a while ago, he had met with a lady whom, despite her young age, was able to subdue him with ease. Furthermore, he had heard that the founder of the Poison Hall had returned recently, and she seemed to be a young lass, too. All of this taught him to never judge a person by their appearance. Not to mention, his master's eye of discernment had always been exceptional. Most likely, there was a deeper reason as to why he chose this crude plump man as his butler. After all, there was no reason for his master to recruit a useless man into his service. In an instant, the silhouette of the plump man whom he had been looking down at all this while suddenly grew towering. Jean Sure had noticed Hu Yiwei's actions, but seeing that Sun Cheng remained completely unharmed, he thought that Hu Yiwei had decided against it in the end. Heaving a sigh of relief on the inside, he hurriedly asked, I'll definitely take good care of Yang Shure's student. He's a freshman who cleared this examination just earlier this year, right? May I know his name? Zhang Xian, Feng Zi, Sun Cheng, and Hu Yiwei spoke simultaneously. Zhang Xian? Before Jean Sure could respond, Hu Yiwei had already turned to look at Sun Cheng with a deep frown. My master only has a single student, and his name is Feng Zi. Who in the world is the Zhang Xian you speak of? All those who were close with Yang Sure would know that he had only officially accepted a single student in his lifetime, and that person was Feng Zi. That was the young master whom he had been speaking of. and he had been following the other party all this while in order to protect him from the shadows, ensuring that he arrived at the sanctum of sages safely. As for that Zhang Xian, he had never heard of this person before. It was one thing for him to have never heard of his master taking in another butler, but would it not be truly ridiculous if he remained oblivious to his master taking in another student as well? Feng Zi and our young master are from the same lineage. They have already met one another, and they even had a friendly spar. Sun Chang waved his hand as he explained with a smile. From the looks of it, it seems like he has already become our young master's junior. So, that fellow was in charge of taking care of Feng Zi. That would explain everything. He had thought that it was weird when that fellow talked about how he had accompanied the young master here. It turned out that the young masters they were talking about were referring to different individuals. Based on what he knew of Zhang Xian, the latter would surely have Feng Zi pummeled till Feng Zi willingly addressed him as senior. Junior? Hu Yiwei froze on the spot. We could have been spared from all that trouble if you had just mentioned Feng Zi's name earlier. I wouldn't have doubted you if that was the case. Since we are all working for the old master, we should at least try to get along with one another. Seeing that Hu Yiwei still had an uncomprehending frown on his forehead, Sun Chang continued explaining with a smile. For an expert as powerful as the old master, it's perfectly normal for him to take in a couple of students and butlers outside without informing you. After all, as subordinates, it's not our place to inquire too much into our master's affairs. He knew full well how low profile the old master was. For one, despite knowing the old master for more than a year now, he would still have been oblivious to how incredible of a figure the old master was if not for Zhang Juxiao's explanation a while ago. Hu Yiwei was stifled into silence. With how confidently the plump man was speaking, and given that the other party had cleared Zhan Shi and the other's verification and even his most potent of poisons could not kill the other party, he suddenly felt deeply uncertain on the inside. He might have been accompanying Yang Shi for the past few years, but in the end, he was just a subordinate. There were still some matters that he was not privy to. Could it be that his master had really taken in another student and butler behind his back? His initial intention had just been to request Zhan Shi to take care of Feng Zi, but in a weird twist of fate, it somehow turned into a reunion event. Chapter 1401. His name is Zhang Xian, to share the same position as an insignificant figure who had not even reached the Saint Realm yet. Hu Yiwei suddenly felt deeply stifled on the inside. Forget it. I'll just ask my master when I return later on. Hu Yiwei knew that he would only be lowering his status if he were to argue with a nobody. Furthermore, there was just a chance that what the other party said was true. If that was the case, his actions would only lead to others mocking Yang Shi for being unable to keep his subordinates in check, thus bringing shame to his master. Thus, he remained silent. However, as the indignation suffocating his chest continued to grow, he was eventually unable to keep his poise and harumphed. Young Master Feng Zi is an extraordinarily talented individual. Even if the Zhang Xian person you spoke of is a direct disciple of my master, too, there is little doubt that young Master Feng Zi is the senior. Feng Zi was an extremely talented individual, such that even the core members of top sage clans would struggle to remain on par with him. On top of that, he was a hard-working person as well, knowing that he had to work hard to achieve what he wanted in life. It was due to the combination of his unyielding diligence and his superior talent that he was able to achieve the cultivation of Saint Seven Dan phantasmal space realm despite only being in his 20s. Even if that Zhang Xian fellow was Yang Shi's student as well, there was no way he could possibly best Feng Zi's accomplishment. Our young master has never been defeated by his peers. Sun Chang waved his hand confidently. He had been with the young master for so long, but when had the latter ever allowed himself to suffer the slightest grievance? Those who dared stand against the young master eventually ended up becoming his student or grand student, or else they would find their reputation completely shattered, stripped of their master-teacher identity even. No matter how powerful that Feng Zi fellow was, there was no way he could hold a candle to the young master. Hearing the plump man's boasting, Hu Yiwei could not help but frown in displeasure. Your young master has never been defeated by his peers? Humph. That's only because he hasn't met our young master yet. In the younger generation, the most talented offspring of the sage clans was indubitably Zhang Yu, but even he was nothing compared to Feng Zi. Even if that Zhang Xian fellow the other party spoke of was truly powerful, there was no way he would be a match for Feng Zi. Not wanting to waste his breath with the obstinate old man, Sun Chang harumphed. It's pointless for you to quibble about it here. You'll know the answer very soon. In the midst of his words, however, an anxious voice suddenly interrupted them. Elder Gu, a disaster has occurred, following which, an elder rushed into the room in a fluster. Seeing that the person who had rushed into the room was a managerial elder of the Hall of Integrity, Elder Gu asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" For an elder to fly into such a fluster, something huge must have occurred. It's the bunch from the Physician Guild. All of them suddenly came to the Hall of Integrity as a group under Divine Healer Bai Yu's lead, and for some reason, they actually managed to make breakthroughs in their cultivation simultaneously. Now, we have more than a dozen elders undergoing the dimension sundering ordeal. Due to the close proximity of their locations, the lightning tribulations began fusing together with one another, and they are showing signs of running amok. The elder reported with a pale face. They managed to make breakthroughs in their cultivation simultaneously? You said that the lightning tribulations began fusing together with one another? Everyone jolted on the spot upon hearing that news. Even Zhan Shi's eyes were widening in utter horror, unable to believe what he had just heard. The might of a lightning tribulation was, by no means, constant. If two people were to make a breakthrough simultaneously in close proximity to one another, the might of the lightning tribulation that they would draw in would not be as simple as just 1 + 1 = 2. Rather, the resonance between the lightning tribulations could cause the might of the lightning tribulation to compound to 4 or even more. For this reason, cultivators would always avoid making a breakthrough at the same time as others, especially when the breakthrough would bring about a cultivation ordeal. Even if two cultivators had to make a breakthrough simultaneously, they would attempt to distance themselves from one another as much as possible so as to reduce the chances of the lightning tribulation fusing with one another. Once any fusion occurred, the possibility of success would be near zero. Yet, the Physician Guild actually had more than a dozen of their elders achieve breakthroughs simultaneously. As if that was not bad enough, they just had to make their breakthrough in the Hall of Integrity. Just what did the Hall of Integrity do to you all to treat us like that? Will you only be content after reducing us to rubble? I know most of the managerial elders in the Physician Guild. While most of them are indeed at St. Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm, a huge proportion of them have been stuck at the realm for many years, such that any chances of a breakthrough would have been bleak at most. Why would they suddenly achieve a breakthrough together? Zhan Shi frowned in incomprehension. Due to the poison that he had been afflicted with by Hu Yiwei, he often frequented the Physician Guild, and the elders had been collaborating together to study the poison in his body as well. Thus, over time, they had grown rather close to one another. Most of the managerial elders had been too reliant on medicinal herbs and pills to push up their cultivation in their earlier years, which resulted in a lot of medicinal dregs being left behind in their meridians and veins. On top of that, too many years had gone by, and their vitality had already withered, thus making it nigh impossible for them to make a breakthrough anymore. Why would they suddenly achieve a breakthrough all at once? It was completely illogical. The elder pondered for a moment as he reminisced on the sight that he had seen earlier before replying. I have no idea. According to the rumors, it seems Divine Healer Bai Yu invited a freshman who is exceptionally skilled in medicine to conduct a lecture for them, but instead of conducting a lecture, the freshman offered them pointers on the various flaws they had in their cultivation, and this insight seems to have helped them to overcome their bottlenecks. Freshman? Offered them pointers? Helped over a dozen St. Seven Dan cultivators overcome their bottlenecks simultaneously? The crowd froze upon hearing those words. Even Hu Yiwei was completely flabbergasted by what he had just heard. Even his master, Yang Shi, would have great difficulty making more than a dozen St. Seven Dan pinnacle cultivators achieve a breakthrough simultaneously. That is secondhand news that I have heard from the personnel in the Physician Guild, so I'm not too sure about the exact situation myself. However, with more than a dozen on them achieving a breakthrough simultaneously, the lightning tribulation has already grown to a scale that spans over 5,000 mu. Not even the formation in the Hall of Integrity can withstand something of this scale. The elder exclaimed anxiously. Let's go take a look. Knowing that there was no time to waste for this matter, Elder Gu hurriedly got up and rushed toward the Hall of Integrity. Zhang Shi and the others quickly followed behind him. Sun Chang hesitated for a brief moment before tagging along as well. With how huge the matter was, the very first thought that came to his mind actually turned out to be the young master. It could not be that this was really the doing of the young master, could it? It did not take long for the crowd to arrive at the Hall of Integrity. Looking at the ominous storm clouds looming over them in sky, covering the sun completely, everyone could not help but feel a little crazed inside. It was true that the Hall of Integrity was the ideal place for any cultivator to face their cultivation ordeal in. But this was way out of proportion. If it really fell, the entire Hall of Integrity could very well be zapped into ashes. Elder Gu shuddered involuntarily in the face of the hulking lightning tribulation before him. In this instant, he could not help but marvel and, at the same time, fear the sheer prowess of the natural world. He turned his gaze to Zhang Shi anxiously and asked, Zhang Shi, what should we do? It was just a moment ago that the teacher acknowledgement hall had been reduced to rubble. If something happened to the Hall of Integrity as well, he might as well retire from being an elder right now. I have no idea. Zhang Shi shook his head grimly. If the lightning tribulation had been any smaller, he might still have been able to forcefully dissipate it with his strength as a Saint Nine Dan primary stage expert. However, what was before him had already grown to a scale of 5,000 mu. Its might was so great that it could wipe him off the face of this world easily. So how was he supposed to dissipate it? If it really comes down to it, we might have to activate the Sanctum Custodian formation of the Sanctum of Sages, Elder Gu said grimly. Sanctum Custodian formation? That won't do. As anxious Zhang Shi was, he still rejected Elder Ji's proposition. The formation should only be used in the worst-case scenario, when the survival of the Sanctum of Sages is at stake. As powerful as the lightning tribulation is, it hasn't reached that point yet. The Sanctum Custodian formation of the Sanctum of Sages had been built painstakingly by generations of predecessors. Unless the Sanctum of Sages was on the verge of destruction, they were not to activate it. As despairing as the massive congregation of ominous clouds was, it had not reached the level where the Sanctum Custodian formation could be activated. If we don't activate it, the Hall of Integrity will be a goner. Elder Gu exclaimed in panic. Zhang Shi's complexion turned awful. He pondered for a moment, but he was still unable to come up with a viable alternative solution. However, another thought came to his mind instead, and he hurriedly turned his gaze toward the elder who had reported the incident to them previously. What is the name of the freshman who offered pointers to the dozen elders from the Physician Guild earlier, and where is he? Considering the freshman's ability to make more than a dozen Saint Seven Dan pinnacle cultivators achieve a breakthrough simultaneously through his teachings, there was a chance that he just might have a way to deal with this stupendously massive lightning tribulation. I have no idea where he is at the moment, but I think I heard someone mentioning his name earlier. The elder contemplated deeply for a moment before finally continuing. His name should be Zhang Xian. 1 mu equals 666. 6 square meters. Chapter 1402 Zhang Xian is electrocuted. Zhang Xian? Zhang Shi was taken aback by that name. He had just heard that name earlier. Was that not the name of the plump butler's young master, Yang Shi's direct disciple? The rest of the crowd were visibly startled as well. They turned to look at the plump butler standing not too far away, and to their surprise, not only was the latter not astounded by what he was seeing, he even seemed to be heaving a sigh of relief. To Sun Chang, relief was indeed the emotion that he was feeling. He knew that there was no one other than the young master who would dare toy with such a thing. In fact, he only would have been shocked if the culprit behind this had not been the young master. Some days in his life, he could not help but feel really helpless at the plight he was in. All he wanted was to quietly fulfill his responsibilities as a butler, living a humble and peaceful life. But as if fate had played a trick on him, he just had to be paired with such a troublemaking young master. Given how much the matter had blown up this time around, even he would have trouble resolving this dispute. With such thoughts in mind, Sun Chang slowly closed his eyes as resignation crept onto his face. Low profile, these were the 2 words that the young master chanted every single day, but honestly speaking, everything that the latter did was simply contrary to those 2 words. In a way, it felt as if he was trying to humble brag about his abilities. It had really been hard on him over the past few months having to support such a person. Hi. But again, if it was an easy task, the old master would have entrusted the young master to Hu Yiwei instead of him. Upon learning the culprit behind the matter, Elder Gu was unable to hold back his rage any longer and roared furiously at Sun Chang. Just what the heck is your young master trying to do by making dozens of people achieve a breakthrough simultaneously? This? Sun Chang scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, even after the many months that he had spent with the young master, he was still unable to fathom the latter's thoughts. This isn't the time to be pursuing responsibility for this matter, Zhan Shi instructed severely. We need to hurry up and find the elders who are making a breakthrough this instant, and convince them to suppress their cultivation and relocate before facing their cultivation ord. It would be impossible to make a cultivation ordeal disappear once it had been summoned, but it was still possible to delay the falling of the lightning tribulation by suppressing one's cultivation temporarily. As long as they could buy sufficient time to get all of them to relocate, there was a chance they could undo the fusion of the lightning tribulations. Boom. But before Zhan Shi could finish his words, a powerful shockwave suddenly rippled into the surroundings, and at the same time, a powerful burst of energy shot forth toward the storm clouds. Voila! The powerful burst of energy seemed to have successfully provoked the storm clouds. In the blink of an eye, the congregation of the storm clouds grew even denser and vaster. Seeing such a sight, everyone anxiously turned their gazes toward where the powerful burst of energy had originated, and their complexions immediately darkened. It was from a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. With a crazed look on its face, it was furiously sending more and more bursts of energy toward the storm clouds, almost as if it would not rest until the entire world was reduced to ash. The hell? Where in the world did that fellow pop out from? What the heck are the rest of you idling around for? Hurry up and stop it. Elder Gu bellowed with a tone intermixed with fury and panic. At the same time, he swiftly dashed forward to stop the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast from worsening the situation. But before he could come close to the latter, an elder who had been standing on top of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast suddenly leaped up and sent a devastating surge of sword chi toward the storm clouds. Pacha! Pacha! That attack brought about an immediate response from the lightning tribulation. In an instant, the 5,000 mu of storm clouds expanded to over 6,000 mu. Upon getting a closer look of the elder's face, Elder Gu shrieked in horror. Baiyu, are you insane? The elder who had just launched the devastating surge of sword chi was none other than divine healer Baiyu. As a physician, Baiyu was a man who had great compassion for all living beings in the world, such that he would hesitate to even crush an ant. Why would someone like that proactively seek to strengthen the lightning tribulation? If my Hall of Integrity has wronged you in any way, we can always talk things out. There's no need for you to go this far. At this moment, divine healer Baiyu, in the midst of his furious assault toward the storm clouds, suddenly caught sight of Elder Gu and the others, and his eyes immediately lit up. Gu Xiong, you are here. Great. Hurry up, come and help me attack the lightning tribulation. Zhan Shi, you're here as well? Wonderful. Quick, we need help attacking the lightning tribulation. We need to act fast. It will be too late once the lightning bolt falls. Attack the lightning tribulation? Elder Gu and Zhan Shi widened their eyes upon hearing those words. They exchanged glances with one another, and they could see confusion in the depths of each other's eyes. Had that fellow gone mad from treating too many patients? The more the lightning tribulation was attacked, the stronger the lightning bolt falling would be. At this rate, everyone would be electrocuted to death. Hoo. Just as the crowd was completely bewildered by what divine healer Baiyu was up to, the furious whistling of the wind suddenly sounded. Several figures were flying over from afar, and they were the elder in charge of the Hall of Propriety, Elder Hu Qing, Fei Shi, and the entire elite division class. Catching sight of a person amid the incoming group, Hu Yiwei immediately rushed forward to a young man's side and clasped his fist.
Young master.
Elder Hu? I thought that you'd left the Sanctum of Sages. Feng Zi was slightly surprised to see the other party here. I still had some other matters to attend to. Have you heard that the old master has taken in a new direct disciple named Zhang Xian? Hu Yiwei asked. You were talking about Senior Zhang? Feng Zi nodded. I have heard of the matter. Senior Zhang is a man of great capability. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably the one who is behind this lightning tribulation. As much as Feng Zi hated to admit it, deep down, he knew that Zhang Xian was indeed stronger than him. Senior? Hu Yiwei's lips twitched. That meant that what the fatty had said was true. His young master had really fallen to the position of a junior. But isn't that fellow being way too negligent? He knew that those elders were going to achieve a breakthrough, so how could he still make all of them gather in the same location? How in the world does he plan to deal with such a huge lightning tribulation? Hu Yiwei harumphed angrily. The more he thought about the matter, the more unreasonable he felt that Zhang Xian fellow was. Had it been just a moment ago, he might still have been able to forcefully dissipate the lightning tribulation with his cultivation. However, with the netherworld azure dragon beast and divine healer by you messing around with the storm clouds, that small hint of a possibility had been completely extinguished. Even if he succeeded by some stroke of luck, he would be severely injured to the point where he could potentially be crippled for life. He was not a master teacher, and he did not possess any compassion for the masses or that sort of value. Naturally, there was no way he was going to sacrifice himself for others. Negligent? Senior Zhang isn't being negligent here. He's intentionally strengthening the lightning tribulation. Feng Zi replied with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Back at the Hall of Propriety, he had nearly fainted from fear after seeing how huge Elder Liao's lightning tribulation had become, too. However, after witnessing how it was so easily resolved, the fear of lightning tribulations had completely disappeared from his mind. He's intentionally strengthening the lightning tribulation? Hu Yiwei widened his eyes in incomprehension upon hearing those words. He could not understand what his young master was getting at. It might sound ridiculous to you, but Senior Zhang is capable of devouring lightning tribulations. Only when the lightning tribulation is large enough for him will he be able to have his fill, Feng Zi explained calmly. Devouring lightning tribulations? Zhan Shi and the others overheard Feng Zi's words, and they nearly lost their balance and plummeted from the sky. A lightning tribulation was a form of punishment from heavens. Standing against it was no different from standing against the heavens. Could such a thing really be eaten? You must be pulling our legs. Seeing the looks of disbelief amongst the crowd, Elder Hu Qing spoke up. Feng Zi isn't joking. Zhang Shi really wields such a capability. I also saw it with my own eyes, too, Fei Shi added. Even though the lightning tribulation back at the Hall of Propriety wasn't as large as the one before us, it was still immensely powerful. Nevertheless, Zhang Shi was able to devour it with ease, and more importantly, he even scared the lightning tribulation off. Scared the lightning tribulation off? Is it even possible for a lightning tribulation to be scared? The consecutive shocks that had been dealt to their minds left the crowd in a state of utter stupefaction. The more they listened to the account of events from the group of eyewitnesses, the more they felt like they were listening to those exaggerated heroic tales that were spoken of in taverns. Rationally speaking, such a thing could not possibly be true, could it? But it did not make sense for so many esteemed figures to lie about such a matter. After a brief moment of silence, Zhan Shi stepped forward and said, "Where is Zhang Shi at the moment? Bring us to him." After all that had been said, they still had not met that legendary freshman. Just what kind of person could that man who was already on everyone's lips barely a month after enrollment possibly be? He's currently with those elders who are facing their cultivation ordeal, Feng Zi said as he pointed in a direction. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over and saw a young man sitting cross-legged in front of several elders. His lips were opening and closing non-stop, seemingly lecturing the elders before him. On the other hand, the managerial elders of the Physician Guild, seemed to be almost intoxicated on the young man's lecturing. They were releasing their strength nonstop, as if fearing that their lightning tribulation would not be strong enough. "He's Zhang Shi?" Zhang Shi asked with a hint of admiration in his voice. Honestly, considering how the entire sky was crackling fearfully with lightning, and given the fearsome flashes of light every now and then, it was truly incredible how the young man was still able to continue conducting a lecture so composedly. Even Hu Yiwei could not help but nod in awe. Over the years, the only person that he knew who had the mental fortitude to remain calm, even in the face of a cataclysm, was his master. It was no wonder that Zhang Xian fellow had been able to win the young master's admiration. Just this deed alone was one that no ordinary man would be capable of pulling off. At the very least, he knew that he would not have been able to do the same. Look, look! Zhang Shi is going to devour the lightning tribulation. Just as everyone was in a state of complete shock, the young man suddenly halted his lecture and stood up. With a light leap, he swiftly rose to an altitude just beneath the disquieting storm clouds. From the position the young man was in, there was no doubt that he would catch the attention of the lightning tribulation and come under its attack. He will be zapped to death like that. Zhang Shi could not help but exclaim in trepidation. There's no need to worry about that. I saw this sight earlier, and I can tell you for certain that Zhang Shi will dash into the midst of the storm clouds next. Before long, the storm clouds will swiftly contract and, seeing that Zhang Xian had gone into motion, Zhang Yu turned to the crowd and began explaining confidently. But the next moment, a bizarre expression surfaced on everyone's faces. Perplexed by the odd response, Zhang Yu quickly turned his head toward the sky, and the sight that he saw made him freeze on the spot. Before the young man in the sky could make a move, a powerful bolt of lightning had already zapped down on him. Gotcha! The lightning bolt roasted the young man well, and a fragrant smell wafted through the area. All that might have been lacking at that moment was a pinch of cumin. Is this what you all mean by devouring the lightning tribulation? Zhang Shi and the others looked at those who had been full of compliments for Zhang Xian earlier, speechless. Chapter 1403. Hu Yiwei's Tao. Before the lightning bolt fell, they were almost convinced by the others that Zhang Xian was a living deity, and that there was nothing in this world that he was incapable of. After all, even lightning tribulations were frightened of him. But the sight before them was clearly telling them that they had been deceived. Was the young man not supposed to dive right into the storm clouds and make the lightning tribulation tremble in fear? So, why would he end up being struck by lightning instead? From the looks of it, it seemed like he had no strength to go against the lightning tribulation at all. Maybe he might still be in a period of adaptation. He should get better in a moment. Zhang Yu proposed meekly. Even though the situation had gone completely differently to what he had expected, he still had deep trust in Zhang Xian's capability. After all, what he had witnessed earlier was completely beyond reason. But once more, before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian was struck by another bolt of lightning. This time, the sheer might of the lightning was so great that it crushed him right back down to the ground, and his body convulsed uncontrollably as the lightning coursed through him. Boom! Boom! More and more lightning bolts zapped down on Zhang Xian, and his convulsions grew more and more intense. Elder Gu could not help but ask, should we leap in to save him? Even he could not stand looking at the situation any longer. After all the praise that everyone had heaped on the young man, the latter turned out to be an utter disappointment. How do you want to save him? Zhang Shi asked with a bitter smile. The lightning tribulation was already extremely powerful as it was, and their interference would only cause it to grow even stronger. They would only be worsening the situation if they leapt in recklessly. Then, are we to look as that lad gets electrocuted to death?
Elder Gu asked with a frown.
I don't know either. Zhang Shi shook his head with a conflicted look on his face. It was his duty to protect the students of the Sanctum of Sages as the deputy sanctum head, but this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful lightning tribulation. He had no idea how he could possibly stand against it. While the crowd was looking on the situation helplessly, The one who was being ravaged by the violent lightning bolts, Zhang Xian, was busy urging Vicious telepathically, "Are you done finding it yet? Hurry up." It was not that he did not want to dash right into the storm clouds to absorb the lightning energy, but it had not been easy for him to create such a massive congregation of storm clouds, and it was unlikely that he would be allowed to do so once more. Naturally, he had to make full use of this opportunity for Vicious to locate his upper body. It was hard to tell when the lightning tribulation would flee once he started absorbing its energy, so Zhang Xian had no choice but to allow the lightning tribulation to strike him. It was fortunate that his physical body and primordial spirit had been tempered by lightning on many occasions, thus granting him an exceptional resistance against lightning. Even with the storm clouds relentlessly sending bolts of lightning his way, it would still be a while before his life was truly at risk. "Master, I can sense my body distinctly. It's definitely here. But for some reason, I can't zone in on its exact location. It's almost as if it's hidden within some folded space," Vicious replied in distress. He was also feeling rather anxious, seeing his master being zapped by lightning in order to buy some time for him to locate his upper body, but despite searching far and wide, he was simply unable to locate it. He was certain that his body was there, but for him to be unable to zone in on its location, most likely, it was located in a different dimension from that of the Sanctum of Sages. Folded space? Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before his heart suddenly skipped a beat. "I recall hearing that the inner sanctum is located in a folded space. Could it be that your upper body is located there?" Zhang Xian had never fully explored the massive Sanctum of Sages, but he did get an overview of it from the sky. One thing that he had found rather peculiar was that he could not find any traces of the inner sanctum, and after asking around, he learned that it was actually located in a folded space. This was somewhat similar to the ancient domain that ancient sage Qiu had left behind. Vicious could clearly sense the presence of his body, but was unable to find it. This would mean that there was a chance that it was hidden within a folded space, which would hinder Vicious from accurately pinpointing its location. "There is such a possibility," Vicious replied. "All right, I'll absorb the lightning tribulation now, and we'll continue our search once I get to the inner sanctum." Knowing that he might really be electrocuted to death if he allowed the lightning tribulation to continue striking him, Zhang Xian pushed himself up from the depression he was in and dashed up into the sky, heading right toward the congregation of storm clouds. Earlier, he had headed to the Physician Guild at Divine Healer by Yu's invitation in order to conduct a lecture concerning poison. However, when he saw that those attending the lectures were all Saint Seven Dan pinnacle cultivators who were just a step away from achieving a breakthrough, he could not resist making use of the opportunity to help them achieve a breakthrough. He did not possess any manuals concerning the breakthrough from Saint 7 Dan to Saint 8 Dan, but through pointing out and resolving the main flaws in their cultivation, along with some assistance from the vine, it was not too difficult for him to help all of them to achieve a breakthrough. All of that eventually culminated into the scene that nearly left Elder Gu fainting from shock earlier. As expected of a lightning tribulation formed by more than a dozen cultivators undergoing their dimension sundering ordeals simultaneously, the energy that it harnessed was indeed incredible. By diving right into the storm clouds and devouring the surrounding lightning energy furiously, it did not take him too long to fill the loop within his dantian. At the same time, he managed to raise his cultivation to the point where he was just a step away from making a breakthrough. Very soon, the lightning tribulation came to realize that someone was stealing its energy and quickly fled in fright. "I managed to reach half-grand Dominion Realm," Zhang Xian thought. Even though the lightning tribulation had fled very quickly, Zhang Xian had still managed to make the final step forward and shatter his bottleneck, reaching half-grand Dominion Realm. From the looks of it, it was about time for him to really start looking for Grand Dominion Realm cultivation techniques so that he could push for higher realms. After entering the lightning tribulation, Zhang Xian quickly changed his clothes and tidied himself, such that when the lightning tribulation left, he was no longer in the unkempt state that he had been in before when he descended from the sky. It was only then that he noticed that the crowd below were all dumbstruck. To his surprise, Sun Chong was among the crowd too. "Young master." Seeing that Zhang Xian was fine, remaining as awe-inspiring as he usually was, Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly rushed forward, and with a flick of his hand, he took out a jade container and handed it over. These are the pinnacle spirit stones that Elder Gu has prepared in order to compensate you. Compensation? Pinnacle spirit stones? Zhang Xian was stunned. It had taken him so much effort just to earn 1 pinnacle spirit stones. While thinking of this, he suddenly recalled that Zhang Chun still owed him 5, whereas a butler who had not even reached the Saint Realm yet actually managed to find 5 so easily. But the terms that Sun Chang used, compensation, why would an elder feel compelled to compensate him? You are Yang Shi's direct disciple? Just as Zhang Xian was going to clarify the matter, a doubtful voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Xian turned his head and saw an old man walking up to him with a deep frown on his forehead. He's Feng Zi's butler, Yang Shi's subordinate. Noting the hint of confusion in Zhang Xian's eyes, Sun Chang stepped forward and introduced the man with a smile. He's currently under my command. Yang Shi's subordinate? Under your command? Zhang Xian felt his head spinning wildly upon hearing those words. The Yang Shi that had been coming from his mouth was a fake. It was already a huge blessing that he had been able to convince Feng Zi to trust him, but why would Yang Shi's subordinate be here too, and not to mention, be under Sun Chang's command? Knowing that his butler was not a reliable person, Zhang Xian turned to the old man and asked, "You are?" "I am Hu Yiwei, Yang Shi's butler." Hu Yiwei introduced himself before assessing the young man before him intently. A moment later, he could not help but pose the doubt in his heart. "Zhang Shi, pardon me for asking, but are you from the Zhang clan?" "I'm not." Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. "You aren't?" Hu Yiwei seemed to be a little surprised by the answer. "Zhang Shi, if it's not too much for me to ask, could I take a look at your hand? There's a thought I have in mind that I would like to verify. You want to borrow my hand?" Zhang Xian was bewildered by Hu Yiwei's bizarre actions, but after a slight pause, he still extended his hand. The old man placed his fingers on his pulse lightly, seemingly trying to scan his vitals for certain signs. As time went by, the frown on the old man's forehead grew deeper and deeper. "This is weird. Are you really not from the Zhang clan? Are you referring to my bloodline?" "I am really not from the Zhang clan, so I don't have the bloodline of the Zhang clan either," Zhang Xian explained as he retracted his hand. Previously, he had already borrowed Zhang Juxiao's blood essence to check this matter, and from the fact that there was no resonance between their bloodlines, it was clear that he was not an offspring of the Zhang clan. Then, has Zhang clan been afflicted with? Hu Yiwei was just about to ask something when his words abruptly halted. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "Never mind. It's not an important issue. I still have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now." After saying those words, Hu Yiwei turned around, and with a slight flicker of his silhouette, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 1404 Tower of Master Teachers. His words sure were incoherent. Zhang Xian remarked internally with a shake of his head. He had thought that Hu Yiwei, as Yang Shi's butler, would surely be an imposing and formidable figure, but who would have thought that he was such an unreliable figure? But speaking of which, it was a little coincidental that the innate fetal poison suddenly worked up just as Hu Yiwei placed his fingers on his pulse earlier. It was fortunate that he managed to suppress the innate fetal poison from thrashing around via his heaven's path Shenqi and the lightning energy that he had absorbed earlier, or else it truly would have been awkward if he was labeled a poison master as a result of that. In any case, since Hu Yiwei had already left at a speed even faster than Luo Xuanqing's, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to dawdle any longer on his affairs anymore. Thus, he turned his gaze to Sun Chang and asked telepathically, "You said that these pinnacle spirit stones are Elder Ji's compensation. What happened?" "It's like this." Sun Chang quickly filled Zhang Xian in on what had happened earlier. "Why you gave away your identity, and even cleared the assessment of the teacher acknowledgement hall?" Zhang Xian nearly keeled over after hearing the entire account of events. This butler of his sure was courageous. Despite being a fake, he actually brazenly pointed his finger at the real one and accused the latter of being a fake instead. He really should have been counting his blessing that he was still alive. "I'll let this matter slide, but you'll really have to rein yourself in more in the future. As you know, My teacher is a low-profile person and likes his peace, so it wouldn't do for his butler to be so high-profile. Understood? This had to be the reason the predecessors warned individuals against lying. Whether one liked it or not, it would always spiral out of control in one way or another. While he was deeply frustrated by Sun Chang's actions, to be fair, the latter was only working within the web of lies that he had crafted, so it was not fair to pin the blame entirely on him. With all that had been said and done, it was already impossible for him to back out of this matter. All he could do at this point was quickly meet the requirements for unsealing the Sanctum head token before Yang Shi found out about his existence. Zhang Shi. Regarding the lightning tribulation earlier, Zhang Shi walked over and began speaking. To be honest, he was still a little overwhelmed by what he had seen earlier. Considering the sheer scale of the lightning tribulation, it would not have been surprising if it had torn down the Hall of Integrity, but who could have known that the fellow would actually scare it away? It's a technique that my teacher has imparted to me. It allows me to curb the might of a lightning tribulation, but at the same time, it deals grievous wounds to me. It'll take me quite some time to recover from the wounds that I have sustained this time around, Zhang Xian explained. At the same time, his face abruptly turned pale, and his body wobbled on the spot, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. The keen-eyed Sun Chang immediately caught the signal and rushed forward to support him. It's a technique that our teacher imparted to you? Why didn't he impart it to me too? By the side, Feng Zi brooded unhappily over the unfair treatment between him and his senior. He nearly died from the overwhelming might of a lightning tribulation back when he was facing his leaving aperture ordeal. Yet, it turned out that his teacher actually possessed a technique to curb the might of a lightning tribulation, and his teacher had only taught it to his senior. That would not do. He really needed to get in contact with his teacher soon to inquire about this matter. Otherwise, he would just have to ask his senior to teach him. They were from the same lineage anyway, so if his senior could grasp it, he would surely be able to do so too. Hearing those words, Zhang Shi felt so stifled that his cheeks began twitching uncontrollably. Sanctum head Zhan, this might not be the best occasion to ask about this matter, but I wish to enter the inner sanctum. May I know what conditions are required for that? Knowing that the other party could tell that he was faking weakness, Zhang Xian decisively changed the topic. Through Sun Chang's introduction, he had come to learn that Zhang Shi was the incumbent deputy sanctum head, so he made sure to put on a respectful attitude. Even though he was the only candidate in line for the sanctum head position, he was still lacking in strength and capability to inherit the position, so it would not be convenient for him to flaunt his identity yet. Thus, he could only assume the identity as an ordinary student before the other party for the time being. You wish to enter the inner sanctum? Not expecting to hear such a question, Zhang Shi pondered for a moment before replying, there are two conditions that you have to meet in order to enter the inner sanctum. Firstly, your age must not be over 40, and secondly, you have to achieve proficiency of 8-star in your primary occupation. Zhang Shi is registered at our Sanctum of Sages as a master teacher, so in order to enter the inner sanctum, you have to clear your 8-star master teacher examination. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. Judging from Zhang Shi's words, primary occupation clearly referred to one's main occupation, which was likely determined by which avenue one had enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages from. Bai Hongyin, for example, should have been nominated by the Demonic Tunist Guild, so she would have to achieve 8-star proficiency as a demonic tunist in order to enter the inner sanctum. As Zhang Xian had been nominated by the Master Teacher Pavilion, so his primary occupation was Master Teacher. In other words, having just his supporting occupation reach the proficiency of 8-star would not be sufficient. He would have to become an 8-star Master Teacher in order to be qualified to enter the inner sanctum. In order to take the 8-star Master Teacher examination, I will require 8 8-star supporting occupations. Currently, the only 8-star occupations that I have are Spirit Awakener, Physician, and Formation Master. As for Beast Tamer and Demonic Tunist, I should be able to acquire their emblems pretty easily as well, but even with that, I will still be lacking 3 supporting occupations. Zhang Xian swiftly made a mental calculation and sighed. He turned to Zhang Shi and asked, Sanctum Head Zhan, I am still lacking a couple of supporting occupations to clear the 8-star Master Teacher examination. May I know if there's a more efficient way for me to clear the examinations as quick as possible? At the current rate the news was spreading, not to mention that even Hu Yiwei was alerted of the matter, most likely, it would not take long for the Real Yangshi to catch wind of the news. And if he was not even an 8-star master teacher by the time Yangshi arrived, he would be in very deep trouble. Well, considering his own talent, he was rather confident that even the real Yangshi would be more than glad to have him as his direct disciple, so the matter might not really as bad as he feared. But that would only be his final resort. After all, it would be unwise to leave one's fate to chance. Furthermore, Luo Ruoxin had been punished by her own clan for revealing her reluctance to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, so he had to quickly gain sufficient strength in order to save her. As such, it was of the utmost importance for him to find vicious upper body so that he would at least have a powerful trump card to play should the situation truly turn awry. Most importantly of all, there was a chance that he might be able to meet Luo Ruoxin if he entered the inner sanctum. You want to clear the examinations as quickly as possible? Zhang Shi frowned upon hearing those words. Due to the unique nature of the master-teacher occupation, one must first meet a certain prerequisite in one's supporting occupations before one is allowed to take the promotion examination. Under normal circumstances, you would have to go around it systematically, clearing each of the supporting occupations individually before challenging the 8-star master-teacher examination. However, the Sanctum of Sages happens to have a more efficient system to go around that, and that is challenging the Tower of Master Teachers. The Tower of Master Teachers? Zhang Xian asked. Despite having read plenty of books in the Sanctum of Sages, he had never heard of the Tower of Master Teachers before. In essence, the Tower of Master Teachers is a trial. There are 9 floors to it in total, the first 8 of which are for the various supporting occupations you have studied before. Each floor is guarded by the inceptive sage of the occupation, and as long as you can earn the other party's recognition, you will have cleared the floor, and the passageway to the next floor will open up. As for the 9th floor, it will be guarded by a young 8-star master teacher of the Sanctum of Sages. If you are able to clear his trial too, you will be granted the 8-star master teacher emblem, Zhang Shi explained. However, I can tell you that the trial that you will face on every single floor will be of unimaginable difficulty. After all, the inceptive sages are representatives of the best of the younger generation in an occupation, so winning their recognition and getting past them won't be an easy feat. In fact, in the several dozen millenniums since the founding to the Sanctum of Sages, there have only been 3 people who have cleared the Tower of Master Teachers. 3 people? Zhang Xian was taken aback. To be able to receive the recognition of 8 inceptive sages was, without a doubt, an incredibly arduous task. It was rather surprising to hear that there were a handful of people who had cleared this trial before. That's right. The first one to clear the Tower of Master Teachers was our 7th Sanctum head. Back then, he was still in his early 30s when he challenged it, and it took him 3 days to clear the entire tower and successfully become an 8-star master teacher. That incident eventually became a legend that students still speak of in admiration. The second one was the current head of the Zhang clan, Sword Saint Xingming. Like our 7th Sanctum head, he took just 3 days to clear the Tower of Master Teachers, and he was only in his early 30s too. As for the last one, at this point, Zhang Shi could not help but shake his head bitterly before continuing. Her record is far more frightening than her 2 predecessors. Frightening? Yes. In just 4 hours, she managed to dash up from the 1st floor to the 9th by forcing all of the inceptive sages to submit to her. Even though the incident had happened a few years ago, astonishment and wonderment still flickered across Zhang Shi's eyes as he recalled the event. More importantly, when that person cleared the Tower of Master Teachers, she was only 17 years old. 17 years old? Zhang Xian was astonished. A 17-year-old 8-star master teacher? Could it be? He was already in his 20s, but he still was not an 8-star master teacher. On the other hand, the other party had already been an 8-star master teacher when she was 17 years old. At this moment, a figure could not help but float into his mind. You should have heard of her as well. Zhang Shi chuckled. She's none other than the little princess of the Luo clan. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.